Hello, hello, hello everyone! How are we doing? Thank you all so much for coming out so early in the morning to support me. I am Ariel, your local Sakura-eared scuffed bunny, and today we are doing one of my Subathon rewards. Today is going to be a 12-hour stream, so we have about 7 to 8 hours of ASMR book reading, and then we will be doing, for the last 4 hours of the stream, we will be joined by some lovely friends, and we will be doing an 18+ Smasher Pass. But good morning to everyone. Thank you all so much for coming out to say hi to me today. Hello Betty, congratulations on your first. I hope you're having a lovely morning. Hello Kaede, I hope you're having a lovely morning as well. Good morning Blue Spider, and good morning Chi. I hope you're all doing well. Today we are going to be on this screen for most of the day. We will be doing, I've got 2 books for you guys today, both of them from my local library, so shout out to your local libraries. I was really happy that I was able to pick both of these up. So I will be reading 2 books. I will be reading The Little Prince, which is a book that I didn't get around to reading till I was in college. And when I did read it in college, it really stuck with me, and I really enjoyed it. So we'll be reading that, and we will also be reading The Call of the Wild, which is like the one book that I vividly remember leaving an impression on me in like middle school to high school. So we'll be reading both of those. In between chapter breaks, to give my voice a bit of a rest, I will be taking breaks, and these breaks will also be the moments that I'm gonna check in with you guys, chat, and we'll talk and we'll do stuff like that. But other than that, I'm going to be kind of focused on reading as opposed to chatting like I normally am. This is kind of meant to be one of those like soft background stream kind of things, so I hope you guys enjoy this, because this is a little bit more out of my comfort zone. I haven't done something like this in a long time, so I hope you guys will enjoy. Other than that, just a few things ground rule wise is all of my redeems, especially the ones that really cause sound, have been turned off. They will be turned back on during the 18+ Smasher Pass segment, but for the audiobook portion, I don't really want a lot of like chaos and stuff happening, so it's gonna be kind of soft vibes. And if you guys need my attention for any reason at all, my moderators will be around every few hours, so if you need them, contact them through Whispers or through the Discord or whatever, and they know to get in contact with me because I have their stuff up. But other than that, a lot of my stuff is turned off. In addition, I will be taking care of myself during each chapter break. I'll be doing things like hydrating, stretching, stuff like that, so you guys don't have to remind me. If you guys want to, you can, but because this is going to be more labor intensive on my voice, I am taking the proper precautions to make sure that I'm taking care of myself. Other than that, the only other thing I have to say is that during one of the breaks, I will be having my breakfast, because it said it was going to come earlier, and then it arrived like right as stream started, which was a little unfortunate. So unfortunately, that's a me problem rather than anything else. That's a me. Hello, Mr. Tacos. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. Other than that, this is what you're going to be looking at for most of the stream, so may I be your wonderful background noise as you go about your days. And thank you all again so much for joining me. So today I should probably have this as a command, but you should turn off the sound for follow. I'm not able to do that, Chi, so I'm just going to leave most of my redeems and stuff like that the way they are. And this is particularly so that I can hear follow alerts, and I can hear like the important things, follows, raids, stuff like that, so I can say hello. But most of my redeems are going to be turned off, things that can be like spammed. Because if someone follows, I'd like to be able to say thank you, if you know what I mean. I think it's rather disingenuous to have someone follow me and then me not say anything. I feel like that's rather rude on my part. So that's the reason why those are going to be on, but hopefully it won't cause too much of a problem. Other than that, thank you all so much for being here. Is it easy to lower the volume a little? Yes. Yes, I believe I did. The only downside to lowering the volume is I may not be able to hear it. So if something happens, my moderators who are here, can you please let me know if I missed something? Because I think the more I turn it down, I think it's up so high so that I can hear it. Yeah. Anyways, with that said, I'm going to change my music a little bit. And if the background music is too high, could you guys please let me know? Kind of having to jingle this one live. Okay, I think that's good. Okay, because it was pretty loud compared to you. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Yes, I should have it turned down now. It should be good. I think everything else is turned off. Okay. The background music that's on right now isn't too loud, is it? Music sounds good? Okay, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate I do appreciate you guys doing that. I thought it was a 2 soundbar one for stream set. No, I have mine so that I hear it through the same audio output that you guys do. So unfortunately for me, it's super loud on stream because it's really hard for me to hear. Because a lot of the time it's competing with game volume and stuff like that. Anyways, without further ado, we are going to begin. So thank you all so much for being here, and I hope you enjoy a softer bun. A softer bun. So we are going to start with The Little Prince. I do apologize if you do hear a bit of plastic. Again, everything is from everything is from the library. So shout out to your local library. If you don't know where your local library is, you should Google it. Local library's got a lot of cool stuff, you know? My local library, I just learned, they have an extensive movie, like DVD, in addition to an extensive VHS collection, which is kind of surprising considering it's much more extensive than I thought it was going to be, considering my library isn't like the rich library in the public sect branch, so I was kind of surprised. It feels real. It's nice. Feels real and cozy to hear a real book. Yeah, just a little book, you know. So I did go and get the real book. So we do love. Yes, very fun PG-13. Good morning, Thor. I hope you're doing well. All right. The Little Prince, written and illustrated by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. This is, for those of you who do not know, it is originally written and published in French. The original name is Le Petit Prince, and it has been republished and translated into English for this. I believe, I don't know if they have the translator listed. Oh, here we go. Translated from the French by Richard Howard. 1. Once when I was 6, I saw a magnificent picture in a book about the jungle called True Stories. It showed a boa constrictor swallowing a wild beast. Here's a copy of that picture. In the book it said, quote, "Boa constrictors swallow their prey whole, without chewing. Afterward, they are no longer able to move, and they sleep during the 6 months of their digestion." In those days, I thought a lot about jungle adventures, and eventually managed to make my first drawing using a colored pencil. My drawing number 1 looked like this. It's a picture of what looks like a little boa constrictor with a giant lump as it has eaten. I showed the grown-ups my masterpiece, and I asked them if my drawing scared them. They answered, "Why be scared of a hat?" My drawing was not a picture of a hat. Is the music a little too loud? I can turn it down. Thank you so much for letting me know. Thank you guys. They answered, "Why be scared of a hat?" My drawing was not a picture of a hat. It was a picture of a boa constrictor digesting an elephant. Then I drew the inside of the boa constrictor, so the grown-ups could understand. They always need explanations. My drawing, number 2, looked like this.
The grown-ups advised me to put away my drawings of boa constrictors, outside or inside, and I apply myself to the geography, history, arithmetic, and grammar. That is why I abandoned, at the age of 6, a magnificent career as an artist. I had been discouraged by the failure of my drawing number 1 and of my drawing number 2. Grown-ups never understand anything by themselves, and it is exhausting for children to have to provide explanations over and over. So, then, I had to choose another career, and I learned to pilot airplanes. I have flown almost everywhere in the world, and as a matter of fact, geography has been a big help to me. I could tell China from Arizona at first glance, which is very useful if you get lost during the night. So I have had, in the course of my life, lots of encounters with lots of serious people. I have spent lots of time with grown-ups. I have seen them at close range, which hasn't much improved my opinion of them. Whenever I encountered a grown-up who seemed to me at all enlightened, I would experiment on him with my drawing number 1, which I have always kept. I wanted to see if he really understood anything, but he would always answer, "That's a hat." Then I wouldn't talk about boa constrictors or jungles or stars. I would put myself on his level and talk about bridge and golf and politics and neckties. And my grown-up was glad to know such a reasonable person. 2. So I lived all alone, without anyone I could really talk to, until I had to make a crash landing in the Sahara Desert 6 years ago. Something in my plane's engine had broken, and since I had neither a mechanic nor passengers in the plane with me, I was preparing to undertake the difficult repair job by myself. For it was a matter of life or death. I only had enough drinking water for 8 days. The first night, then, I went to sleep on the sand 1,000 miles from any inhabited country. I was more isolated than a man shipwrecked on a raft in the middle of the ocean. So, you can imagine my surprise when I was awakened at daybreak by a funny little voice saying, "Please, draw me a sheep." What?
Draw me a sheep.
I leapt up, as if I had been struck by lightning. I rubbed my eyes hard. I stared. I saw an extraordinary little fellow starling. A fellow staring back at me, very seriously. Here is the best portrait I managed to make of him later on. But of course, my drawing is much less attractive than my model. This is not my fault. My career as a painter was discouraged at the age of 6 by the grown-ups, and I never learned to draw anything except boa constrictors, outside and inside. So I stared wide-eyed at this apparition. Don't forget that I was 1,000 miles from any inhabited territory. Yet this little fellow seemed to be neither lost nor dying of exhaustion, hunger, or thirst. Nor did he seem scared to death. There was nothing in his appearance that suggested a child lost in the middle of the desert 1,000 miles from any inhabited territory. When I finally managed to speak, I asked him, "But what are you doing here?" And then he repeated, very slowly and very seriously,
"Please, draw me a sheep."
In the face of an overpowering mystery, you don't dare disobey. Absurd as it seemed, 1,000 miles from all inhabited regions and in danger of death, I took a scrap of paper and a pen out of my pocket. But then I remembered that I had mostly studied geography, history, arithmetic, and grammar, and I told the little fellow, rather crossly, that I didn't know how to draw. He replied,
"That doesn't matter. Draw me a sheep."
Since I had never drawn a sheep, I made him one of the only 2 drawings I knew how to make, the one of the boa constrictor from outside. And I was astounded to hear the little fellow answer,
No, I don't want an elephant inside a boa constrictor. A boa constrictor is very dangerous, and an elephant would get in the way. Where I live, everything is very small. I need a sheep. Draw me a sheep."
So then I made a drawing. He looked at it carefully, and then said,
"No, this one is already quite sick. Make another."
And I made another drawing. My friend gave me a kind, indulgent smile.
You can see for yourself. That is not a sheep. It's a ram. It has horns.
So, I made my third drawing. But it was rejected, like the others.
This one's too old. I want a sheep that will live a long time.
So then, impatiently, since I was in a hurry to start working on my engine, I scribbled this drawing and added, "This is just the crate. The sheep you want is inside." But I was amazed to see my young critic's face light up.
That's just the kind I wanted. Do you think this sheep will need a lot of grass?
Why?
Because where I live, everything is very small.
And there's sure to be enough. I've given you a very small sheep. He bent over the drawing.
Not so small at all that... Look, he's gone to sleep.
And that's how I made the acquaintance of the little prince. 3. It took me a long time to understand where he came from. The little prince, who asked me so many questions, never seemed to hear the ones I asked him. It was things he said quite at random that, bit by bit, explained everything. For instance, when he first caught sight of my airplane — I won't draw my airplane, that would be much too complicated for me — he asked,
"What's that thing over there?"
"It's not a thing. It flies. It's an airplane. My airplane." And I was proud to tell him I could fly. Then he exclaimed,
"What? You fell out of the sky?"
"Yes," I said modestly.
"Oh, that's funny."
And the little prince broke into a lovely pearl of laughter, which annoyed me a good deal. I like my misfortunes to be taken seriously. Then he added,
"So, you fell out of the sky too. What planet are you from?"
That was when I had the first clue to the mystery of his presence, and I questioned him sharply. "Do you come from another planet?" But he made no answer. He shook his head a little, still staring at my airplane.
"Of course! That couldn't have brought you from very far."
And he fell into a reverie that lasted a long while. Then, taking my sheep out of his pocket, he plunged into the contemplation of his treasure. You can imagine how intrigued I was by this hint about other planets. I tried to learn more. "Where do you come from, little fellow? Where is this 'where I live' of yours? Where will you be after taking my sheep?" After a thoughtful silence, he answered,
"The good thing about the crate you've given me is that he can use it for a house after dark."
"Of course. And if you're good, I'll give you a rope to tie him up during the day, and a stake to tie him to." This proposition seemed to shock the little prince.
"Tie him up? What a funny idea."
"But if you don't tie him up, he'll wander off somewhere and get lost." My friend burst out laughing again.
"Where could he go?"
"Anywhere. Straight ahead." Then the little prince remarked, quite seriously,
"Even if he did, everything is so small where I live."
And he added, perhaps a little sadly,
"Straight ahead. You can't go very far."
4. That was how I had learned a second very important thing, which was that the planet he came from was hardly bigger than a house. That shouldn't surprise me much. I knew very well that, except for the huge planets like Earth, Jupiter, Mars, and Venus, which have been given names, there are hundreds of others that are sometimes so small that it's very difficult to see them through a telescope. When the astronomers discovered one of them, he gives it a number instead of a name. For instance, he would call it Asteroid 325. I have serious reasons to believe that the planet the little prince came from is Asteroid B612. This asteroid has only been sighted once by telescope in 1909 by a Turkish astronomer who had then made a formal demonstration of his discovery at an international astronomical congress. But no one had believed him on account of the way he was dressed, grown grown-ups are like that. Fortunately, Fortunately for the reputation of asteroid B612, a Turkish director ordered his people, on pain of death, to wear European clothes. The astronomer repeated his demonstration in 1920, wearing a very elegant suit, and this time everyone believed him. If I'd told you about these details about asteroid B612, and if I'd given you its number, it is on account of the grown-ups. Grown-ups like numbers. When you tell them about a new friend, they never ask questions about what really matters. They never ask, what does his voice sound like? What games does he like best? Does he collect butterflies? They ask, how old is he? How many brothers does he have? How much does he weigh? How much money does he have? How much money does his father make? Only then do they think they know him. If you tell grown-ups, I saw a beautiful red-bricked house with geraniums in the windows and doves on the roof, they won't be able to imagine such a house. You have to tell them, I saw a house worth 100,000 francs. Then they exclaim, oh, what a pretty house! So, if you tell them, the proof of the little prince's existence is that he was delightful, that he laughed, that he wanted a sheep. When someone wants a sheep, that proves he exists. They shrug their shoulders and treat you like a child. But if you tell them the planet he came from is asteroid B612, then they'll be convinced, and they won't bother you with their questions. That's the way they are. You must not hold it against them. Children should be very understanding of grown-ups. But, of course, those of us who understand life couldn't care less about numbers. I should have liked to begin this story like a fairy tale. I should have liked to say, once upon a time, there was a little prince who lived on a planet hardly bigger than he was, and who needed a friend. For those who understand life, that would sound much truer. The fact is, I don't want my book to be taken lightly. Telling these memories is so painful for me. It's already been 6 years since my friend went away, taking his sheep with him. If I try to describe him here, it's so I won't forget him. It's sad to forget a friend. Not everyone has a friend. And I might become like the grown-ups, who are no longer interested in anything but numbers. Which is still another reason why I've bought a box of paints and some pencils. It's hard to go back to drawing, at my age, when you've never made any attempt since the one of the boa from inside and the one of the boa from outside, at the age of 6. I'll certainly try to make my portraits as true to life as possible, but I'm not entirely sure of succeeding. One drawing works, and the next no longer bears any resemblance. And I'm a little off on his height, too. In this one, the prince is too tall, and here he's too short. And I am uncertain about the color of his suit. So I grope in one direction and another, as best I can. In the end, I'm sure to get certain more important details all wrong. But here, you'll have to forgive me. My friend never explained anything. Perhaps he thought I was like himself. But I, unfortunately, cannot see a sheep through the sides of a crate. I may be a little like the grown-ups. I must have grown old. 5. Every day I'd learn something about the little prince's planet, about his departure, about his journey. It would come quite gradually in the course of his remarks. This was how I learned, on the 3rd day, about the drama of baobabs. This time, too, I had the sheep to thank, for suddenly the little prince asked me a question, as if overcome by a grave doubt.
Is it true that sheep eat bushes?
Yes, that's right.
Ah, I'm glad.
I didn't understand why it was so important that sheep should eat bushes, but the little prince added,
And therefore, they eat baobabs too.
I pointed out to the little prince that baobabs are not bushes, but trees as tall as churches, and that even if he took a whole herd of elephants back to his planet, that herd couldn't finish off a single baobab. Oh, baobab. The idea of the herd of elephants made the little prince laugh.
We'd have to pile them on top of each other.
But he observed perceptively.
Before they grow big, baobabs start out by being little.
True enough, but why do you want your sheep to eat little baobabs?
He answered, Oh, come on, you know.
As if we were talking about something quite obvious. And I was forced to make a great mental effort to understand this problem all by myself. And, in fact, on the little prince's planet, there were, as on all planets, good plants and bad plants. The good plants come from good seeds, and the bad plants from bad seeds. But the seeds are invisible. They sleep in the scenery of the ground until one of them decides to wake up. Then it stretches and begins to sprout, quite timidly at first, a charming, harmless little twig reaching towards the sun. If it's a radish seed or a rosebush seed, you can let it sprout all it likes. But if the seed is of a bad plant, you must pull the plant up right away, as soon as you can recognize it. It happens there were terrible seeds on the little prince's planet, baobab seeds. The plant's soil was infested with them. Now, if you attend to a baobab too late, you can never get rid of it again. It overgrows the whole planet. Its roots pierce right through. And if the planet is too small, and if there are too many baobabs, they make it burst into pieces.
It's a question of discipline,
the little prince told me later on.
When you finished washing and dressing each morning, you must tend your planet. You must be sure to pull up the baobabs regularly, as soon as you can tell them apart from the rose bushes, which they closely resemble when they're very young. It's very tedious work, but very easy.
And one day, he advised me to do my best to make a beautiful drawing for the edification of the children where I live.
If they travel someday, he told me, it could be useful to them. Sometimes there's no harm in postponing your work until later, but with baobabs, it's always a catastrophe. I knew one planet that was inhabited by a lazy man. He had neglected 3 bushes.
And so, following the little prince's instructions, I have drawn that planet. I don't much like assuming the tone of a moralist, but the danger of baobabs is so little recognized, and the risks run by anyone who might get lost on an asteroid are so considerable, that, for once, I am making an exception to my habitual reserve. I say, children, watch out for baobabs. It's to warn my friends of a danger of which they, like myself, have long been unaware. That I worked so hard on this drawing. The lesson I'm teaching is worth the trouble. You may be asking, why are there no other drawings in this book as big as the drawing of the baobabs? There's a simple answer. I tried, but I couldn't manage it. When I drew the baobabs, I was inspired by a sense of urgency. Chapter 6. Oh, little prince. Gradually, this is how I came to understand your sad little life. For a long time, your only entertainment was the pleasure of sunsets. I learned this new detail on the morning of the 4th day, when you told me,
I really like sunsets. Let's go look at one now.
But we have to wait.
Wait, what for?
For the sun to set. At first, you seemed quite surprised. And then you laughed at yourself. And you said to me,
I think I'm still at home.
Indeed, when it's noon in the United States, the sun, as everyone knows, is setting over France. If you could fly to France in 1 minute, you could watch the sunset. Unfortunately, France is much too far. But on your tiny planet, all you had to do was move your chair a few feet, and you would watch the twilight whenever you wanted.
One day, I saw the sun set 44 times.
A little later, you added,
You know, when you're feeling sad, sunsets are wonderful.
On the day of the 44 times, were you feeling very sad? But the little prince didn't answer. 7. On the 5th day, thanks again to the sheep, another secret of the little prince's life was revealed to me. Abruptly, with no preamble, he asked me, as if it were the fruit of the problem, long pondered in silence,
If a sheep eats bushes, does it eat flowers too?
A sheep eats whatever it finds.
Even flowers that have thorns?
Yes, even flowers that have thorns.
Then, what good are thorns?
I didn't know. At that moment, I was very busy trying to unscrew a bolt that was jammed in my engine. I was quite worried, for my plane crash was beginning to seem extremely serious, and the lack of drinking water made me fear the worst.
What good are thorns?
The little prince never let go of a question once he had asked it. I was annoyed by my jammed bolt and answered without thinking, Thorns are no good for anything. They're just the flower's way of being mean.
Oh.
But after a silence, he lashed out at me with a sort of bitterness.
I don't believe you. Flowers are weak. They're naive. They reassure themselves whatever way they can. They believe their thorns make them frightening.
I made no answer. At that moment, I was thinking, if this bolt stays jammed, I'll knock it off with the hammer. Again, the little prince disturbed my reflections.
Then, you think flowers?
No, not at all. I don't think anything. I just said whatever came into my head. I'm busy here with something serious. He stared at me, astounded.
Something serious?
He saw me holding my hammer, my fingers black with grease, bending over an object he regarded as very ugly.
You talk like the grown-ups.
That made me a little ashamed. But, he added, mercilessly,
You confuse everything. You've got it all mixed up.
He was really very annoyed. He tossed his golden curls in the wind.
I know a planet inhabited by a red-faced gentleman. He's never smelled a flower. He's never looked at a star. He's never loved anyone. He's never done anything except add up numbers. And all day long, over and over, he says, just like you, I'm a serious man. I'm a serious man. And that puffs him up with pride. But he's not a man at all. He's a mushroom.
He's a what?
A mushroom.
The little prince was now quite pale with rage.
For millions of years, flowers have been producing thorns. For millions of years, sheep have been eating them all the same. And it's not serious trying to understand why flowers go to such trouble to produce thorns that are no good for nothing. It's not important, the war between sheep and the flowers. It's no more serious and more important than the numbers that fat, red gentleman is adding up. Suppose I happen to know a unique flower that only exists nowhere in the world except on my planet. One that a little sheep can wipe out in a single bite one morning. Just like that, without even realizing what he's doing. That isn't important.
His face turned red now, and he went on.
If someone loves a flower, of which just one example exists among all the millions and millions of stars, that's enough to make him happy when he looks at the stars. He tells himself, my flower's up there somewhere. But if the sheep eats the flower, then for him, it's as if Suddenly, all the stars went out. And that isn't important?
He couldn't say another word. All of a sudden, he burst out sobbing. Night had fallen. I dropped my tools. What did I care about my hammer, about my bolt, about thirst and death? There was, on one star, on one planet, on mine, the Earth, a little prince to be consoled. I took him into my arms. I rocked him. I told him, "The flower you love is not in danger. I'll draw you a muzzle for your sheep. I'll draw you a fence for your flower. I didn't know what to say. How clumsy I felt. I didn't know how to reach him, where to find him. It's so mysterious. The land of tears. 8. I soon learned to know that flower better. On the little prince's planet, there had always been very simple flowers, decorated with a single row of petals so that they took up no room at all and got in no one's way. They would appear one morning in the grass and would fade by nightfall. But this one had grown from a seed, brought from who knows where, and the little prince had kept a close watch over the sprout that was not like any of the others. It might have been a new kind of baobab, but the sprout soon stopped growing and began to show signs of blossoming. The little prince, who had watched the development of an enormous bud, realized that some sort of miraculous apparition would emerge from it. But the flower continued her beauty preparations in the shelter of her green chamber, selecting her colors with the greatest care and dressing quite deliberately, adjusting her petals one by one. She had no desire to emerge all rumbled like the poppies. She wished to appear only in the full radiance of her beauty. Oh yes, she was quite vain, and her mysterious adornment had lasted days and days. And then, one morning, precisely at sunrise, she showed herself. After having labored so painstakingly, she yawned and said,
Ah, I'm fine. I'm hardly awake. Forgive me. I'm still all untidy.
But the little prince couldn't contain his admiration. "Ah, how lovely you are!"
Aren't I?
The flower answered sweetly.
And I was born the same time as the sun.
The little prince, realizing that she wasn't any too modest, but she was so dazzling.
I believe it is breakfast time, she had soon added. Would you be so kind as to tend to me?
And the little prince, utterly abashed, having gone to look for a watering can, served the flower. She had soon begun tormenting him with her rather touchy vanity. One day, for instance, alluding to her 4 thorns, she remarked to the little prince,
I am ready for tigers with all their claws.
There are no tigers on my planet, the little prince had objected. And besides, tigers don't eat weeds.
I am not a weed,
the flower sweetly replied. Forgive me.
I am not afraid of the tigers, but I have a horror of drafts. You wouldn't happen to have a screen?
A horror of drafts? That's not a good sign. For a plant, the little prince had observed. How complicated this flower is.
After dark, you will put me under glass. How cold it is where you live. Quite uncomfortable. Where I come from.
But she suddenly broke off. She had come here as a seed. She couldn't have known anything of other worlds. Humiliated at having let herself be caught on the verge of so naive a lie, she coughed 2 or 3 times in order to put the prince in the wrong.
That screen?
I was going to look for one, but you were speaking to me. Then she made herself cough again in order to inflict a twinge of remorse on him all the same. So the little prince despite all the goodwill of his love, had soon come to mistrust her. He had taken seriously certain inconsequential marks, and had grown very unhappy. I shouldn't have listened to her, he confided in. I shouldn't have listened to her. He confided to me one day, "You must never listen to flowers. You must look at them and smell them. Mine perfumed the planet, but I didn't know how to enjoy that. The business about tiger claws, instead of annoying me, ought to have moved me." And he confided further, "In those days, I didn't understand anything. I should have judged her according to her actions, not her words. She perfumed my planet and lit up my life. I should have never run away. I should have ought to realize the tenderness underlying her silly pretentiousness. Oh, flowers are so contradictory. But I was too young to know how to love her." 9. In order to make his escape, I believe he took advantage of a migration of wild birds. On the morning of his departure, he put his planet in order. He carefully raked out his active volcanoes. The little prince possessed 2 active volcanoes, which were very convenient for warming his breakfast. He also possessed 1 extinct volcano. But, as he said, you never know. So he raked out the extinct volcano too. If they are properly raked out, volcanoes burn gently and regularly, without interruptions. Volcanic eruptions are like fires in a chimney. Of course, on our Earth, we are much too small to rake out our volcanoes. That is why they cause us so much trouble. The little prince also uprooted, a little sadly, the lost baobab shoots. He believed he would never be coming back, but all these familiar tasks seemed very sweet to him on his last morning. And when he watered the flower one last time, he put her under the glass. He felt her under. He felt like crying. "Goodbye," he said to the flower. But she did not answer him. "Goodbye," he repeated. The flower coughed, but not because she had a cold.
"I've been silly," she told him at last. "I ask your forgiveness. Try to be happy."
He was surprised. There were no reproaches. He stood there, quite bewildered, holding the glass bell in midair. He failed to understand this calm sweetness.
"Of course I love you," the flower told him. "It was my fault. You never knew. It doesn't matter. But you were just as silly as I was. Try to be happy. Put that glass thing down. I don't want it anymore."
"But the wind—"
"My cold isn't that bad. The night air will do me good. I'm a flower."
"But the animals—"
"I need to put up with 2 or 3 caterpillars if I want to get to know the butterflies. Apparently, they're very beautiful. Otherwise, who will visit me? You'll be far away. As for the big animals, I'm not afraid of them. I have my own claws."
And she naively showed her 4 thorns. Then she added,
"Don't hang around like this. It's irritating. You've made up your mind to leave. Now go."
For she didn't want him to see her crying. She was such a proud flower. 10. He happened to be in the vicinity of asteroids. 325, 326, 327, 328, 329, and 330. So he began visiting them to keep himself busy and to learn something. The first one was inhabited by a king wearing purple and ermine. He was sitting on a simple yet majestic throne. "Ah, here's a subject!" the king exclaimed when he caught sight of the little prince.
And the little prince wondered, how can he know who I am if he's never seen me before?
He didn't realize that for kings, the world is extremely simplified. All men are subjects. "Approach the throne, so I can get a better look at you." said the king, very proud of being a king for someone at last. The little prince looked around for a place to sit down, but the planet was covered by the magnificent ermine cloak. So he remained standing, and, since he was tired, he yawned. "It is a violation of etiquette to yawn in a king's presence," the monarch told him. "I forbid you to do so."
I can't help it,
answered the little prince, quite embarrassed.
I've made a long journey and, I haven't had any sleep.
"Then I command you to yawn," said the king. "I haven't seen anyone yawn for years. For me, yawns are a curiosity. Come on, yawn again. That's an order."
It intimidates me. I can't do it now,
said the little prince, blushing deeply. Well, the king replied. "Then I command you to yawn sometimes, and sometime too." He was spluttering a little, and seemed annoyed, for the king insisted that his authority be universally respected. He would tolerate no disobedience, being an absolute monarch. But, since he was a kindly man, all his commands were reasonable. "If I were to command," he would often say, "if I were to command a general to turn into a seagull, and if that general did not obey, that would not be the general's fault. It would be mine."
May I sit down?
The little prince timidly inquired. "I command you to sit down," the king replied, majestically gathering up a fold of his ermine robe. But the little prince was wondering, the planet was tiny, over what could the king really reign?
"Sire," he ventured, "excuse me for asking."
"I command you to ask," the king hastened to say.
"Sire, over what do you reign?"
"Over everything," the king answered, with great simplicity.
"Over everything?"
With a discreet gesture, the king pointed to his planet, and to the other planets, and to the stars.
"Over all that?"
asked the little prince. "Over all that," the king answered. For not only was he an absolute monarch, but a universal monarch as well.
"And do the stars obey you?"
"Of course," the king replied. "They obey immediately. I tolerate no insubordination." Such power amazed the little prince. If he had wielded it himself, he would have watched not 44, but 72, or even 100, even 200 sunsets on the same day without ever having to move his chair. And since he was feeling rather sad on account of remembering his own little planet, which he had forsaken, he ventured to ask a favor of the king.
"I'd like to see a sunset. Do me a favor, Your Majesty. Command the sun to set."
"If I commanded a general to fly from one flower to the next, like a butterfly, or to write a tragedy, or turn into a seagull, and the general did not carry out my command, which of us would be in the wrong? The general or me?"
"You would be,"
said the little prince, quite firmly. "Exactly. One must command from each what each can perform," the king went on. "Authority is based first of all upon reason. If you command your subjects to jump in the ocean, there will be a revolution. I am entitled to command obedience because my orders are reasonable."
"Then my sunset?"
asked the little prince, who never let go of a question once he had asked it. "You shall have your sunset. I shall command it, but I shall wait, according to my science of government, until conditions are favorable."
"And when will that be?"
inquired the little prince. Well, replied the king, first consulting a large calendar. Well, that will be that will be tonight, around 7:40, and you'll see how well I am obeyed." The little prince yawned. He was regretting his lost sunset, and besides, he was already growing a little bored.
"I have nothing further to do here," he told the king. "I am going on my way."
"Do not leave," answered the king, who was proud of having a subject. "Do not leave. I shall make you my minister."
A minister of what?
Of justice.
But there's no one here to judge.
"You never know," the king told him. "I have not yet explored the whole of my realm. I am very old. I have no room for a carriage, and it wearies me to walk."
Oh, but I've already seen for myself,
said the little prince, leaning forward to glance one more time at the other side of the planet.
There's no one over there either.
"Then you shall pass judgment on yourself," the king answered. "That is the hardest thing of all. It is much harder to judge yourself than to judge others. If you succeed in judging yourself, it is because you are truly a wise man."
"But I can judge myself anywhere," said the little prince. "I don't need to live here."
"Well, well," the king said. "I have a good reason to believe that there is an old rat living somewhere on my planet. I hear him at night. You could judge that old rat. From time to time, you will condemn him to death. That way, his life will depend on your justice, but you'll pardon him each time, for economy's sake. There is only one rat."
"I don't like condemning anyone to death," the little prince said. "And now, I think I'll be on my way."
"No," said the king. The little prince, having completed his preparations, had no desire to aggrieve the old monarch.
"If your majesty desires to be promptly obeyed, then he should give me a reasonable command. He might command me, for instance, to leave before this minute is up. It seems to me that conditions are favorable."
The king, having made no answer, the little prince hesitated at first, and then, with a sigh, took his leave. "I'll make you my ambassador!" the king hastily shouted after him. He had a great air of authority.
"Grown-ups are so strange,"
the little prince said to himself as he went on his way.
We're going to take a short pause here so I can take a drink. Thank you all so much for being here. I hope you guys are enjoying. What book is this? Yes, it's The Little Prince by Antoine Saint-Exupéry. It is a book that I read in college that I really enjoyed. I just thought it was very whimsical when I read it. I remember when I read the book for the first time, we had to, I believe it was for a writing class in college. The final for that class was to create a story of our own. But I believe that we read this because not only is it a classic, but it kind of disassembles for adults the creative process and what it means to hold, and be an adult versus having a childlike wonder. And I remember reading the book myself and sitting with the notion that I could get closer to that sort of whimsy. And that sort of whimsy is what, in my opinion, drives creativity as a whole. And I think that there's something special about that. I think there's something special about the kind of idea and relation behind childlike wonder and creativity, and how as we get older we tend to lose that. And I don't think we should, which I think is very special. I just remember reading the book and feeling very moved when I was reading it. I thought it was really pretty. My mom read this to me, yet I never understood it. She read it to me in French because she really wanted me to learn French. Okay. I was like, you didn't understand it? That makes sense if she read it to you in French. I must admit, while I understand that translations are not always the most faithful, I want to believe that this translation, I believe this is the accepted English one by, let me get the translator's name again. By Richard Howard. I want to believe that this is probably a very faithful translation
because of how much just whimsy there is in it. How much whimsy that I think that Antoine de Saint-Exupéry was trying to capture, and how much the English translation kind of leads into that whimsy. I think that that's just so pretty. One of my favorite quotes from Limbus Company is actually, I don't have to keep reminding you that it's just ridiculous juvenility that adds color to life. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I like that quote. I mean, I think that that's very true. I think that creativity comes from whimsy, because I don't think there's any child, any child out there who, if you gave them, say, a pack of crayons and a paper and let them draw, they would not be able to come up with something that, creative or something beautiful. It is as we get older that we tend to lose that creativity. And I think that that's a sad thing. I think that that's such a sad thing, because I think that that creativity and that whimsy is such a pretty thing, I've personally, as I've gotten older, tried to continue on with that childlike whimsy, and I find that creativity and creative endeavors allow me to connect back with that kind of childlike spirit, the kind of soft whimsy, the kind of enjoyable what I used to have. And it breaks up the monotony. Really? Wait, the character says that in the quote it's Don Quixote? Based on Don Quixote from the book Don Quixote? Yeah. Man of La Mancha, Don Quixote. I didn't know that it's a quote from Don Quixote of all. Actually, now that I'm gonna put this out there, now that you say that it's from Don Quixote, that makes a lot of sense. If there's anyone more Delulu than me, it's Don Quixote. For look, the windmills, they fly. I have a love-hate relationship with Don Quixote. Not really my fault so much as the fault of my upbringing. It's a quote from Don Quixote in the game Limbus Company. Oh, based on the Don Quixote from the book Don Quixote. Oh, okay. It's hilarious. I love that though. I love that. I must ask, does Don Quixote fight windmills? And does he have a donkey? Does he in Limbus Company have a donkey and fight windmills? I feel like that's kind of fun. That's like what I know about Don Quixote, like tangentially, I think that that's really fun. Alright. This is my reminder to all of you lovely people that if you haven't drunk water in a while, maybe take a sip of some water, You don't fight a windmill. Oh, that's sad. You fight a Ferris wheel because La Mancha Land is a theme. Wait, that's clever! And it still has the rotating. That's actually really clever. I actually really like that a lot. That's really clever. Oh, I bet you the donkey then is like a carousel. Or like one of those like kitty rides where like a kid gets on it, they put a quarter in, and then it like goes up and down. That's really fun. I like that a lot, actually. I like that a lot. A lot of silly whimsy. Alright, I'm going to give it a few more moments. I hope you're doing well as well, Thor. I'm going to give it a few more moments, just kind of chat a little bit with you guys. The chapters in The Little Prince are a little shorter, so I'm kind of planning to take it like 10 and then 10 and then 10. But yeah, we've got a lot of nice stuff. I'm gonna be real here. I may run out of book, so when we get to the end of how many chapters is it, I will let you know in a moment. Where's the... Let's see. Um, 28, I believe. They're written in Roman numerals. I believe this is 28. Maybe it's 27. But about 27, 28 chapters. Yeah. I love Limbus. It has a great storytelling. I know you have waxed such poetic. Oh, it is. That's the number. So if someone else is more more versed in Roman numerals, 27. Thank you, you guys. Yeah. Don't trust me with numbers, but I think if I run out of book. Well, we'll find something else to read. I can find something silly on the internets to read. I can read copy pasta for you guys, you know? I'll read a copy pasta or something. I feel like that becomes less ASMR and more just absolutely cursed. Have a good day, Thor! Let's see. Alright. I think I'm going to get back into reading this. Listen, nah. I won't Charmony W today. Tomorrow, perhaps, but you know, X is 10, V is 5, and if it's in front of the V, it's +2. Yes. Yeah, the I in front of the V is 2. Yes. You should read Dante's Inferno. Oh my god, I don't know if there's an online copy of Dante's Inferno. Dante's Inferno is one of those books that I think is kind of funny because it's like it's so topically relevant to when it was written, but for me personally, like reading it all these years in the future, it's kind of one of those things where you go, oh, I have to look up all the names of these important people. But for what it's worth, I will say, I don't think anything like that is going to be... Yeah, it's a fan fiction, yeah. I don't think anything like that is ever going to be produced, like, in the same capacity as it was back then. It would be like if someone was writing, like, real-world fan fiction about today's political leaders, and they just put it into a book and published it, and it got really popular. That's what Dante's Inferno is. It's just a fan fiction with like topical like literature to the people at the time, which I think is like really funny actually. Now, is it the world's most expensive fan fiction? No, but it sure is a fan fiction. If I run out of stuff, correction, when I run out of stuff, we'll go back. It is historical real person fiction. My only complaint is that there's not enough kissing. Author Son really needed to, like, I don't remember who the writer of Dante's Inferno is, but he really needed to, like, tap into the kissing. There wasn't enough, like, Pope the Third political kissing. I wanted more of that. That's why I read fanfiction. For the kissing. I love that I can be soft. I love that I've just proven that I can be really soft, but also extremely cursed. Just putting that out there. I can be super soft and still be extremely cursed. If you want, yeah, there's always, Damien to read? What is, Damien? Oh, are you about to teach me something, Shiny? What's that? I'm asking genuinely. I don't know what that is. Have I just shamed myself by not knowing what it is? I wouldn't be surprised if I have. I mean, I'm just a little creature. All right.
11. The second planet was inhabited by a very vain man.
Ah, a visit from an admirer! He exclaimed when he caught sight of the little prince, still at some distance. To vain men, other people are still admirers.
Hello, said the little prince. That's a funny hat you're wearing.
It's for answering acclamations, the very vain man replied. Unfortunately, no one ever comes this way.
Is that so?
Said the little prince, who did not understand what the vain man was talking about. Clap your hands, directed the man. The little prince clapped his hands, and the very vain man tipped his hat in modest acknowledgment. This is more entertaining than the visit to the king. The very little prince said to himself, and he continued clapping. The very vain man continued tipping his hat in acknowledgment. After 5 minutes of this exercise, the little prince tired of the game's monotony.
And what would make the hat fall off?
He asked. But the vain man did not hear him. Vain men never hear anything but praise. Do you really admire me a great deal? He asked the little prince.
What does that mean? Admire.
To admire means to acknowledge that I am the handsomest, the best dressed, the richest, and the most intelligent man on the planet.
But you're the only man on the planet.
Do me a favor, admire me all the same.
I admire you,
said the little prince, with a little shrug of his shoulders.
But what is there about my admiration that interests you so much?
And the little prince went on his way.
Grown-ups are certainly very strange,
he said to himself as he continued on his journey. 12. The next planet was inhabited by a drunkard. This visit was a very brief one, but it plunged the little prince into a deep depression. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
He asked the drunkard, whom he found sunk in silence before a collection of empty bottles and a collection of full ones. Drinking, replied the drunkard, with a gloomy expression.
Why are you drinking?
The little prince asked. To forget, replied the drunkard.
To forget what?
Inquired the little prince, who was already feeling sorry for him. To forget to forget that I'm ashamed, confessed the drunkard, hanging his head.
Oh, what are you ashamed of?
Inquired the little prince, who wanted to help. Of drinking, concluded the drunkard, withdrawing into silence for good. And the little prince went on his way, puzzled.
Grown-ups are certainly very, very strange,
he said to himself as he continued on his journey. 13. The fourth planet belonged to a businessman. This person was so busy he didn't even raise his head when the little prince arrived.
Hello, said the little prince. Your cigarette's gone out.
3 and 2 make 5. 5 and 7, 12. 12 and 13, 3, 15. Hello, 15 and 7, 22, 22 and 6, 28. No time to light it again. 26 and 25 and 5, 31. Whew. That amounts to 501 million. That amounts to 501,622,731.
500 million... what?
Still there? 501 million... I don't remember. I have so much work to do. I am a very serious man. I can't be bothered with trifles. 2 and 5, 7...
501 million... what?
Repeated the little prince, who had never in his life let go of a question once he had asked it. The businessman raised his head. For the 54 years I've inhabited this planet, I've been interrupted only 3 times. The first time was 22 years ago, when I was interrupted by a beetle that had fallen on my desk from God knows where. It made a terrible noise, and I made 4 mistakes in my calculations. The second time was 11 years ago, when I was interrupted by a fit of rheumatism. I don't get enough exercise. I haven't had time to take strolls. I'm a serious person. The third time is right now. Where was I? 501 million.
Million what?
The businessman realized that he had no hope of being left in peace, though of those little things you sometimes see in the sky.
Flies?
No, but those shiny things.
Bees?
No, but those little golden things that make lazy people daydream. Now, go away. I'm a serious person. I have no time for daydreaming.
Ah, you mean the stars.
That's it, stars.
And what do you do with 500 million stars?
501,622,731. I'm a serious person, and I'm accurate.
And what do you do with those stars?
What do I do with them?
Yes.
Nothing. I own them.
You own the stars?
Yes.
But I've already seen a king who...
Kings don't own. They reign over. It's quite different.
And what good does owning the stars do you?
It does me the good of being rich.
And what good does it do to be rich?
It lets me buy other stars, if somebody discovers them.
The little prince said to himself, "This man argues a little like my drunkard."
Nevertheless, he asked more questions.
How can someone own the stars?
To whom do they belong? To whom do they belong? Retorted the businessman grumpily.
I don't know. To nobody?
Then they belong to me, because I thought of it first.
And that's all it takes?
Of course, when you find a diamond that belongs to nobody in particular, then it's yours. When you find an island that belongs to nobody in particular, it's yours. And when you're the first person to have an idea, you patent it, and it's yours. Now, I own the stars, since no one before me ever thought of owning them.
That's true enough, the little prince said. And what do you do with them?
I manage them. I count them, and then count them again, the businessman said. It's difficult work, but I'm a serious person.
The little prince was still not satisfied.
If I own a scarf, I can tie it around my neck and take it away. If I own a flower, I can pick it and take it away. But you can't pick the stars.
No, but I can put them in the bank.
What does that mean?
It means I can write the number of my stars on a slip of paper, and then I lock that slip of paper in a drawer.
And that's all?
That's enough.
That's amusing, thought the little prince, and even poetic, but not very serious.
The little prince had very different ideas about serious things from those of the grown-ups.
I own a flower myself, he continued, which I water every day. I own 3 volcanoes, which I rake every week. I even rake out the extinct one. You never know. So, it's of some use to my volcanoes, and it's very useful to my flower, that I own them. But you're not useful to the stars.
The businessman opened his mouth, but found nothing to say in reply, and the little prince went on his way.
Grown-ups are certainly quite extraordinary,
was all he said to himself as he continued his journey. 14. The 5th planet was very strange. It was the smallest of all. There was just enough room for a street lamp and a lamplighter. The little prince couldn't quite understand what use a street lamp without any people. The little prince couldn't quite understand what use a street lamp and a lamplighter could be up there in the sky, on a planet without any people and not a single house. However, he said to himself, it's quite possible that this man is absurd, but he's less absurd than the king, the very vain man, the businessman, and the drunkard. At least his work has some meaning. When he lights his lamp, it's as if he's bringing one more star to life, or one more flower. When he puts out his lamp, and that sends the flower
or start to sleep, which is a fine occupation and therefore truly useful.
When the little prince reached this planet, he greeted the lamplighter respectfully.
Good morning. Why have you just put out your lamp?
Orders, the lamplighter answered. Good morning.
What orders are those?
To put out my street lamp. Good evening.
And he lit his lamp again. But why do you just lit your lamp again? But why have you just lit your lamp again?
Orders.
I don't understand,
said the little prince. Nothing to understand, said the lamplighter. Orders are orders. Good morning. And he put out his lamp. Then he wiped his forehead with a red checkered handkerchief. It's a terrible job I have. Used to be reasonable enough. Put out the lamp in the mornings and lit it after dark. I had the rest of the day for my own affairs, the rest of the night for sleeping.
And since then, orders have changed?
Orders haven't changed, the lamplighter said. That's just the trouble. Year by year, the planet is turning faster and faster, and orders haven't changed.
Which means?
Which means that now that the planet revolves once a minute, I don't have an instant rest. I light my lamp, I turn it off, once every minute.
That's funny. Your days here are 1 minute long.
It's not funny at all, the lamplighter said. You and I have been talking to each other for a month.
A month?
Yes, 30 minutes, 30 days. Good evening. And he lit his lamp. The little prince watched him, growing fonder and fonder of this lamplighter, who was so faithful to orders. He remembered certain sunsets that he himself used to follow in other days. Merely by shifting his chair, he wanted to help his friend.
You know, I can show you a way to take a rest whenever you want to.
I always want to rest, the lamplighter said, for it is possible to be faithful and lazy at the same time. The prince continued.
Your planet is so small that you can walk around it in 3 strides. All you have to do is walk more slowly, and you'll always be in the sun. When you want to just rest, just walk, and the day will last as long as you want it to.
What good does that do me? The lamplighter said, when the one thing I want in life, I want to do is sleep.
Then, I guess you're out of luck,
said the little prince. I am, said the lamplighter. Good morning. And he put out his lamp. Now that man, the little prince said to himself, as he continued on his journey,
that man would be despised by all the others, by the king, by the very vain man, by the drunkard, by the businessman. Yet, he's the only one who doesn't strike me as ridiculous. Perhaps it's because he's thinking of something besides himself.
He heaved a sigh of regret and said to himself again,
that man is the only one I might have made my friend, but this planet is really too small. There's not room for 2.
What the little prince dared not admit was that he most regretted leaving that planet because it was blessed with 1,447 sunsets every 24 hours.
Oh! I'm so sorry, chat. I have not opened up this book. I turned the page, and what just fell out, I think is a kid's crayon drawing. I think it's a face. It looks like a face anyway. I'm gonna choose to believe it's a face. But I wasn't expecting this. This is actually really adorable. I am choosing to believe that this is a face. It is a man with glasses. He has big pupils, a very pointy nose, and he's got 1 tooth. He's got a tongue and 1 tooth, and the tooth is on the bottom. It's a back tooth on the bottom. And the other side has the same man, only he's green. He is green, and he has no glasses no longer. This is actually really, really cute. I'm actually really, this is really, really wholesome. I'm gonna put this to the side over here. I kind of want to return the book with the drawing in it. I feel like that would be appropriate to return the book with a little bit of whimsy. But I wanted to share that with you because I turned the page and a little drawing fell out. Anyways.
Chapter 15. The sixth planet was 10 times bigger than the last. It was inhabited by an old gentleman who wrote enormous books. "Ah, here comes the explorer," he exclaimed when he caught sight of the little prince, who was feeling a little winded and sat down on the desk. He had already traveled so much and so far. "Where did you come from?" the old gentleman asked him.
What's that big book?" asked the little prince. "What do you do with it?"
"I'm a geographer," the old gentleman answered.
"And what's a geographer?"
"A scholar who knows where the seas are, and the rivers and the cities, the mountains and the deserts."
That is very interesting," the little prince said. "Here at last is someone who has a real profession."
And he gazed around at the geographer's planet. He had never seen a planet so majestic.
"Your planet is very beautiful," he said. "Does it have any oceans?"
"I couldn't say," said the geographer.
"Oh."
The little prince was disappointed.
"And mountains?"
"I couldn't say," said the geographer.
"And cities and rivers and deserts?"
"I couldn't tell you that either," the geographer said.
"But you're a geographer."
"That's right," said the geographer, "but I'm not an explorer. There's not one explorer on my planet. A geographer doesn't go out to describe cities, rivers, mountains, seas, oceans, and deserts. A geographer is too important to go wandering about. He never leaves his study, but he receives the explorers there. He questions them. He writes down what they remember. And if the memories of one of the explorers seem interesting to him, then the geographer, conducts an inquiry into that explorer's moral character."
"Why is that?"
"Because an explorer who told lies would cause disasters in the geography books, as would an explorer who drank too much."
"Why is that?"
the little prince asked again. "Because drunkards see double, and the geographer would write down 2 mountains where there was only 1.
"I know someone," said the little prince, "who would be a bad explorer."
"Possibly. Well, when the explorer's moral character seems to be a good one, an investigation is made into his discovery."
"By going to see it?"
No. That would be too complicated. But the explorer is required to furnish proofs. For instance, if he claims to have discovered a large mountain, he is required to bring back large stones from it. The geographer suddenly grew excited. "But you come from far away. You're an explorer. You must describe your planet for me." And the geographer, having opened his logbook, sharpened his pencil. Explorers' reports are first recorded in pencil. Ink is used only after proofs have been furnished. "Well?" said the geographer, expectantly.
"Oh, where I live," said the little prince, "is not that interesting. It's so small. I have 3 volcanoes, 2 active and 1 extinct. But you never know."
"You never know," said the geographer.
"I also have a flower."
"We don't record flowers," the geographer said.
"Why not? It's the prettiest thing."
"Because flowers are ephemeral."
"What does ephemeral? What does that mean?"
"Geographies," said the geographer, "are the finest books of all. They never go out of fashion. It is extremely rare for a mountain to change position. It is extremely rare for an ocean to be drained of its water. We write eternal things."
"But extinct volcanoes can come back to life," the little prince interrupted. "What does ephemeral mean?"
"Whether volcanoes are extinct or active comes down to the same thing for us," said the geographer. "For us, what counts is the mountain. That doesn't change."
"But what does ephemeral mean?"
repeated the little prince, who had never in all his life let go of a question once he had asked it. "It means which is threatened by imminent disappearance."
Is my flower threatened by imminent disappearance?
"Of course." "My flower is ephemeral," the little prince said to himself.
And she only has 4 thorns with which to defend herself against the world, and I've left her all alone where I live.
That was his first impulse of regret, but he plucked up his courage again.
Where would you advise me to visit?
He asked. "The planet Earth," the geographer answered. "It has a good reputation." And the little prince went on his way, thinking about his flower. 16. The 7th planet, then, was the Earth. Earth is not just another planet. It contains 111 kings, including, of course, the African kings, 7,000 geographers, 900,000 businessmen, 7.5 million drunkards, 311 million vain men. In other words, about 2 billion grown-ups. To give you a notion of the Earth's dimensions, I can tell you that before the invention of electricity, it was necessary to maintain over the whole of 6 continents a veritable army of 462,511 lamplighters. Seen from some distance, this made a splendid effect. The movements of this army were ordered like those of a ballet. First came the turn of the lamplighters of New Zealand and Australia. Then, these, having lit their street lamps, would go home to sleep. Next, it would be the turn of the lamplighters of China and Siberia to perform their steps in the lamplighters' ballet. And then, they too would vanish into the wings. Then came the turn of the lamplighters of Russia and India. Then those of Africa and Europe, then those of South America and of North America, and they never missed their cues for their appearance on stage. It was awe-inspiring. Only the lamplighter of the single street lamp at the North Pole and his colleague of the single street lamp at the South Pole led carefree, idle lives. They worked twice a year. 17. Trying to be witty leads to lying. More or less. What I just told you about the lamplighters isn't completely true, and I risk giving a false idea of our planet to those who don't know it. Men occupy very little space on Earth. If the 2 billion inhabitants of the globe were to stand close together, as they might for some big public event, they would easily fit into a city block that was 20 miles long and 20 miles wide. You could crowd all of humanity onto the smallest Pacific islet. Grown-ups, of course, won't believe you. They're convinced they take up much more room. They consider themselves as important as the baobabs. So, you should advise them to make their own calculations. They love numbers, and they'll enjoy it. But don't waste your time on this extra task. It's unnecessary. Trust me. So, once he reached Earth, the little prince was quite surprised not to see anyone. He was beginning to fear he had come to the wrong planet, where the moon-colored loop uncoiled on the sand. "Good evening," said the little prince, just in case.
"Good evening,"
said the snake.
"What planet have I landed on?"
said the little prince.
"On the planet Earth, in Africa," the snake replied. "Ah, and are there no people on Earth?" "It's the deserts here. There are no people in the deserts. Earth is very big," said the snake. The little prince sat down on a rock and looked up into the sky. "I wonder," he said, "if the stars are lit up so that each of us can find his own. Someday. Look at my planet. It's just overhead, but so far away. It's lovely,
the snake said. What has you come to Earth for?
I'm having difficulties with the flower,
the little prince said.
Ah,
said the snake. And they were both silent.
Where are the people?
The little prince finally resumed the conversation.
It's a little lonely in the desert.
It's so lonely with the peoples, said the snake. The little prince looked at the snake for a long time.
You're a funny creature, he said at last. No thicker than a finger.
But I am more powerful than a king's finger, the snake said. The little prince smiled.
You're not very powerful. You don't even have feet. You couldn't travel very far.
I can take you further than a ship, the snake said. He coiled around the little prince's ankle like a golden bracelet. Anyone I touch, I send back to the land from which she came. The snake went on. But you're innocent, and you come from a star. The little prince made no reply. I feel sorry for you, being so weak on this granite earth, said the snake. I can help you someday. If you grow too homesick for your planet, I can...
Oh, I understand what you mean, said the little prince. But why do you always speak in riddles?
I solve them all, said the snake. And they both went silent. 18. The little prince crossed the desert and encountered only one flower, a flower with 3 petals, a flower of no consequence.
Good morning,
said the little prince.
Good morning,
said the flower.
Where are the people?
The little prince inquired politely. The flower had one day seen a caravan passing. People? Oh, there are 6 or 7 of them, I believe, in existence. I caught sight of them years ago. But you never know where to find them. The wind blows them away. They have no roots, which hampers them a good deal.
Goodbye,
said the little prince. Goodbye, said the flower. "19. The little prince climbed a high mountain. The only mountains he had ever known were the 3 volcanoes which came up to his knee, and he used the extinct volcano as a footstool.
From a mountain as high as this one, he said to himself, I'll get a view of the whole planet and all the people on it.
But he saw nothing but rocky peaks, as sharp as needles.
Hello?
He said, just in case. Hello, hello, hello. The echo answered.
Who are you?
Asked the little prince. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? The echo answered.
Let's be friends. I'm lonely, he said. I'm lonely. I'm lonely. I'm lonely.
The echo answered.
What a peculiar planet, he thought. It's all dry and sharp and hard, and people here have no imagination. They repeat whatever you say to them. Where I live, I had a flower. She always spoke first.
20. But it so happened that the little prince, having walked a long time through sand and rocks and snow, finally discovered a road. And all roads go to where there are people.
Good morning, he said.
It was a blossoming rose garden.
Good morning,
said the roses. The little prince gazed at them. All of them looked like his flower.
Who are you?
He asked, astounded.
We're roses,
the roses said.
Ah,
said the little prince. And he felt unhappy, very unhappy. His flower had told him she was the only one of her kind, in the whole universe, and here were 5,000 of them, all just alike, and in just one garden.
She would be very annoyed, he thought to himself. If she saw this, she would cough terribly and pretend to be dying to avoid being laughed at. And I'd have to pretend to be nursing her. Otherwise, she'd really let herself die in order to humiliate me.
And then he said to himself,
I thought I was rich because I had one flower, and all I own is an ordinary rose. That and my 3 volcanoes, which come up to my knee, one of which may be permanently extinct. It doesn't make me much of a prince.
And he lay down in the grass and wept. From here, we're going to take another break. This is your small reminder that if you have been sitting for a while, if you've been working, use this opportunity to get up and stretch. Stretching is important. All right, hang on. I'm going to mute myself for one moment so I don't destroy all your ears. That would have been so loud. That would have been so loud. I'm going to have my drinkies. It is indeed stretch time. A nice, lovely, lovely little stretch. Need to take a moment to just breathe. Wow! Hello, Brojo. Is it Brojo Hobo? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. I think I'm going to take just a short break. I'm kind of trying to balance when my ad breaks run versus when I stop and when I break for chapters. But welcome, welcome. It's so wonderful to have you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Yeah, so I think I'm going to take just a small break now. We'll probably pick back up during the ad break, which gives me about 15 minutes of rest, which would be kind of nice. But I can spend this time chatting with you guys, since I know that it's kind of, the chatting times are a bit infrequent. So if you guys want to chat with me, I will be here. Probably should be breaking, but what can you do? Oh, I'm going to take a lozenge while I'm here. But this is my perfunctory reminder to all of you to make sure you are also taking care. You know, stretching is important. How's the book so far? It's really good. The Little Prince is something I read in college, and it really left an impression on me. So it makes me very happy that I'm able to share that with you guys today. Which I think is kind of funny, and I actually really appreciate that this was the story that was chosen, that we had to read as like a mandatory read for my writing class. I think it's rather fun. Ooh, doll books, haven't seen them in ages. Indeed. Honestly, that'd be good. A dose of sanity after the curse theory I dropped. Yeah, that was something to wake up to. I don't want to think too much about that, Yuzu. The more I think about it, the more horrific it gets. I will say, I would love to read, goodness, that was my elementary school, was Roald Dahl books. I don't know if you guys have read like James and the Giant Peach, but back when I was in like elementary school, I have like very vivid memories of like the teacher reading time, and we'd all like gather around and she was reading us James and the Giant Peach, which I thought was kind of fun. I've never seen the movie, but I really enjoyed the book. I've always been a bit of an audiophile. When I was much younger, same, we were forced to read James and the Giant Peach in middle school. I'm going to put this out there, and I know that this isn't like the most wholesome vibe to put out there, but I want to say it anyway. It makes me really sad that I think at the very least in American schooling, English literature does not cultivate a love of reading. It cultivates a love, it doesn't cultivate a love of reading. It just cultivates like, you have to read books because you have to. And I must admit, I don't think that there is a good solution, but I do wish that reading books in like middle school and high school was less about like you have to read them for school and more like you get to read them for the enjoyment of the literature. More discussion, less like brutal analyzation. Because I must admit, I think I had a class where it was less like brutal analyzation and more cumulative discussion of the books. And I think I enjoyed that a lot more because it allows you to enjoy the story for what it is. And I feel like if you're forced the entire time to just analyze something, you lose the fact that works are meant to be enjoyed as they're read. Even if, the story is sad or scary, at the end of the day, a work is meant to be read to be enjoyed. It just makes me sad that I think a lot of my like high school literature was tainted by analyzation. Exact reason why I couldn't enjoy books after high school. Yeah, I think that that's what's really sad is it's so much focus on like the symbolism, the curtains are blue, and not talking about, well, the author specifically chose the curtains as blue in the scene. Why? Because the entire overarching plot narrative at this point is XYZ. But that's just me. That's one of the only reasons why I can read is because of other people. I love talking about it. Exactly. It's supposed to be immersive, not to analyze every detail but for a quiz. Yeah, it encourages you to memorize for like quizzes, and you end up spending time worrying about like if sentence 2 was a period versus a question mark and not thinking about the overall thematics of a work. And I think that just for those of you who are normally around for my playthroughs, I am a super analyzer, as you guys have noticed. The way I play Hundo is very analyzational. The way I play Honkai is very analyzational. But that's because I genuinely enjoy analyzing. But I always analyze in the terms of the overarching narrative. And I'm very rarely analyzing for like symbolism or whatever. It's more like I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the terms of an overarching narrative, and I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the Scarlet Letter. I enjoyed the Scarlet Letter too. Hated the 80 questions set again. Yeah, that sounds so brutal. That sounds so brutal. The Scarlet Letter was really fun for me because I did that one in high school, but that book was part of the class that instead of like brute force analyzing it, we had to read the entire thing over the summer. And when we came back, it was actually really nice. It was a lot of Socratic, which I do have a love-hate relationship with, but there were only 4 of us in the class. So it was a Socratic. So anytime we had a Socratic, it forced everyone to just actually talk and discuss their thoughts and ideas. And it was actually a really lovely class because it was less about like analyzing specific passages and more using evidence to back up our thoughts and ideals on theme, which I think is so fun. Yeah, being forced to analyze and break down books was horrible. I 1000%. I'm like, that's my stamp of approval, Betty. Like, say it louder for the people in the back. yeah, it's just, it forces the conversation around books to be about analyzing minute details and not talking about why those minute details are important to the story being told. And of course, there's always, the grade looming over your head. And when we get older with books, your book tastes aren't supposed to grow with you. Exactly! I must admit that I think the me now, as I am, would appreciate a lot of those classics that I read in high school. And I think that that's one of the reasons why The Call of the Wild stood out so much to me, is that for that class particularly, we had tests, but we did not have like a full-on study guide. It would be like we were told to read a set of chapters and then we'd come in and discuss those chapters. I do remember there was a quiz that I didn't like, but the quiz was very much so about thematics rather than like specific passages and whatever. And I think that was so lovely, We're supposed to grow older. As you grow older, your book tastes are supposed to grow with you, and you get judged if you read books for a younger age. I think that judgment is so stupid. I'm putting that out there. I think that judgment is so stupid. I don't think that because you're an adult, you should be forced to read XYZ. Like, reading is about enjoyment, and it's about immersion, and we read for different reasons. So I don't think we should shame people for, say, if they're reading for escapism, allowing them to read books that are meant for like young adults or teenagers, If you read for different reasons, and sometimes we just want a good escapism. I think that that's super fun. I mean, I read a lot of fan fiction. And I read it for escapism. Because for me, reading is about enjoying a world that's built and enjoying a different world and having a good time. It's like, I have no shame in saying that I read a lot of fan fiction, But I don't think people should get shamed for that. Like, what do the bigwigs want us to be doing? Nothing but non-fiction? Like, I'm putting this out there. There's a whole book industry for smut. It's a booming industry. Let us read what we want to read. I got yelled at a lot because that's stupid. Whoever was yelling at you, absolutely stupid. I'm putting this out here, and this is my genuine belief. I would rather people be reading fan fiction and reading than scrolling TikTok, scrolling social media, doom scrolling. I think that regardless of what you're reading, whether it be like a published book or, a nonfiction thing or fan fiction, even if it's smut, you're still reading. You're still using your creative muscles. You're still enjoying something. You're not doom scrolling. And I think that really is what we should be, applauding and rewarding, instead of making fun of, is you're still exercising your creative muscles and you're still enjoying literature. Most fanfiction writers are readers, I make fun of my friends for reading smut, but I don't put them down for— Exactly! I think that's the thing, is it's like, I don't think we should put down people for reading, because in a day and age where algorithms are truly designed to make you stick around, to stay, to be sucked in, I think reading is a good choice, I mean, okay. This is me exposing myself, but I am a sucker for poorly written fanfiction or out of character fanfiction. So I really enjoy fanfiction, but I am a sucker. There is nothing I love more, I think, than out of character fanfiction and badly written fanfiction. I'm not one of those people who, like, when I'm reading fanfiction, I need my characterization to be like perfect. I really like poorly written grammatically or kind of plot hole-ish and
out of character, because once I finish the story, I'm able to sit with what the author has given me and create a world all on my own from that. And I think that that's so fun. I think that there's a genuine joy and kind of excitement in reading something and then immediately getting the urge to create based off of what you've read. I like to, brainstorm and daydream and like theoretical think, and I think it's really fun to like come up with my own take on like what I've read based on what an author has given me. I find that so enjoyable personally. I know some people like they cannot stand the idea of a work of like fiction or fan fiction like not being like as close to canon, but I think that the more out of canon it is, the more fun you get to have, and I think that's so fun. Art is art, exactly. Art is art, and it's meant to make you think, and that's the joy of it. That's the joy. I must admit, I've always been a bit of an audiophile. When I was really, really young, my mother would get from the library, she'd get CDs with audiobooks on them. And anytime we were in the car going anywhere, like anywhere at all, she would put on an audiobook. And I consumed so many books via audiobook. The one that I have very, very fond memories of is the entire Mysterious Benedict Society series. If you have not seen or don't know what the Mysterious Benedict Society is, I definitely recommend checking it out. I don't know how good the TV show is. I know there's a movie or TV show, but the books itself, I have such fond memories of listening to that in the car as we were going places, and I think that that's so good. Have you read the prequels? I have. Read is didn't really read them, but I listened to them. Yes, I have. I have very fond memories of that series. That's like the one series I vividly remember listening to. I think we listened to the Harry Potter series at one point. I think we did Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants as well. There were a bunch of other things, but I just remember like anytime we'd get in the car, the CD was just always in there, and it was just we'd hit play and I would get to listen to an audiobook. And let me tell you, like child me, it was the greatest thing ever. I was quiet in the car, I was well behaved and quiet. I listened to my audiobook. I was very, very funny. Like I was a very good boy. Like it was a wonderful, wonderful thing. I think we gotta bring back audiobooks. Hello, Kappa, how are you doing? The Golden Compass series on audiobook was amazing. Oh, okay, hang on. I'm gonna save this one. I don't recognize the Golden Compass. Oh my god, hang on. I'm gonna save this, Betty. Thank you for the recommendation. Yes. Okay, there we go. Copy and paste that one. I'm doing good. How are y'all? I'm doing well as well. We're doing a little... I'm just chatting right now. Just a little break before we get back to the audiobook. But I hope you're doing good. They've done a movie series. I'm going to be honest here. There is something so magical about an audiobook. Oh, I did not see it earlier. I'm so sorry, Shiny. Sorry about that. There's something so nice about an audiobook that I think that sometimes, like a movie or a TV show, just they cannot capture. I have such a respect for audiobook authors, or, the readers. They really do a lot to... Sure, please do, Shiny. They really do a lot to, bring to life a story, and I have such a respect for that because it's a very different art. See, Yuzu, I know you wrote something earlier. The entire point of writing is a form of expression that's open to personal enjoyment and entertainment. Exactly. I think I've talked about this before, but I'm a sucker for in the perception of art, the fact that you can write your art with, or create your art
with whatever intention and expression you want in mind, but once it becomes open to public, it becomes up to public interpretation. Ah! Welcome, Keith. Is it Keith Exist? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It looks like you're gonna get hit by an ad. I do apologize. There is an ad starting soon, so please forgive me. But welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by. But I do agree that I think it's like once you put some sort of, artistic work, whether it's, whatever work of creativity you put out there, once you put it out there, it's no longer only yours. And I think that's the power of creativity, is it allows people to feel, whether or not what you wish to convey is conveyed is another statement, but good art in general makes you feel something. And I think that there's a lot of power in that. I used to enjoy writing poetry as a form of expressing myself, with the occasional short story. Didn't fit with parental and education standards and was discouraged. Eventually, yeah, the quickest way, I'm putting this out here, the quickest way to kill creativity is to box. Yeah, the death of art isn't a lack of artists, but the lack of freedom to express oneself. That is such a truest statement has not been shared. It is the quickness that we as a society are, is to box people in and to shut them down, which is, it's such a shame. It's such a shame. It's like how, I'll be very careful here, how art will never not be political. Yeah, you're fine. I totally get what you mean. You're very right. I think there's a quote somewhere where someone said, and the quote is something to the effect of, art is inherently political. It just, to create anything is to have a statement, and politics don't have to be what we think of it. Politics is just having a statement. And I think that genuinely, if you are creating something, it is because you have a statement. You have something you want to say, whether that is something big and profound, or just, I want you to be happy, or I want to be happy, I think that is the joy of art, is it is created with intention. To create something, I know that there is no definition of art, but I think my personal definition of art has always been to create with intention, to create something with intention, because that applies to a lot of things. But to create with intention is to create with the idea that you have something you want to share. And I think there's something powerful about the idea that you're able to share something, like you cannot be silenced. That I think is very pretty. I actually found a book of my old poetry a while ago and cringed, but I had to put it down because it transported me back to the mindset. That is why I personally am a huge proponent of, don't delete your old art. Don't delete your old writing. Don't delete or get rid of anything like super, super old, I myself have a flash drive. Okay, this is kind of silly. I have a flash drive that I've loaded all of my old art onto. So from the beginning of me drawing digitally to about a year ago, I think that's how updated it is, I've kept that flash drive. And it's super, super embarrassing, and I don't like looking at it. But I think it's important to preserve that kind of stuff, because even if it's embarrassing to me now, it doesn't mean that when I created it, it didn't have meaning, and it's not like I didn't create it for, it not to be looked at. And I think that that's kind of, or not to be heard or stated or just put out there. I think that that's, kind of a pretty thing. That's just me anyway. I think that that's a pretty thing. It makes me very sad that there is a death in the acceptance of art, It has become a discouragement. That always makes me very sad. And I think I talked about this, I think yesterday or the day before, just in passing, it came up in conversation, but I think there is a major death in creativity when you get to around middle school age, and they start kind of putting that question of, well, what do you want to be for the rest of your life? Like, as cliques grow and they form and you're told you have to start growing up. What do you want to be? You can't act like a child anymore. That right there is the fastest killer of whimsy and imagination, because I have vivid memories of being in middle school, end of elementary school, where I was considered uncool. I've never been cool, but I was like the super uncool kid because I wanted to still play make-believe, and I was very invested in make-believe, and I was told a lot around that time that it was time to grow up. Like, it's not time for make-believe. Unfortunately for everyone else, I never did grow up from that. I've always enjoyed make-believe. That's what talking to the voices in my head's all about. But I think that that's one of those things where it's like that, I think, was like around the time that I watched everyone else's creativity kind of die. And that makes me sad, because there's so much like sadness and whimsy, you know, that was there, that was just kind of snuffed out. So sad. Art is an expression. It may look contorted or simple, but you can view it from every angle and never understand it. The passion of the person is still there. Exactly. And that's what I think is most important, is that art, if I were to define art, it's like art is an expression. And it's like, what is art? It is to create. Like, you know, because I don't think there's anyone who has ever created anything, you know, art, traditional, untraditional, you know, unconventional, who has ever set out when they wanted to create art who didn't have something to say. Like, even if you just start doing nothing, by the end of what you've created, you'll have something to say. It doesn't have to be the most profound message. The statement could just be, this makes me happy. But it's very, oh my god, Fahrenheit 451. Oh my god, that right there, truly, that is the deepest cut. Yeah, you don't have to take it literally. The meaning is clear as day. That was another one that I enjoyed reading, Fahrenheit 451. I did not enjoy that we watched the movie afterwards. I was horrifically horrific. This is Ariel talking about her own perceptions. Obviously, when you read a book, if the author does not describe the protagonist, you are free to interpret the protagonist as you wish. We had to do a project for Fahrenheit 451, and I remember what I did was I did a reinterpretation of the beginning of Fahrenheit 451 as a comic set. It was while I was drawing that comic set that I realized after, when we watched the movie, that everyone else, because it's set in, I believe it's set in Germany, everyone else saw the protagonist, they didn't describe him, as blonde hair, blue-eyed, and I, who consumed a lot of Asian media and kind of forgot that Europe existed, I saw all the main characters as not Asian, but people with like brown hair or black hair. And it was a bit of a shock to watch the movie and be like, oh, is he blonde hair and blue-eyed? I did not clock that. Yeah, so that was something that I came to terms with. But again, I don't think they ever described the look of the protagonist, the man. So in my defense, I mean, he could have had black hair. You saying that black hair people don't exist in Germany? I mean, let's be real here. Blonde is a recessive trait. But that's one of the things I think is so wonderful about literature, is oftentimes I'll like see like a trailer for a movie of a book I've like read in the past, and I'll be like, oh, I did not imagine the protagonist looking like that. I'm putting this out here. I read The Hunger Games when I was in middle school, and when I first saw the movie, my first thought was, oh, I didn't imagine Katniss looked like that. I didn't imagine any of the characters looked the way that they cast them in the movie, and it just makes me smile, because I think that right there is like the power of literature. It's that even though they did give me descriptions, it still allowed me to create my own ideal of what I thought these characters looked like, and it forced me to engage with my imagination, and I think that that's like a really fun thing. There's also the fact that I don't have a mind's eye, but like that's a whole nother conversation. Yeah, movie shenanigans, interpretation is more powerful. It's better. Listen, no one can tell me that my version of Katniss is not hotter. Because she's in my brain, and that makes her the best. I have lots of moments like that where it's like I recently picked up a piece of original fiction, and the artist at the end of their original fiction got artwork commissioned of their characters, and it was so funny because the entire time I was like, oh, got to the end, I was like, that's what the characters look like. But I think that that's the joy of using your imagination, is you can kind of get away with stuff like that. I feel like that's the most fun. And it makes me sad that I think there are studies coming out that say that children are losing the ability to like imagine. I go, that's the best part. That's the best part. They're losing the whimsy. Which is just kind of sad. They should all read The Little Prince. Percy Jackson old official character art with a jump scare. Are we talking, Betty? Are we talking the like old book covers? The like old book covers? That's the series. Okay, so you know how people talk about how you're either a Harry Potter girl. Okay, this is me revealing my age. So for people around my age, they talk about how you're either a Harry Potter girly or you're a Percy Jackson girly. I was a Percy Jackson girly, not super invested like some people were, but I listened to the entire Percy Jackson series on audiobook, and I remember listening to the entire Percy Jackson series on audiobook, whereas I don't remember listening to the entire Harry Potter series on audiobook. They made the fan artist's character art canon. Did they really? Because her art was so popular? Honestly, I'm kind of here for that. I kind of like that. Still behind you, but feeling that year by year. Definitely lost a lot of my creativity. You guys need to embrace a little whimsy. For my Honkai Star Rail people, we all need to be a little elation, you know? A little elation in our lives. We gotta embrace a little whimsy. I think that that's the fun. My creativity has been shot my entire life. No, I'm so sorry. Exactly. No, Bun is not whimsical. Bun is just cursed. Bun's just cursed. Bun is soft and cursed, you know? I still have the entire books at my dad's library. Ah, oh, that sounds amazing. I really enjoyed the Percy Jackson series. I think that like that is the book series that I got like really into. I know that when like the Hunger Games came out, it was like around the time that like a lot of dystopian stuff was coming out, so like Hunger Games and Divergent, whatever. And I'm always super late to everything, so by the time I read Hunger Games, I think it had been out for like many years. I'm always super late to the trends. I'm not a day one person. I'm very slow. But I'm also the type of person who I will get obsessed with like one specific piece of media and then overanalyze that specific piece of media and enjoy everything that it has to offer. So I do know that like once I get invested in something, yeah, Divergent, you remember that? Maze Runner, for those of you, I'm revealing my age here a little bit, but Maze Runner, Divergent, and then not in the same wind, but in the same wind, Aragorn, I think that's the series was called. Not dystopian, but it's kind of dystopian adjacent. It's like fantasy dystopia. I never read Maze Runner. I think that's how it's spelled, like Aragorn. I know that was like super popular when I was in like around the age bracket to like read that, you know. I don't remember 100%, but I'm always super, yeah, but it was super popular, and I think with good reason. But I'm also super lame, so I'm always late to everything. And I think by the time that like those were out, I had discovered anime. I think I discovered anime by that point, and it kind of turned into Ariel gets obsessed with one particular anime, and then that was how my life was. I can't even remember. I can't even remember, like, that's a lie. I think the first anime I ever watched and got like really obsessed with which is it's Kurosutsuji, which is Black Butler. Black Butler did a number on me as a child in like the best way. And I listen to all my animes dubbed, so you'll have to forgive me. I'm a dub enjoyer, mostly because I like listening to them while I do other things. But one of the vivid things I remember from the Black Butler English dub is that for some reason there was like, they were singing London Bridges Falling Down, and there was just one section where they didn't redub the song. So it's like all of a sudden they're singing in Japanese, and I remember the dubbed portion for that from memory to this day. I think I only heard it several times, but I vividly remember Testa hagi ga magaru 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 Testa hagi ga magaru my fair lady. That's not London Bridges. I believe that's Build It Up with Stealing Gold, I believe is what it was, but I vividly remember that, and that's like one of the only things I like vividly remember, which I think is so silly. Listen, Grell is a mood. We all have a little Grell inside us. Shout out to, if you've never heard the English dub of Black Butler, I definitely encourage you to listen to Grell's dubbing. There is just this one line, and the way that he says Bessie, it brings me so much joy. You guys have no idea how much he's just like, hey, Bessie. It's just, Grell is gender, and it makes me so happy. Like, Grell is just everything. Grell is fabulous and ahead of their time. Exactly. There's there was an OTA, I think it is the abbreviation. But they had like a spin-off thing, and it was like a behind the scenes making of Black Butler season 2, and it was a whole animated like PV where it was set up as if you were like watching the characters filming the show. But there's one clip of Grell and it's just, they're walking in and they've got like a face mask and shades, and they're like, not without my makeup. Don't film me without my makeup. And the final shot of them is them like running towards the camera and like breaking the lens, and it like cuts away and then it cuts back, and it's just Grell screaming, I told you not to film me without my makeup. which is just it's just so much whimsy. Marvin, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is so good. That was popular when I was in school, was Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That's a good classic. Why do I remember that? I don't know. It's just, every time I think of Grell, like that's one of the scenes that I think of, and he's so whimsy. He's so whimsy, and I love him so much. I think it's so fun. Reaper, you said you used to draw panel comics. Now when I try to see if I can still fan, it's all just blank, and I end up focusing on work. No! I bet you, Reaper, I bet you can still do it. It may be a little difficult, but I bet you could still make wonderful, wonderful things. I bet you can. I'm putting it out here. The only bad creations are creations that stay in your head. I'm putting that out there. The only time something you create is bad is when you just let it live in your head forever as a brainworm. I have so many of those. My bad ideas are just my brainworms, just like my constant AU ideas, constant things and talking about that kind of stuff, which I think is so fun. He is simply one hell of a butler. I just think it's so fun, you know? I just liked anime only because... Oh no, you're totally understandable. My first anime was Fairy Tail, which isn't bad, but the plot was lost at some point. It's been forever since I've seen Fairy Tail, but I understand, like, that being kind of a major turnoff. There were sexy parts. Oh yeah, there were sexy parts. I think I got lucky. My introduction to anime, I think, was Black Butler and Sailor Moon. And I'm putting this out here, not only Sailor Moon, but the 4Kids Sailor Moon dub. If you guys know what that is, you guys understand how cursed that statement is. But I think that was my introduction to anime, and I've really appreciated it. And again, I'm the type of person who, when I watch anime, I'm able to watch multiple. It's just that I get obsessed with like one specific IP, and then I live in that IP forever. And I was obsessed with several anime, and then I got hit with Danganronpa, and I got stuck there for a while, you know? Actually watching it, I did like the series, but yeah, that is some pretty horrible exposure. That's not the person we want, you know, to be introducing anime to newcomers. I love the Ghost Stories dub. It is something that I think will never exist again in our time, but it's such a good, it's so good. It's so good. But I get super obsessed with things. So I think it's like by the time that like I kind of recognized stuff, I was like, oh, I'm obsessed with Danganronpa. Let's reverse analyze this media for all that it's worth. I don't know if you guys have seen those memes, the PowerPoint nights where it's like everyone brings a PowerPoint. If I ever did that with like friends, one of the contenders for PowerPoint ideas is Kokichi Oma and why he's the best character in Danganronpa, period. Or it would be Kokichi Oma reverse engineering his plan. I have a lot to say about that man, good and bad, but you know, I'm not sure whether it's good or bad that SAO is my second anime. I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. The plot. Betty has to specify. I will say, I enjoyed SAO, probably not as much as other people did, but I really enjoyed SAO. But I really enjoyed the most about SAO was the opening theme song. I really liked the opening theme song. So like anytime it came on, I was like, yes! Actually, shout out to the anime that was really popular when I was in like prime anime ship, Attack on Titan. I was the one person who was not actively watching Attack on Titan as it came out. And I got shamed by people for not watching Attack on Titan when it came out. Putting this out here, current Ariel, Attack on Titan's not my jam. It's still not my jam. I can recognize the merits that it provided for the anime community and storytelling and recognize that it's a good show, but like, it's not for me. It's not for me. Attack on Titan is not for me. Let me put it this way. While everyone else was watching Attack on Titan, I was having a great time in the Love Live fandom. Shout out to the now EOS game, Love Live School Idol Festival. That was a lot for me. I really enjoyed that. AOT was not for me either. Too gory and tragic. I'm all for a good gory and tragic kind of thing. It's just I've discovered as a person, I don't want constant fight scenes. I love a good slice of life. Still haven't watched AOT myself. From what I've seen, it's very good, and I've been informed that it gets really, really good. Really, really good. So, you know, people speak very highly about it, so I have to assume that it's quite a good watch. But I also can acknowledge that it's not necessarily my like cup of tea in the terms of if I want to watch something, I'm more inclined to watch a slice of life or a harem anime. I'll watch Vampire Night again. I'll watch Vampire Night again. Like a harem, you know? I'll watch it again. I'll watch it again. While people were watching it, I love K-On! I love K-On! I love K-On so much. TBH, when AOT gets good is when I dropped it. It wasn't good enough to be interested in. No, that's so valid, Betty. And here's the thing is, I think that sometimes, like, anime fans, as a whole, I know this is a generalization, but I think that they sometimes forget that not everyone wants to watch anime for, like, a shonen fight scene. And when you say, like, oh, that's not my cup of tea, or, oh, I didn't really enjoy it that much, I never finished it, they act like you have, like, spat upon the entire thing and said, like, the entire, like, show was, like, you know, the most horrific thing. It's like, no, it's just that not all of us want to... It's like not all of us want to watch a shonen, just like not all of us want to watch an isekai, you know? Not all of us want to watch a harem. There's different strokes for different folks, you know? I really like Lucky Star because it's a slice of life. Like I'm a real sucker for good slice of life. I like my SOL. I do too. I love my slice of lives. They make me very happy. Slice of life and like idol anime make me very, very happy. And I think the reason I like that so much is because when I play video games, a lot of the video games I play are very like fantasy and like dramatic and like masterful. And so it's kind of nice to like contrast that with a little slice of life, you know? That's just my take on it though. And that's just my likes. It's like if you like, you know, that kind of stuff and you don't like slice of life, more power to you. That's why there's different strokes for different folks, you know? When it comes to anime, wait, isn't that is it Katanagatari? You told me about Katanagatari. I had to pause there. I was like, wait, I pronounced that incorrectly, didn't I? You talked to me about that a long time ago as a guilty pleasure. Because I was pronouncing it wrong. Two characters travel many places, experience life's joys and sorrows, burning the lives of who lived happiness. Exactly. See, I think that that's one of those things where it's like there's different strokes for different folks, but it's like we absolutely love a good story that like, you know, delves into philosophy. That makes me happy anyway. Fruits basket! Oh my god, my heart. No one has talked about Fruits Basket in so long. Oh my god, that's a throwback from the past. If when 86 season 3 releases, it'll be my life. I love Lucky Star. It's such an Here's the thing is, I think it's underrated in today's day and age, but I think like the older anime watching generation really enjoyed Lucky Star. I made my parents watch Fruit Baskets. What did they think? I will say there is one show that I was able to get my parents to sit down and watch and that they did enjoy. And that was they really enjoyed Cells at Work. I was able to get them to sit down and watch Cells at Work, season 1, and they had a good time, and that made me very happy, because I really like Cells at Work. We don't talk about Your Lie in April. We don't talk about Kimi da yo, kimi nan da yo. Hoshiete kureta. Kuruyami mo iwaru kara. Hoshisora ni naru. Kanashimi mo egao ni mo takusanai de. きらがくどの星も君を照らすから I have to cough, I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. I didn't want to cough in your ear.
you had them watch Orange, Your Name, Spirited Away, House in the Castle, and a few other things. Those are good options. Violet Evergarden is a great option. My parents don't do anime, but they do Studio Ghibli, so there is that. I think my father and I have seen every single Studio Ghibli film, and then every work that has been done by Hayao Miyazaki as well, which is really fun for the two of us. And I'm pretty sure my mom has seen pretty much the like known repertoire, but like that's probably the one thing that they have watched, which I think is fun. But Violet Evergarden is so good. There wasn't really any good anime this season, but I hear next season's looking good. I look forward to it. I think there's probably definite stuff. My parents didn't love Ghibli movies, funny enough. Oh, that's sad. I really enjoy Ghibli movies. Is Toradora slice of life? I don't know. Is Toradora slice of life? I think I'd count Toradora as slice of life. At the very least, even if it's not fully slice of life, it's got slice of life elements. So like I consider it slice of life. I'm a sucker for a good like slice of life anime. I think that makes me very happy, you know. I think that that's very, very fun and enjoyable. The newest anime that I really did enjoy, the two newest ones that I really enjoyed was Apothecary Diaries. I really enjoyed that, and I really enjoyed Frieren. Those are the two shows, like most recently, I think anime-wise, that I like really enjoyed. I enjoyed those. But again, I'm always super behind the times, so like by the time everyone was like already obsessed with it, that is around the time that I like got into doing it. Thank you for the reminder to breathe, New Corp. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I love Apothecary Diaries. It's so good. It's so good. As slice of life helps me reflect when I finish watching it. Genre really makes me pause, look at myself in the mirror. You got the art book behind the scenes. Ah, you're so lucky. I'm so jelly. I mean that in the best way. I'm so jelly, Betty. Heck yeah. I really enjoyed Shangri-La Frontier. Really neat game anime. Isn't a death game. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Speaking of death game, shout out to the Danganronpa anime. Don't watch the anime if you want to enjoy Danganronpa. Watch the anime after you've played Danganronpa so you can appreciate the amazingly silly English dubbing. I'm putting it out here. The director, the voice director who was doing it, knew Danganronpa's IP. There was a lot of stuff that they got away with that they probably shouldn't have, and there's a lot of like really stupid one-liners in the Danganronpa anime that genuinely make me laugh. There's just several one-liners that like genuinely it makes me laugh so much. I just think that that's funny. It makes me very happy. It's been a time. I'm still holding out hope for a V3 playthrough. That'd be very happy. A V3 remake, I'd be content with that. I would really like that. That would be nice. I can sit in my Delulu and hope. I can sit in my Delulu and hope. Excuse me while I cough again. You enjoy your anime, Shiny. You have a good lurk. Enjoy your anime. Okay. Thank you guys for letting me ramble. Hang on one moment. So sorry. I just got actually an important text. There we go. Okay.
Sorry about that. That was, an actual important family text. I'm a bit surprised they didn't do a V3 anime. I'm going to be real. I like the Danganronpa 3. So there's a difference. There's 3 and then there's V3. I like the 3 anime. I thought it was fun. I wish it was V3. I'm just putting that out there. I would have loved a... Can you imagine how cursed anime Kokichi would have been? I'm just putting that out there. Can you imagine how cursed anime Kokichi would be? Hey Ariel, I'm raising your chat and stream does not show the name of people with more than 2 badges. Yeah, it's because the I don't think I can fix that. It's the size of my window. Because the chat is so squished, it usually doesn't display the whole name. I can see if I can fix that. But yeah, that's why it kind of does that. Secret person with hammer and sword. Yeah, it's hammer sword first. Who could that be? Alright, hang on. I'm gonna see if I can fix this. Let me... I don't know if... Because I have it set that way so you can read the font size of the messages, because when I'm on this screen, if I make the font smaller, you can't read it in the VOD. So I don't know if I can fix that. What if I hit this? No. Okay, that's something for me to try and figure out later. That is a problem for future me. But thank you for letting me know, Shiny. I will see if I can figure out a solution for that before 2.0, in which I will have a new chat box, because it'll be pretty. I made a separate source with a different chat box layout for just chatting. No, that makes sense. I don't know if I'm able to do that with the way that I have my chat box set up, because my chat box, with the way that it's set up, it asks you to change the size of the font in it, and that's the reason everything's so squished, is because I have the font set super high. That's a problem for future Bun. I'll do that later. Yeah, I don't know what program you use to yeah, I don't know if it... That's actually really smart though, Betty. I'm going to steal that idea for when I redo everything. That's actually really smart. But I don't know if the program I'm currently working supports that. But I like that idea. I'm just gonna yoink that one. And if you see me doing the same thing, you saw nothing. Alright. I am going to continue reading. Thank you all so much for letting me get a little yap out of my system. I know you guys know that I do enjoy a good yap, so thank you guys for indulging me and letting me yap a little. We're going to be finishing up this book, and then I'll probably take a little bit of a break, mostly because I need to eat, and I haven't eaten yet, so I'll probably do that. And then when we come back, we'll start on the second book, and I'll probably get distracted again because I need to make this last several hours. Yeah, I haven't done that yet. It was supposed to arrive earlier, and then it ended up arriving like right when stream started, so whoopsies. It's okay. It's okay. I'll be fine. I promise. Alright. But thank you guys again for indulging me. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the indulgement. Alright. Back to the book. 21. It was then that the fox appeared. "Good morning," said the fox. "Good morning," the little prince answered politely, though when he turned around, he saw nothing. "I'm here," the voice said, "under the apple tree." "Who are you?" the little prince asked. "You're very pretty." "I'm a fox," the fox said. "Come, play with me," the little prince proposed. "I'm feeling so sad." "I can't play with you," the fox said. I'm not tamed.
Excuse me,
said the little prince. But upon reflection, he added,
what does tamed mean?
You're not from around here, the fox said. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for people, said the little prince. What does tamed mean?
People, said the fox, have guns, and they hunt. It's quite troublesome. They also raise chickens. That's the only interesting thing about them. Are you looking for chickens?
No, said the little prince. I'm looking for friends. What does tamed mean?
It means something that's been too often neglected. It means to create ties.
To create ties?
That's right, the fox said. For me, you're the only little boy, just like 100,000 other little boys. And I have no need for you, and you have no need of me either. For you, I'm only one fox, like 100,000 other foxes. But if you tame me, we'll need each other. You'll be the only boy in the world for me, and I'll be the only fox in the world for you.
Oh, I'm beginning to understand, the little prince said. There's a flower. I think she's tamed me.
Possibly, the fox said. On Earth, one sees all kinds of things.
Oh, this isn't on Earth, the little prince said.
The fox seemed quite intrigued. On another planet?
Yes.
Are there hunters on that planet?
No.
Now that's interesting. And chickens?
No.
Nothing's perfect, sighed the fox, but he returned to his idea. My life is monotonous. I hunt chickens, people hunt me, all chickens are alike, and all men are just alike, so I'm rather bored. But if you tame me, my life will be filled with sunshine. I'll know the sound of footsteps that will be different from all the rest. Other footsteps will send me back underground. Yours will call me out of my burrow like music. And then look, you see that wheat fields over there? I don't eat bread. For me, wheat is of no use whatsoever. Wheat fields say nothing to me, which is sad. But you have hair the color of gold, so it will be wonderful once you've tamed me. The wheat, which is golden, will remind me of you, and I'll love the sound of the wind in the wheat. The fox fell silent and stared at the little prince for a long while. Please, tame me, he said.
I'd like to,
the little prince replied.
But I haven't much time. I have friends to find and so many things to learn.
The only things you learn are the things you tame, said the fox. People haven't time to learn anything. They buy things ready-made in stores. But since there are no stores where you can buy friends, people no longer have friends. If you want a friend, tame me.
What do I have to do?
Asked the little prince. You have to be very patient, the fox answered. First, you'll sit down a little ways away from me, over there in the grass. I'll watch you out of the corner of my eye, and you won't say anything. Language is the source of misunderstandings. But day by day, you'll be able to sit a little closer. The next day, the little prince returned. It would have been better to return at the same time, the fox said. For instance, if you come at 4 in the afternoon, I'll begin to feel happy by 3. The closer it gets to 4, the happier I'll feel. By 4, I'll be all excited and worried. I'll discover what it costs to be happy. But if you come at any old time, I'll never know when I should prepare my heart. There must be rights.
What's a right?
Asked the little prince. That's another thing that's been too often neglected, said the fox. It's the fact that one day is different from the other days, 1 hour different from the other hours. My hunters, for example, have a right. They dance with the village girls on Thursdays, so Thursday's a wonderful day. I can take a stroll all the way to the vineyards. If the hunters danced whenever they chose, all days would be just alike, and I'd have no holiday at all. That was how the little prince tamed the fox, and when the time to leave was near, "Ah," the fox said, "I shall weep."
"It's your own fault," the little prince said. "I never wanted to do you any harm, but you insisted that I tame you."
"Yes, of course," the fox said.
"But you're going to weep,"
said the little prince. "Yes, of course," the fox said.
"Then you get nothing out of it."
"I get something," the fox says, "because of the color of wheat." Then he added, "Go look at the roses again. You'll understand that yours is the only rose in the world. Then come back to say goodbye, and I'll make you a gift of a secret. I'll make you the gift of a secret." The little prince went to look at the roses again.
"You're not at all like my rose. You're nothing at all. Yet," he told them. "Nothing at all yet," he told them. "No one has tamed you, and you haven't tamed anyone. You're the way my fox was. He was just a fox, like 100,000 others. But I've made him my friend, and now he's the only fox in all the world."
And the roses were humbled.
"You're lovely, but you're empty," he went on. "One couldn't die for you. Of course, an ordinary passerby would think my rose looked just like you. But my rose, all on her own, is more important than all of you together, since she's the one I've watered, since she's the one I put under glass, since she's the one I sheltered behind a screen, since she's the one for whom I killed the caterpillars, except for the 2 or 3 for butterflies, since she's the one I listened to when she complained, or when she boasted, or even sometimes when she said nothing at all. She's my rose."
And he went back to the fox.
"Goodbye," he said.
"Goodbye," said the fox. "Here's my secret. It's quite simple. One sees clearly only with the heart. Anything essential is invisible to the eyes."
"Anything essential is invisible to the eyes,"
the little prince repeated, in order to remember. "It's the time you spent on your rose that makes your rose so important."
"It's the time I spent on my rose,"
the little prince repeated, in order to remember. "People have forgotten this truth," the fox said, "but you mustn't forget it. You become responsible forever for what you've tamed. You're responsible for your rose."
"I'm responsible for my rose,"
the little prince repeated, in order to remember. 22.
"Good morning,"
said the little prince. "Good morning," said the railway switchman.
"What is it that you do here?"
asked the little prince. "I sort the travelers into bundles of 1,000, the switchman said. "I dispatch the trains that carry them, sometimes to the right, and sometimes to the left." And a brightly lit express train, roaring like thunder, shook the switchman's cable.
What's the hurry they're in?"
said the little prince.
"What are they looking for?"
"Not even the engineer of the locomotive knows," said the switchman. And another brightly lit express train thundered by in the opposite direction.
"Are they coming back already?"
asked the little prince. "It's not the same ones," the switchman said. "It's an exchange."
"They weren't satisfied where they were?"
asked the little prince. "No one is ever satisfied where he is," the switchman said. And a third brightly lit express train thundered past.
"Are they chasing the first travelers?"
asked the little prince. "They're not chasing anything," the switchman said. "They're sleeping in there, or else they're yawning. Only the children are pressing their noses against the window panes."
"Only children know what they're looking for,"
said the little prince.
"They spend their time on a rag doll, and it becomes very important. And if it's taken away from them, they cry."
"They're lucky," the switchman said. 23.
"Good morning,"
said the little prince.
"Good morning,"
said the sales clerk. This was a sales clerk who sold pills invented to quench thirst. Swallow one a week, and you no longer feel the need to drink.
"Why do you sell these pills?"
"They save so much time," the sales clerk said. "Experts have calculated that you can save 53 minutes a week."
And what do you do with those 53 minutes?
Whatever you like,
If I had 53 minutes to spend as I liked,
the little prince said to himself.
I'd walk very slowly towards a water fountain.
Hello, Blood. I hope you're doing well.
24. It was now the 8th day since my crash landing in the desert, and I'd listened to the story about the sales clerk, and I was drinking the last drop of my water supply. I said to the little prince, your memories are very pleasant, but I haven't yet repaired my plane. I have nothing left to drink, and I, too, would be glad to walk very slowly towards a water fountain.
My friend the fox told me.
Little fellow, this has nothing to do with the fox.
Why?
Because we're going to die of thirst. The little prince didn't follow my reasoning and answered me.
It's good to have a friend, even if you're going to die. Myself, I am very glad to have a fox for a friend.
He doesn't realize the danger, I said to myself. He's never hungry or thirsty. A little sunlight is enough for him. But the little prince looked at me and answered my thought.
I'm thirsty too. Let's find a well.
I made an exasperated gesture. It is absurd looking for a well at random in the vastness of the desert. But even so, we started walking. When we had walked for several hours in silence, night fell, and stars began to appear. I noticed them, as in a dream, being somewhat feverish on account of my thirst. The little prince's words danced in my memory. So, you're thirsty too? I asked. But he didn't answer my question. He merely said to me,
Water can also be good for the heart.
I didn't understand his answer, but I said nothing. I knew by this time that it was no use questioning him. I was tired. He sat down. I sat down next to him, and after a silence, he spoke again.
Stars are beautiful because of a flower. The stars are beautiful because of a flower you don't see.
I answered, yes, of course. And without speaking another word, I stared at the ridges of sand in the moonlight.
The desert is beautiful,
the little prince added. And it was true. I've always loved the desert. You sit down on a sand dune. You see nothing. You hear nothing. And yet, something shines. Something sings in that silence.
What makes the desert beautiful,
the little prince said,
is that it hides a well somewhere.
I was surprised by sudden understanding that mysterious radiance of the sands. When I was a little boy, I lived in an old house, and there was a legend that a treasure was buried in it somewhere. Of course, no one was ever able to find that treasure. Perhaps no one even searched. But it cast a spell over that whole house. My house hid a secret in the depths of its heart. Yes, I said to the little prince, whether it's a house, or the stars, or the desert, what makes them beautiful is invisible.
I'm glad, he said, you agree with my fox.
As the little prince was falling asleep, I picked him up in my arms and started walking again. I was moved. It was as if I was carrying a fragile treasure. It actually seemed to me there was nothing more fragile on earth. By the light of the moon, I gazed at the pale forehead, those closed eyes, those locks of hair trembling in the wind, and I said to myself, what I am looking at is only a shell. What is most important is invisible. As his lips parted in a half smile, I said to myself again, what moves me so deeply about this sleeping little prince is his loyalty to a flower, the image of a rose shining within him, like the flame within a lamp, even when he's asleep. And I realized he was even more fragile than I had thought. Lamps must be protected. A gust of wind can blow them out. And walking on like that, I found the well at daybreak. 25. The little prince said, "People start out in express trains, but they no longer know what they're looking for. Then they get all excited and rush around in circles." And he added,
"It's not worth the trouble."
The well we had come to was not like all the wells of the Sahara. The wells of the Sahara are no more than holes dug in the sand. This one looked more like a village well. But there was no village here, and I thought I was dreaming. "It's strange," I said to the little prince. "Everything is ready. The pulley, the bucket, and the rope." He laughed, grasped the rope, and set the pulley working, and the pulley groaned the way an old weather vane groans when the wind has been asleep for a long time.
"Hear that?" said the little prince. "We've awakened this well, and it's singing."
I didn't want to tire him. I didn't want him to tire himself out. "Let me do that," I said. "It's too heavy for you." Slowly, I hoisted the bucket to the edge of the well. I set it down with great care. The song of the pulley continued in my ears, and I saw the sun glisten on the still trembling water.
"I am thirsty for that water," said the little prince. "Let me drink some."
And I understood what he'd been looking for. I raised the bucket to his lips. He drank, eyes closed. It was as sweet as a feast. The water was more than merely a drink. It was born of our walk beneath the stars, of the song of the pulley, of the effort in my arms. It did the heart good, like a present. When I was a little boy, the Christmas tree lights, the music of midnight mass, the tenderness of people's smiles made up, in the same way, the whole radiance of the Christmas present I received.
"People where you live," the little prince said, "grow 5,000 roses in one garden. Yet they don't find what they're looking for."
"They don't find it," I answered.
"And yet, what they're looking for could be found in a single rose, or a little water."
"Of course," I answered.
And the little prince added, "But eyes are blind. You have to look with the heart."
I had drunk the water. I could breathe easy now. The sand at daybreak is honey-colored, and that color was making me happy too. When did I also feel so sad?
"You must keep your promise,"
said the little prince, sitting up again beside me. "What promise?"
"You know, a muzzle for my sheep. I am responsible for this flower."
I took my drawings out of my pocket. The little prince glanced at them and laughed as he said,
"Your baobabs look more like cabbages."
"Oh, I had been so proud of the baobabs."
"Your fox, his ears look more like horns, and they're too long."
And he laughed again. "You are being unfair, my little prince," I said. "I never knew how to draw anything but boas from the inside and boas from the outside."
"Oh, that'll be all right," he said. "Children understand."
So then, I drew a muzzle, and with a heavy heart, I handed it to him. "You've made plans I don't know about." But he didn't answer. He said,
"You know, my fall to Earth, tomorrow will be the first anniversary."
Then, after a silence, he continued,
"I landed very near here."
And he blushed. And once again, without understanding why, I felt a strange grief. However, a question occurred to me. Then, it wasn't by accident that on that morning I met you. 8 days ago, you were walking that way, all alone, 1,000 miles from any inhabited region. Were you returning to the place where you fell to earth?" The little prince blushed again, and I added, hesitantly, "Perhaps on account of the anniversary?" The little prince blushed once more. He never answered questions. But when someone blushes, doesn't that mean yes?
Ah, said the little prince. I'm afraid. But he answered, You must get to work now. You must get back to your engine. I'll wait here. Come back tomorrow night.
But I wasn't reassured. I remembered the fox. You risk tears if you let yourself be tamed.
We're going to take a quick break before the end of the story because I do see that there is an ad coming up. Please use this time to make sure you've gotten a drink. Use this time, get a snack, stretch your legs, maybe use the bathroom, you know? I will be taking a break as well, so you won't miss anything. I'm actually going to step away and use the bathroom myself. And once we get back, we will finish The Little Prince, probably do a little more chatting. And then I'll go back and we'll read the next book. So thank you all so much. We will be right back. I'm gonna just boop. Thank you guys so much for waiting. I do appreciate it. I went and I also made myself a cup of tea for post this book. So that's a good thing that I was able to get done as well. All right, we are going to get right back into the ending of The Little Prince. And once we do that, then we will probably do a little chatting and then we'll transition into the next book. Please just give me one moment. I've got a lozenge, so I have to pull the lozenge out. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. 26. Beside the well, there was a ruin, an old stone wall. When I came back from my work the next evening, I caught sight of my little prince from the distance. He was sitting on top of the wall, legs dangling, and I heard him talking. "Don't you remember?" he was saying. "This isn't exactly the place." Another voice must have answered him, for he replied, "Oh yes, it's the right day, but it isn't the place." I continued walking towards the wall. I still could neither see nor hear anyone. Yet the little prince answered again. "Of course, you'll see where my tracks begin on the sand. Just wait for me there. I'll be there tonight." I was 20 yards from the wall and still saw no one. Then the little prince said, after a silence, "Your poison is good? You're sure it won't make me suffer long?" I stopped short, my heart pounding, but I still didn't understand. "Now go away," the little prince said. "I want to get down from here." Then I looked down towards the foot of the wall and gave a great start. There, coiled in front of the little prince, was one of those yellow snakes that can kill you in 30 seconds. As I dug into my pocket for my revolver, I stepped back. But at the noise I made, the snake flowed over the sand like a trickling fountain, and without even hurrying, slipped away between the stones with a faint, metallic sound. I reached the wall just in time to catch my little prince in my arms, his face white as snow. "What's going on here? You're talking to snakes now?" I had loosened the yellow scarf he always wore. I had moistened his temples and made him drink some water. And now I didn't dare ask anything more. He gazed at me with a serious expression and put his arms around my neck. I felt his heart beat like a dying bird's when it's been shot. He said to me, "I'm glad you found what was the matter with your engine. Now you'll be able to fly it again." "How did you know?" I was just coming to tell him that I had been successful beyond all hope. He didn't answer my question. All he said was, "I'm leaving today too." And then, sadly, "It's much further. It's much more difficult." I realized that something extraordinary was happening. I was holding him in my arms, like a little child, yet it seemed to me that he was the one dropping headlong into an abyss, and I could do nothing to hold him back. His expression was very serious now, lost and remote. "I have your sheep, and I have a crate for it, and the muzzle." And he smiled sadly. I waited a long time. I could feel that he was reviving a little. "Little fellow, you were frightened." Of course he was frightened, but he laughed a little. "I'll be much more frightened tonight." Once again, I felt chilled by the sense of something irreparable, and I realized I couldn't bear the thought of never hearing that laugh again. For me, it was like a spring of fresh water in the desert. "Little fellow, I want to hear you laugh again." But he said to me, "Tonight, it'll be a year. My star will be just above the place where I fell last year." "Little fellow, it's a bad dream, isn't it? All this conversation with the snake and the meeting place and the star." But he didn't answer my question. All he said was, "The important thing is what can't be seen." Of course. "It's the same for the flower. If you love a flower that lives on a star, then it's good, at night, to look up at the sky
All the stars are blossoming.
Of course.
It's the same for the water. The water you gave me was like music, on account of the pulley and the rope. Remember, it was good.
Of course.
At night, you'll look up at the stars. It's too small where I live for me to show you where my star is. It's better that way. My star will be one of the stars for you. So you'll like looking at all of them. They'll all be your friends. And besides, I have a present for you.
He laughed again. Ah, little fellow, little fellow. I love hearing that laugh.
That will be my present. Just that. It'll be the same for the water. As for the water.
What do you mean?
People have stars, but they aren't the same. For travelers, the stars are guides. For other people, they're nothing but tiny lights. And for still others, for scholars, they're problems. For my businessmen, they were gold. But all those stars are silent stars. You, though, you have stars like nobody else.
What do you mean?
When you look up at the night sky, since I'll be living on one of them, since I'll be laughing on one of them, for you, it'll be as if the stars are laughing. You'll have stars that can laugh.
And he laughed again.
And when you're consoled, everyone eventually is consoled. You'll be glad you've known me. You'll always be my friend. You'll feel like laughing with me. And you'll open your window, sometimes, just for the fun of it. And your friends will be amazed to see you laughing while you're looking up at the sky. And you'll tell them, yes, it's the stars. They always make me laugh. And they'll think you're crazy. It'll be a nasty trick I played on you.
And he laughed again.
And it'll be as if I had given you, instead of stars, a lot of tiny bells that know how to laugh.
And he laughed again. Then he grew serious once more.
Tonight, don't come.
I won't leave you.
I'll look as if I'm suffering. It'll look a little as if I'm dying. It'll look that way. Don't come to see that. It's not worth the trouble.
I won't leave you. But he was anxious.
I'm telling you this on account of the snake. He mustn't bite you. Snakes are nasty sometimes. They bite just for fun.
I won't leave you. But something reassured him.
It's true they don't have enough poison for a second bite.
That night, I didn't see him leave. He got away without making a sound. When I managed to catch up with him, he was walking fast, with determination. All he said was,
"Ah, you're here."
And he took my hand. But he was still anxious.
You were wrong to come. You'll suffer. It'll look as if I'm dead. And that won't be true.
I said nothing.
You understand. It's too far. I can't take this body with me. It's too heavy.
I said nothing.
But it'll be like an old abandoned shell. There's nothing sad about an old shell.
I said nothing. He was a little disheartened now. But he made one more effort.
It'll be nice. I'll be looking at the stars too. All the stars will be wells with a rusty pulley. All the stars will pour out water for me to drink.
I said nothing.
And it'll be fun. You'll have 5 million little bells, and I'll have 5 million springs of fresh water.
And he too said nothing, because he was weeping.
Here's the place. Let me go alone.
And he sat down, because he was frightened. Then he said,
my flower. I'm responsible for her, and she's so weak and so naive. and she has 4 ridiculous thorns to defend her against the world.
I sat down too, because I was unable to stand any longer. He said,
There. That's all.
I hesitated a little longer. Then, he stood up. He took a step. I couldn't move. There was nothing but a yellow flash close to his ankle. He remained motionless for an instant. He didn't cry out. He fell gently, the way a tree falls. There wasn't even a sound, because of the sand. 27. And now, of course, it's been 6 years already. I've never told this story before. The friends who saw me again were very glad to see me alive. It was sad. I was sad. But I told them, it's fatigue. Now, I'm somewhat consoled. That is, not entirely. But I know he did get back to his planet, because at daybreak, I didn't find his body. It wasn't such a heavy body. And at night, I love listening to the stars. It's like 500 million little bells. But something extraordinary had happened. When I drew that muzzle for the little prince, I forgot to put in a leather strap. He could have fastened it on his sheep. And then I wonder, what happened there on his planet? Maybe the sheep has eaten the flour. Sometimes I tell myself, of course not. The little prince puts his flour under glass and keeps close watch over his sheep. Then I'm happy, and the stars laugh sweetly. Sometimes I tell myself, anyone might be distracted once in a while, and that's all it takes. One night, he forgets to put her under glass, or else the sheep got out without making any noise during the night. Then the bells are all changed into tears. It's all a great mystery, for you who love the little prince too. As for me, nothing in the universe can be the same if somewhere, no one knows where, a sheep we never saw has, or has not, eaten a rose. Look up at the sky. Ask yourself, has the sheep eaten the flower or not? And you'll see how everything changes, and no grown-up will ever understand how such a thing could be so important.
And that is the end of The Little Prince. I forgot how much I really enjoyed that. If you give me one moment to blow my nose. Okay, I'm good. Thank you for waiting. I'm so sorry about that. I forgot how much the ending is a bit of a tearjerker. But thank you all so much for being here for the first book. I am going to take probably 30 to 45 minutes to just kind of just let loose, chat with you guys. I really have always enjoyed The Little Prince. I think that the story itself is so pretty. It's a bit bittersweet at the end, but I think it's a really sweet story, reminding us as adults that I assume we all are, that we need to take a little time to indulge in the whimsy. Think about the whimsy, indulge in the whimsy. I think it's so pretty. I have gotten my cup of tea, which is like super nice. So I have my cup of tea and I have my meal. So I'm doing pretty good. I do apologize. I forgot how just kind of tear-jerking that ending was. I really like that ending. I believe that, and I think I may be wrong when I say this, but I believe that Um, the original author, Antoine de Exupéry, Saint-Exupéry, when he wrote that, the protagonist character that we're following is him, and I don't know if what has and has not been confirmed, but I believe that the background behind The Little Prince is it is a story from the author Antoine de Saint-Exupéry himself, recounting a story that he experienced himself. And I believe that that is the background for The Little Prince. Which I think is just, I think it's just such a sweet story. And I don't think anyone knows if it is true or if it is just a story or what have you. But regardless of, you know, if something is true or not, I still think it is such a sweet tale and a reminder that, you know, that children see the world so much more whimsically than the rest of us do, and we as silly grown-ups should take the time to ask questions and to indulge in our whimsy, you know what I mean? Indulge in our whimsy, and I think that that's wonderful. Alright. I'm going to do a little setup for the next story. What is this? It's annotated version. Okay, I have that set up, which is wonderful. So I'm going to take, whoopsies, I did not mean to do that. There we go. I am going to take probably 30 minutes, maybe 45, to just kind of relax and rest, but I will be chatting with you guys, so if you guys want to chat with me, this would be the time to do it now. If not, we can just listen to the soft music that I really enjoy. But yeah, do you like opening Pokemon cards? I haven't opened a Pokemon card pack in a while, but I did collect Pokemon cards. I still have my collection. I really enjoy opening Pokemon cards, but with the prices and the kind of scalping going on with Pokemon, it's not really worth it in my opinion to try and get back into the hobby right now. And I don't care to do it virtually. I know that there's like a TCG Pocket, but at the moment I don't really care to do that virtually. It's funny how the prince tells him to look at the stars and hear the prince's laughter. Kyosuke learns that Kaori lives on through the spirit of me. No, don't say that. Kyosuke lives at Kaori. It hurts my heart. That hurts my heart, Keith. Exists. That hurts my heart. You should show us the cards you have. I'm not sure where my cards have ended up. If I'm able to find them, perhaps I'll do a stream where I show off my collection. But I don't really have, I don't really think I have the ability at the moment to do a hand cam stream. I'm not really sure how some people have them set up, but I don't think I have the ability to do that at the moment, so a lot of things that would have to be done with like a live video, I don't think I'd be able to do at the moment, unless someone was willing to like help me figure out what I'd need to invest in and purchase and whatever. But yeah, I think at the moment, it is that I have like 20k cards. Dang, I think I only have a small binder left, and I know the reason I only have a small binder is because when one of my nephews got into Pokemon, when he was kind of at the age you get into Pokemon, I gave him I think most of my collection at the time, so that he could enjoy it,
because I think that that's the important thing about Pokemon cards specifically, is that when you're ready to get rid of them, you should try and give them to like someone from the younger generation so that they can experience the same joy that you felt. I'm a big supporter of, if you no longer want like fan merch that you have, or like official merch, or like merchandise for like a series, either sell it or give it away. That way you're not just throwing it in the landfill, but everything ends up in the landfill, I know, kind of in a cynical sense, but I think there's something nice about the idea that it once brought me joy, and so now that I'm ready to get rid of it, my hope is that it will go to someone else who it will also bring them joy. You know what I mean? That's just my thought. I think my mom just got a threat from an Amazon seller. That's concerning. The pilot continues to look at the stars, and Kyosei continues to play the piano. Both are forever marked by a sad but life-altering relationship. Oh, it's so sad. I don't want to think of it like that. That's so sad. Hang on. Sorry, that was so loud. I just broke my lozenge. I'm so sorry about that. From what I know, you need a mic arm and a camera for it. Dang. Blood's coming. Blood be coming. Blood is ready. Right? Blood's ready to throw down. From what I know, you need a mic arm and a camera for it. Okay. I don't really have a camera at the moment, so I know you're always ready. Blood's always ready to do a little stabby stab stab. I don't really have a mic arm at the moment, but not a mic arm, a camera. So perhaps that's something to consider for the future. But I don't think I'll be doing a lot of like hand cam streams at the moment, so that's probably something to invest in like the far future. Unless, you know, you guys would like really want something like that. I'm not too sure. I do apologize. I do think it's funny that you guys have to remember that I'm very baby as a streamer too. So please sometimes treat me like I'm a little stupid idiot, because I'm very new to this. But I always appreciate you guys are willing to help me out. It's a card saying to leave a good review. It seems to threaten if you leave a bad review. That's awkward, Thor. Actually, if it were me, my salty butt would, I would put out tangentially that if I was leaving a review, I'd see like, this product, they asked to pay me money for a good review, and the card that they sent says this. You can make your own decision on that. But I also know I'm more willing to, yeah, I'd be like, you know what, I feel like people need to know that they're sending me a card that tells me that they're leaving money for a good review, because I think that that's important, that people should know that like all the 5-star reviews that they think are genuine, no, they got paid. Yeah, out them, let them know. We gotta let the peoples know, let the peoples know that they've been hoodwinked, they've been bamboozled, they've been kerfuffled. I like that word, kerfuffled. There's some words I like really enjoy, and kerfuffled is one of them. It's like, you've been kerfuffled. There's a movie called Hoodwinked? I didn't know that. I don't know a lot of things though, so don't at me. I don't know a lot of things, but I didn't know there was a movie called Hoodwinked. Wait, that's kind of fun sounding. Hoodwinked. Seems like an action. Seems like it could be like a really fun like action drama with like silly characters. I don't know. 200 3D classic. Oh, is it? Dang, I'm so behind the times that I don't recognize that, but that sounds like fun. Can you guys give me like a just a really quick TLDR? What's the like TLDR premise? As far as I remember, it's basically silly Red Riding Hood. Oh, okay. So it's like, wait, question is is Hoodwinked the one with the lawn gnomes? Is that what I'm thinking of? The with the lawn gnomes? Red Robin Hood goes off the rails. Oh, okay, so that's not what I'm thinking of. So it's Red Robin. So it's like Red Riding Hood goes Red Robin. Yeah, I think it's Red Riding Hood goes off the rails with a modern setting. That sounds really cool. That is something I'd have to look up post stream, because I do not recognize it at all. Yes! I'm so okay, sorry, chat. I'm so excited. So, one of my siblings is coming in for the holidays. But they added me, and at one of their restaurants, there's this bakery. And they added me they added me at a time that like I was in the middle of reading stuff and I was not checking my phone. I got back to them like an hour, like almost 45 minutes later, and I said, I didn't see this till now. Did you get anything? I want bread. And they just texted back, I got you a bread loaf. I was like, yeah, bread loaf. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I wanted. I wanted bread. I got bread. I'm so happy they knew me. They picked me up a loaf of bread, because the bread is milk bread, so it's like really, really tasty. So that makes me very happy that I got my bread. I do want the bread. I love this emote. It makes me feel feral. It's so cute. When's the blood loaf coming out? Actually, that sounds horrible. When's the Blood Queen loaf coming out? Yeah, blood loaf makes it sound really horrific. Blood loaf sounds like a sacrifice. Like that's not what I intended. But yeah, when's the Blood Queen loaf coming out, huh? I love blood loaf. Listen, I'm putting it out here. Your like joke model would just be, it's just Blood Queen, but as a cat loaf. Just saying. Oh, it's on Netflix? Cool. Bun loaf emote? I would love bun loaf. I don't know if I have the emote slots for it, but that'd be so funny. You're cooking? Am I? Half the time I'm just smoking, you know? But that was my thought anyway. It was like you could do like as a joke. I would love a bun loaf. Oh my god. I don't know if I should have space for a bun loaf maybe. I don't know how cute it would be, but I could do a bun loaf. Actually, realistically, if it was me, I should do a bun breadstick, because I talk about how much I really like Olive Garden breadsticks on multiple occasions. I really like Olive Garden breadsticks. I keep seeing people use that silly 2D shrimp model, and I'm so tempted to have a blood shrimp. Yes, do it! Blood shrimp! Blood shrimp, blood shrimp. I have thoughts on what I would love to do, for my 2D joke model, and I don't know how long I'm gonna have to wait, because I want to invest in like a silly joke model that's very much so custom to me, which means I have to do it after 2.0, but I do have ideas, and it makes me very happy. Just a baguette with a bun head slapped on the end. The bun wand. It's just the bun wand, and it's just a baguette. It's just a breadstick, with my bun head on it. I can't wait for silly Ariel. I hope you guys will enjoy it. I've been working hard behind the scenes to cook up stuff for 2.0 bun, and I have some thoughts for like what I want for like joke models. My redeems will probably be redone with stuff, and it should be really fun. But yeah, it should be nice. It should be really nice. I wanted. Wait. What do you mean breadsticks are different here? Wait, Blood, are breadsticks different in the UK?
What are... If they are, I genuinely didn't know they were different in the UK. Hang on, I'm gonna Google this. Okay, yeah. Oh, wait. Are these like really thin things? The thin breadsticks? Is that what you're talking about? Just British things. Just British, just the Brits. I'm gonna call this right now. I want a Honkai Star Rail place based on England, and I just want it to be raining. Like, I just want like all of the locations to just be raining, and I just think that that'd be fun. Like, just one town, one planet, just raining constantly. I don't know why, but I love the idea of just like we enter into the planet. It's just like a torrential downpour. It's gray, yeah, gray AF, and you're just like, wow, we're the only pop of color here. I know that England, and particularly London is what I'm talking about. I know that the UK is more than just that, but I think stereotypically that'd be really fun. I think that'd be really fun. Yeah, the crunchy breadsticks. When I looked up, I just Googled UK breadsticks, and yeah, it's these thin ones that are like, they're like thin and they're sometimes cheesy and they crunch. Yeah, the ones I'm thinking of are like the Italian breadsticks, which again aren't American, but they're just Italian breadsticks, and I think it'd be so fun. The yummy Italian breadsticks. I like Olive Garden's breadsticks. I really like Olive Garden's breadsticks. Olive Garden has delicious breadsticks. Welcome back, Betty. I hope you're doing well. Oh nah, stereotypes exist for a reason. It's mostly gray and rainy here, hence why we all lack vitamin D. Oh no. Breadsticks and dip? Ooh. That sounds good. I'm a sucker for, go to Olive Garden, you get the breadsticks, and then you also get the Alfredo sauce, and you dip your breadstick in the Alfredo sauce. I really like that. That makes me very happy. Smash. 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 I love garlic bread too. I will say, I prefer breadsticks because they're easier to get in my mouth because I can just shove it down my throat. I love garlic bread. Olive Garden breadsticks make a bun happy. I love Olive Garden breadsticks, but cheesy garlic bread is so good too. Oh my god. I recently, by recently I mean within the past year, I made my own garlic bread with garlic butter, and I was really proud of myself, and it was so tasty. I was so proud. I was like, yes, I did it. It was so good. I was so happy. But I think if I were to choose between like garlic bread and breadsticks, I would want Olive Garden breadsticks, because a lot of the time, like, breadsticks, they have the same kind of similar, the like Olive Garden breadsticks kind of taste like garlic bread. It's just they're in stick form, so it's kind of like, I don't really care about the crunchiness of like my bread, so for me it's like I get the best of both worlds, and it just, I think it's great, you know? I have this image in my head of you stuffing a bunch of breadsticks in your mouth while we all sit around the listen, just because my mouth can fit like 17 breadsticks in it does not give you permission to stare, blood. I'm telling you. I am telling you. Just because I can give it 17 breadsticks in my mouth, that does not give you permission to stare. That is rude and rude. Rude. No, I'm gonna be real here. The moment breadsticks hit the table, my mouth unhinges like an animatronic. I'm just like, no, I really want the breadsticks. It's a premonition. It really do be. That's good. Your mom should do that. Ticket to ride the Honkai Star Rail one-way trip to excitement. I would, like, God, I want to smash that train.
I'm hoping, my friend put together the 18 plus Smasher Pass that we'll be doing. So for the record, we're doing an 18 plus Smasher Pass later tonight, closer to around my normal streaming time, but we're going to be doing that. And my friend put together the Honkai Star Rail Smasher, not Honkai Star Rail, she put together the Smasher Pass list. I'm really hoping she'd put the train on there. Yeah, so you know, Blood, when you log into the game and there's a train on the login screen, I want to smash that train. No, correction. I do not want to smash that train. That train, I want to smash me. I want to be Sunday. I think that'd be great, you know? Hello, welcome. Is it Emma Moonana? Emma Moonana? I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, Emma Moonana, but welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. You caught us in the in-between of the book reading, but welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful day. My mom said I'm becoming a mom. I've managed to get all the Christmas stuff for the whole house. Hey, you know, we like that. You know what? No judgment. Yeah, we always need to go over the train. I'm putting it out here. My two hear me outs, Honkai Star Rail, are the train and IX. And that should tell you everything you need to know about me. Don't worry, you can call me Emma if you want. Well, welcome, Emma. Thank you so much for stopping by. How are you doing? I went to purr, and it just came out as a guttural sound. I'm so sorry. Oh, look, it's another kitty. I'm putting it out here. I discovered yesterday in the shower. Sorry, this is Ariel's talking moment as they take a little bit of a break. I discovered yesterday that so last night I was testing some stuff with my own units in Honkai Star Rail, and I was testing Cyrene because I don't have her, but she gives every character like a buff. And I listened to Ika a lot last night, and particularly I listened to Hyacine's ult a lot. And I'm gonna put this out there. I think yesterday in the shower I spent like a good 30 seconds trying to intimidate the like Ika sound, like the sound that Ika makes, which is the kind of like little horsey sound that she makes before she like slams into the enemies. And I spent a good long time. Now we have to hear it. Let me see if I can do it. It sounded pretty silly in the shower last night, but I don't know if I'll be able to do it today. What is it? Give me this moment. Just
May this faint light dispel the gloom and restore clear skies.
nope, I can't do it. There we go. And then you see a truckload of damage, so it's just it sounded better last night, I swear, but that was just what I thought. It was just I had to listen to Hyacine a lot because I was trying to figure out something that I learned yesterday that's very specific with the wording. Shout out to Daniel. Daniel's living good with the Siren buff. That's what we discovered. But I had to hear because I was playing on 1x speed, because I was looking for some other stuff. But I had to hear over and over again just that, and then the really slow it just it just like smashes into the enemies. And that's I must admit, I think my voice is a little sore, so it's not hitting the right pitch, but it's just a little. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for the Ika moment. It's gonna be great. Little doot doot. I think it's funny because like the sound that Ika makes in the dub, because I'm pretty sure they use the Chinese dub for Ika in all languages. Ika makes this like kind of sound, but anytime they write out little Ika, it's doot 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 doot, which Which I think it's so funny. Just it's a little toot toot. You know what I mean? Just a little toot toot. I am preparing. Listen, I'm ready to become the real Aeon of Veracity, little Ika, little. Which I just think it'd be so cursed. That's like the one thing that I'm going to put this out here, and I don't. Okay, my normal viewers do not hold me to this. This is just Ariel speaking out of her butt, her buttonhole, no buttonhole talk. What I would love to do some days with like a bunch of friends who'd be down is I'd love to do like a day where what we do is we listen to all the Honkai Star Rail alts, because that's when characters are at their coolest, and we try to emulate and do impressions of them. And I'm not saying that like we need to be good at impressions, because there are like what 80 something characters in the cast. I can only do one. I can do one, and that's about it. No, don't clip that. I can only do like one, and it's just Ika, just. But I think it'd be really fun to like get some friends together who are like comfortable with that kind of silliness. Yeah, listen, sometimes you just need to. No, you have to do both sides of the thing. You have to do the it's I think his introduction is. Oh, is it? Oh my god, maybe I'm losing it. I'm pretty sure it's his intro is high stakes, high reward. Bust, or maybe I'll take it all. But I think it'd be really fun to bring my friends on and do that with me, and regardless of what our gender is, we have to try, which I just think is kind of like a silly thing that I'd be willing to do with like a few friends that are like, you know, down for that kind of thing. Because again, there's so many women. My voice only stretches so far, and for that matter, it doesn't really stretch that much to begin with. But I feel like that'd just be like a really fun thing, because like the alts are like so powerful, and it's like there's. I'm putting this out here. I want to be Welt. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. I want to be Daddy Welt. Like, he's really cool. Like, I want to be as cool as Welt is someday, and I just think that that'd be really nice, you know? But that's something. Just don't hold me to that. But I think that'd be like really fun to do something like that. We can table that along with all the other tabled bun ideas. But you know, if you do it, we'd be looking forward to it. I feel like that'd be really fun if you know, I got together some people who would be open to just going for it, because again, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't think it's going to be like an impressions contest. I just think it'd be fun to like get people together and we just say really cool stuff. I'm putting it out here. The Himiko has a really kind of bad alt, like power-wise, but do you know how much aura it takes for a woman to say, and this is one of my favorite quotes because it sticks in my head, quote, "Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens." It's like, okay, yeah, that's a statement. Her response, "And I'm no exception." It's like, okay, girl. Dang. Okay, girl. I can let my friends live out their D's. That paradise. I've discovered I cannot do Blade's voice, unfortunately. I can't get that deep, but that paradise may be unreachable for me. Savor it in my place. It's such a badass line. It's such a badass line. There are so many lines that are just, they're so badass because it's an alt line, and I just think it'd be like really fun to like just go through all of the like get like an alt video and just go through all the alts, like listen to an alt and then do our impression. I feel like that'd be really fun. That's just something for the far future, you know? That'd be really fun, I think. And I'm putting this out here. I can't read that paradise may be unreachable for me, savor it in my place, without immediately afterwards thinking, all will be revealed in lunar flame. Oh, that's Dahlia's, right? Memory's tomb has opened its maw. I haven't heard her alt yet. I feel like that, yeah, the moment when it all dies is so beautiful. Everything explodes. I just think that that'd be like a really fun thing to do in the future. That's just me. Okay. I'd love to watch that. You could always come on and join us if you want, you know? I'd love to watch that. Listen, I'm gonna bring you on just for Pink. Memories rebound like a shooting star. Remember me with love. Or something. I don't know. The only part that I remember of that is may reason enlighten the truth. And the only reason I know that is because I have a favorite character. I haven't played HSR in so long. It's as good as it was before. I am a huge Penacony lover. I really love Penacony. I know a lot of people did not. They said it was boring or disjointed, blah, 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 blah. But I really like Penacony. So I just like you to know that, just kind of going in, that I'm super biased towards Penacony. I really liked Penacony and its arc. However, I am thoroughly enjoying 3.x. I am thoroughly enjoying the Amphorius arc. So I'm enjoying the story. I know people have mixed opinions on it, but I'm really enjoying it personally. That's a lie. I'm enjoying one man, and he has now kicked the bucket, and it makes me sad. I'd come and be silly, but I need to catch up with some stuff. You're so mean. You're so mean. Come ponk with me. You can be all the ponks. What is it? Set the sea ablaze. That's Firefly, right? Yeah, Penacony was great. I loved it. It was probably my favorite in the world. I'm so happy to hear that you're at least enjoying at least some of Amphorius. I must admit, I'm thoroughly enjoying Amphorius, but I'm a sucker for Penacony. I'm a little Penacony bish. So most people know that my opinion is to be taken with a grain of salt because I really loved Penacony. And despite how much I am enjoying it, I hope that by the end I will be of the opinion of people that are like, they can acknowledge that Penacony and Amphorius had different strengths, but I really enjoyed Penacony. It's my favorite. Yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna talk about the newest story. Weirdly enough, probably be good to do the newest story like right after you finish Penacony. That kind of sounds nice. Keep it all in the thing. But it wants me, I'll be there. Yeah, you can come join us. You can come join us. Listen, the way I think we do it, Blood, is we're going to, because I'm probably the only person who actively remembers what all the alts sound like, even without, like, you know, because I have a really sharp auditory memory. But I would never ask anyone to remember all of their characters, so it would be like, we get to hear what it actually sounds like, and then we get to take turns, like, you know, like doing the alts. We don't have to do, I'm not gonna force everyone to do all of the alts, but just like anyone who wants to give it a go and have fun or be silly will get to do that. And I think for Cyrene, I think what would be fun for Cyrene is because Pink has multiple special alts. Everyone, we have to do every single ode. Every single ode we have to do, and it's just everyone gets to do a different ode. I feel like that'd be really fun. I feel like it'd be really silly and fun if like we all got to do a different ode, and so we're all just blessing everybody, and it's like super cursed. However, I will say, Blood, if you join us, I am going to request that you do Aglaya. She's the only character with a British accent, so everyone else is going to be doing their best with that, but I will ask you to please attempt Aglaya because she's the only one with a British accent. Yeah, Blood's got us. Blood's got us covered. Blood's got this. Hers is very short. Her line is, "Thus your and my fates become one." That's her line, but I will say, I was like, I would love it if you joined us. It's like, I would ask that you do a Goliath. It's like, please. Look, the show has begun. What? Oh god, I don't remember what it is on one time speed. What is it? It's, with this divine power, I extract the world's essences to reforge all things! Giant explosion. Oh, I extract the world's purity. Thank you. To reforge all things. Listen, I'm a fake fan. I'm a fake fan. We know I'm a fake fan. It's been known that I'm the fakest of fake fans, so you know. I'm putting this out here, and give it 2 months, you'll have it memorized. And I'm putting it out there. I'm putting it out there. That's the long version too. That's the long version, because the short version is with this divine power I reforge all things. That's the 2 times speed version. I wish I could dumb her. I'm sorry. All of my stuff is turned off because I'm on the normal page. I don't want anyone to refund anything. I can't read this without hearing Ariel say it. The Up and Atom troops. You don't. How are you doing, everyone? Are you feeling the vibe? Let me see if I can do like an ASMR style Up and Atom troops. Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine. Get ready for your 69th day here of active service at last Defense Academy. Do you want to know why 69 is so special? I'm so sorry for that. I'm so sorry. That was like so horrifically unsexy. Oh, actually, I can do one of them. There is a sexy one. At ease, troops. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. I know, day 69 actually has its own message for the rock theme. Are you sorry? I don't think you are. I don't know. I plead the fifth. Bang pleads the fifth. You're dang right, those are my final words. Sorry, my saliva went down the wrong pipe. I was supposed to go down that way. I'm putting it out here. You put that. Please put that on my gravestone. I want it to be Ariel Arashi, lover of bathtubs. And then in the underneath the quote is, I plead the fifth. SAS my bathtub gravestone. Knowledge is the measure of all things. It is my sleeper phrase. The only Latin I know. Listen, I have a lot of activated sleeper phrases. We know this. We know I do. I got several. Oh my god, it would be. My tombstone is just one of Horatio's marble statue. Tell me, why does life slumber? Because someday, I get to say, the most corny to ever exist, hat! I'm calling it. I'm calling that 3.8's gonna rewrite that line. But the reason why life slumbers is not because we'll wake up one day, but because Trailblazer wanted to say something super silly and corny and make it sound cool. I did too. I love how corny it is. It's so good. Like, and I'm gonna be real here. I have not heard the new delivery with the new VA, but I absolutely loved Stell's original voice. Her delivery of that line was so good because it made it feel like it was corny, but it still felt very in the moment and present and like fitting for the scene. Because it's like, it's such a corny line to have to say, but like it felt like so connected to the moment in like the best way, which I really enjoyed. Don't mind me, I'm just... Who's honking at me? Why are you honking? I know it was so loud. Honk honk. Alright. With that said, it looks like we've got an ad break coming in the next few minutes, so I'm going to be sitting here eating my breakfast. I'm gonna try and finish it, and that way we can start book number 2. I usually miss the loud sounds. Yeah, sometimes they happen, and it's just, I don't know why, you know? Looks at the time. Yeah, my breakfast. I haven't eaten yet. Like, sue me. Yeah, it's 4 p.m. Yuzu, at least I'm eating. Yeah, this is the bun fast. My breakfast is my bun fast. So, TLDR, oh, my puppers, they make noise. They make noise, my puppers, they do. Yeah, they be borking. I don't know what they barking at. Yeah, they barking at something. Someone's probably at the front door, you know. They're on guard duty. They think they're like big doggos, like 10 pounds. They wish. But like, I figured, you know what, today's gonna be a longer stream because I'm going 17, so like, probably better to eat now. But most days I just kind of snack, and then I'll have a meal after stream. Sometimes I eat a little bit beforehand. I'll have like half a meal before, and like a meal after. It's gonna be so good. We may not finish the Call of the Wild, but like, that's not the worst thing in the world, you know what I mean? I like my yogurt! Sue me! Sue me! Sue me! I like my yogurt. No! I feel silly by asking, but you got doggies. I do have doggies. Don't feel silly, Betty. I don't talk about them often. That's like totally on me and not on you. But yes, I've got 2 puppers. They are both small little creatures, the kind that you can like pick up in your arms. One of them weighs 9 pounds, the other 14. We don't know why the chonky one is so chonky. She just is. But yeah, wow, they're very quiet. Yeah, they're, well, most of the time, they're very well behaved. But that's also because they don't bark a lot. I don't know why they were barking just now, because I'm pretty sure you guys could hear that, but they also, I'm upstairs and they're downstairs, and they're pretty good. They're lazy creatures, you know. They're the kind of doggos where it's like the effort of having to go up to eat is too much, and then they sleep the rest of the day. So yeah, they're very lazy, quiet creatures. They get excited when like a human comes home, but they're good. They're good beans. I love them so much. They're such good beans. Sounds like a mood. Honest to God, they sleep like they've put in like a 17-hour work shift. That's how they act all the time. They act like sleeping is the... They are Takumi Sumino. They are Takumi Sumino. No, really, they're Takumi Sumino. They're just like constantly eeping, which is like, it's always really cute when they eepy because they're like super adorable, but like, Also, they also, like, even act like they've, like, put in, like, a hard day's work. It's like, you've literally just slept all day. They're like, yeah, sleeping's hard. All right. I'm almost done with my breakfast, so you guys will have to forgive me that I am going to postpone the next part of the stream until I finish because I really want to finish my breakfast. But that just means more time to chat. Could you send a picture in the Discord of my breakfast? Of my breakfast? Breakfast was good. Oh, the dogs. I probably could. I have to find one that doesn't have too much revealing information, but yeah. Hang on. Yeah, this one's good. This is an unflattering photo of them, but I feel like that makes it the most appropriate. Only thing I have to make sure is this doesn't have any information about me. Hang on. do, 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 do. Okay, cool. Alright, I'll send this one in the Discord. This should be good. Yeah, that'd be great. I'm gonna toss this to you, Yuzu. Just let me know if there's any identifying information, like metadata-wise. I don't know. I think I removed, like, the location and whatever, but it's a very flattering photo. I stepped away for a moment. We're talking about my puppers. Wow, all the sounds were really quiet during me. Yeah, I don't know why that they decided that, like, there's so much outside traffic. I guess they knew I was taking my break. They were like, it's fine. We gotta run now. Well, while the bun is distracted, I go, thanks, universe. I do appreciate it today. Like, today of all days, I do appreciate that. That's actually not too bad. There were, like, 2 ambulances or sirens that, like, just ran by, though, so it's like, ooh. Ooh. I thought you had a bunny? No, I do not have a bunny. I wish. I would love a bunny, but they tend to poop a lot, and I don't really want to clean that up, so. Take your time, Yuzu. Take your time. Thank you so much. Now that you mentioned about the location thing in pics, I don't know if it always happens to that. I just know that sometimes, like, when I get a photo from my family, it'll ping the location, like, on the picture. It'll say location blah blah, and so I just want to make sure that if I'm sending things that, like, I'm not accidentally revealing anything, you know, that may dox me. I just gotta be a little bit extra careful, just in case. But I think I'm okay. Should be okay. Yeah, bunnies poop so much. They're so cute, but they poop so much. And I don't have it in me to, like, clean that up constantly. I'm lazy. So at the very least, like, you know, the dogs, like, I can, like, we have a bell, so, like, when they want to go out to go use the bathroom, they ring the bell, and then we take them out. Well, we don't take them out, we just, we just let them go, and then they come back in. It's like, okay. But that's what we do with the doggos, so. Yeah. And, like, cats, And like cats, I would love a cat. Like cats are independent and they can poop for themselves. They're lovely creatures. I would love a cat. I am very allergic. I'm very allergic. I went to a cat cafe with my friends once, and before I went in, I popped like several Benadryl, and like halfway through our visit, it like hit me a little bit, and I was just kind of like laying there looking at the cats, just like, I'm so sleepy. Because Benadryl has the tendency to like make me really eepy. But it was so worth it to go to the cat cafe though. It was so cute, and for like what I was able to experience, it was so much fun. But it's like, I'm allergic enough to cats that like if I get scratched even just a little bit by them, it balloons up and just like explodes. I go, dang. But I've always wanted a cat. I've always wanted a cat. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. Listen, if I could not be allergic to cats, I would do that in a heartbeat. I've always wanted a kitty, and I put it on record that if the cat distribution system ever gets to me, I don't care if I'm allergic, I'm gonna take the cat. If I am ever chosen for the cat distribution system, I'm gonna take the cat. I don't care. You have a coworker who loves cats, but it's her lifestyle. Listen, I love a good crazy cat lady, you know what I mean? Cat decorations everywhere? Yas! Yas! We love it! I was allergic to my rats when we had... I love rats! Wait, you had rats? You had fancy rats? I love rats so much! I've always wanted rats so badly, but they have a tendency to like chew through everything, and it just wasn't feasible. I was living in like an apartment at the time. It wasn't feasible for me to like have rats because it wasn't a big enough space, and like they would probably chew through everything, and it was so sad. But it's like I've always wanted rats, like fancy rats. They're just little guys, you know? They're so cute. They're so cute. I guess there's a lot about me. Yeah, they're like, listen, you can teach them to pee on a rock better than you can teach a dog. I love a little rat, man. I got a little rat onesie. I got a onesie of a rat. It's one of the onesies that has like the leg holes, but I love me a good rat. Like I love rats. Yeah, don't mind the rats. It's so cute. Oh my god, that is so cute. Look at them dancing. Wait, that's so adorable. My rat friends. Yes, I love the rats. Oh god, if I could have rats, I would be so happy. You guys have no idea how happy I would be if I could have rats. Like, that'd be so good, you know what I mean? I'm so happy. Much enjoyment. Yeah, I've always wanted rats and I've always wanted cats. But rats, my mom and dad would not have said okay to rats. And I'm allergic to cats, so no cats for me. So we got puppers, which makes me very happy. I got puppers much later into my life than most people do. Like, they have a childhood dog. I did not. Got a pupper when I was an adult, but I love them. I love the little puppers. They're very sweet. Kind of stupid. My puppers are not the brightest bulbs on the shelf. But they're so cute. It's okay. It's okay that they're stupid because they're so cute. You know, they're so cute. Yeah, the hundo plushies? What about the hundo plushies? Something I'll enjoy? Okay.
Don't mind me coughing again, you know? Don't mind me coughing it. I would just like it to, like, you guys to know, I'm doing my best to keep, like, the vibe soft, very chill, very whatever. Again, my natural personality, unfortunately, it spills out. I'm very high energy, so I'm just trying to keep it low-key. I would just like you guys to know that, if this was not a chill stream, I would be tea kettling right now. I would be tea kettling right now. For those of you who've seen my Hundo streams, they know what my tea kettle sounds like. I'm putting it out here, and I know this sounds really, really bad. So, I just got sent a picture of a plushie, but he kind of looks like he's got mental issues. Like, the plushie's face looks like he's seeing cosmic horrors. And I just think it's funny because as I kind of thought, I was like, oh, he looks like he's got like mental issues. I paused and I go, no, he does. He canonically does have mental issues. He's got an incurable disease. Tea kettle is funny, you know. It is funny. Listen, I when I get really excited, I make the tea kettle noise, and it makes me very excited. It's a very high pitched like squeal. Yeah, I'm putting it out here. It's definitely like a good thing at this point. There are days that it's a good thing that like my model is static, because if you guys could like see like what I actually look like sometimes when I'm having like a fangirl episode, if there was a camera pointed at me, my little hands, they move like so fast and violently, like they shake up and down like little flappies. I think that's what I call them, little flappies. Ariel, you're gonna have a fun time when you're more expressive. We'll see. I don't think I'll have a way to do the flappies, but you guys are going to see that I can't sit still. Like, I can't sit still to save my life. So there is a benefit to being PNG, which is that anytime I like jerk violently, like, you guys are gonna have to like see that, but I get, don't you? Yeah, I'm almost always rocking back and forth, which is why if you ever hear this, hang on. You're not gonna creep today? Wow, today's the one day my chair isn't creaking. But if you ever hear like a loud creak, it's because I'm rocking in my chair. I'm gonna be honest here, with the way that I'm planning on doing Bun 2.0, I don't think you guys will still be able to see like the hand flappies. But just know that like anytime I'm like squealing, most of the time I'm either like my hands are usually like flapping really fast. They tend to jitter. So when I get really excited, or feel a lot of emotion, actually, my hands tend to like jitter really fast. And so anytime that like say Eito Altsky shows up, or Dr. Ratio, I get really excited, and these little hand flappies. Yeah, I do the little flappies, little flappies. I will say, I would love it if Bun 2.0, instead of doing hand flappies, my ears, if I could get my rigger my ear flappies, so like the more excited I get, the more the ears like flop up and down. I feel like that'd be so fun. I don't know if that's something that's like actually achievable, if you know what I mean, but I feel like that'd be like a really fun alternative. It's just like my ears just going up and down. I just think that'd be... You've seen it? Have you? If you see it again, will you send me like a reference so that I can save that and pass it along, so that when I'm describing like what I want. Senpai's tail is one example, actually. Oh, is her tail rigged so that it moves faster when she's excited? Okay, so that is something I can do. I would love it if like when I get really excited my like ears flap. I feel like that'd be really stupid.
I feel like that'd be really stupid, and there's a part of me that I really like that. Thank you so much, Blood. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just think that that'd be really, really fun. The only issue that I worry about is they can just rig it to the max smile. Oh, that's so smart, Betty. You're so right. They can't just rig it to the max smile parameter. Oh no, my ears are going to be constantly moving. You guys don't realize how much I smile behind my screen. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, what do you mean you could just hear the wah? He will just take off. Listen, I'm gonna go so fast. I'm reaching the orbit, man. We're going out for it. So like I'm putting it out here. My ears are never going to like be still again. You guys don't realize how much I like jitter and how much I smile, which is again a great reason for PNG. Like PNG makes me so much less unhinged. You're gonna need a weighted vest to sit in your chair. I really will. I'm going to the moon, baby. I'm going to the moon. Also, so rude, Thor rocking around the streaming deck. What? I can hear the wah in her voice. What would that be if I have to be soft today for the what if to be rocking around the streaming deck. There's just the sound of a crash, just like one of those like exaggerated cartoon crashes, just like boink 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 boink, like pots and pans everywhere. Similarly, getting jump scared. Listen, sometimes the jump scares listen, sometimes the throws are scary, okay? Like, you can't blame me. Yeah, the metal pipe clanging sound. Exactly, Abhorred. Exactly. That's exactly what I was going for. And it's not my fault, okay? Like, it's hard when it's like quiet and then all of a sudden you get hit with something really loud. It startles me. I'm just true to brand. I'm a little bun, you know? Little bun. I can only have so many throw redeems before I get really, really startled. It's bad. It's bad. Shout out to my theoretical breadstick redeem. Shout out to the theoretical breadstick redeem, which I do love. Okay, I am almost finished eating. Unfortunately, I cannot eat and talk at the same time. Which, like, I feel like everyone should have kind of expected. That's just... Like, expecting me to be competent? I don't think so. Okay. Okie dokie. I did it. Breakfast eaten. That's what we're talking about. Okay. Give me one moment to put this aside. Alright. I was smart. I got myself both, I did clip the little rendition of my joke. I was smart. I got myself breakfast and then I also brought myself a snack. So hopefully the snack will be good too. But thank you all for bearing with me while I ate. I needed a little break. Or, well, a semi-break vocally. We are going to get into... Oh, sorry, I just burped. We are going to get into the second reading of the evening. We are going to be reading The Call of the Wild. I don't know if we will run out of time. We shouldn't. I don't believe we'll run out of time, but I also will probably be proven wrong. So, if we don't finish it, that's a problem for future Ariel. Future Ariel will figure that one out. But other than that, we are going to get right back into it. So thank you all so much for being here and hanging out with me as we get back into this. Just certain important people that I hope people pay attention to. Yeah, the reading just slowly gets faster and faster. I hope that they pay attention to it too, Betty. I hope they do, because I know you're working hard. Because I don't want to do more OT. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know you're working hard, girl. I hope that they pay attention so that you can finally get a break. Your much needed and deserved break. You know what I mean? Alright, so with that said, we are going to get, I've turned on my thing, yep, okay, with that said, we are going to get right back into the reading. Thank you again, everyone, for your patience. I do appreciate it. I'm going to be honest here. I need to take these breaks vocally, for my own health. The standard that you should be following, for anyone who wants to know, is for every hour. Yes, the book is the auto message is updated, which is what I was doing. So fun fact for all of you people who don't know this, for every hour that you are actively on your voice, you should be doing about 10 to 15, really realistically it should be 20, but you should be doing 10 to 15 minutes of resting your voice. And particularly because for audiobook it is more straining on my voice because I am deliberately speaking softer. I do my best to make sure that I give myself not full breaks, but semi breaks, enough so that I'm not hurting myself. So I do appreciate you guys hanging in there with me, because I'm just trying to be safe. I've already got one permanent problem, an injury. I don't need another. Anyways, we are going to be now reading. Listen, this is my PSA for all of you guys who are like me and you guys speak a lot, you know? That's the real training. And I'm gonna be real here, this is for people who are like teachers too. It's like people who are constantly talking and stuff like that. It's like, for every hour of constant talking, you need about 10 to 15 minutes of silence. Be healthy. That's just my PSA. Anyways, thank you all again. So, we are going to be reading The Call of the Wild, written by Jack London, and this particular version that I picked up at my local library. Again, if you don't know where your local library is, look it up. Local libraries, they're really helpful. It's actually quite cool. A lot of them have really cool resources and stuff like that. But anyway, this particular copy is the only copy that was available at my public library. It is the annotated and illustrated version, so it says edited by Daniel Dreyer. I do not know if that means that things have been redacted or not, but at the very least, it does not seem to be the original version. It seems to be the annotated and illustrated version. So I'm not sure how much of a difference that's going to make, but local library, you know what I mean? I'm not saying no to that. This was in the young adult fiction section, so my assumption is it's safe. It's, you know, well, we'll see. There's a lot of, like, notes and other things, but anyways. This was a book that I read in middle school that I remember really enjoying because we didn't have to, like, super analyze it. We just discussed things, which I thought was, like, really nice, you know what I mean? So, let me get past the foreword and the preface. Without further ado, that's not it either. I would just like to say also, the text in this book is like normal book text size, but I feel like the book itself is so much bigger than a normal book. My hands feel very small. my hands feel very small, which I think is very funny. I'm not gonna show you what this looks like compared to my hands, but I just like to say that this book makes my hands feel very small. Anyways, thank you all so much for being here, and we're about to begin. The Call of the Wild, annotated and illustrated. The Call of the Wild is written by Jack London, and this particular volume is edited by Daniel Dreyer. Chapter 1. Into the Primitive. Old lodgings, nomadic leap, chafing at custom's chain, again from its brumal sleep, wakens when faring strain. Buck did not read the newspapers, or he would have known that trouble was brewing, not alone for himself, but for every tidewater dog, strong of muscle, and with warm, long hair from Puget Sound to San Diego, because men, groping in the Arctic darkness, had found a yellow metal, and because steamship and transportation companies were booming the find, thousands of men were rushing into the Northland. These men wanted dogs, and the dogs they wanted were heavy dogs, with strong muscles by which to toil and furry coats to protect them from the frost. Buck lived at a big house in the sun-kissed Santa Clara Valley, Judge Miller's place.
Is it Puget? Thank you.
Is it Puget? Is it Puget? I always thought it was Puget. Is it Puget? Shout out to me. I learned something new today. I feel like I should call it that just to be pedantic. You can't judge me for that. Look at that. It looks like Puget. It looks like Puget. In what word is that Puget? In what world is that Puget? It looks like Puget. I don't know what to tell you. See, we punks are together on this. The rest of you guys are spelling it weird. If you wanted to be Puget, Pujet, English. Don't at me. Don't at me. That's what it looks like. Listen, the last time I read this when I was in 8th grade, okay? I have to know how it's pronounced to be fair. I'm gonna call it Puget just to spite you.
Judge Miller's place, it was called. It stood back from the road, half hidden among the trees, through which glimpses could be caught of the wide, cool veranda that ran around its 4 sides. The house was approached by graveled driveways, which wound about through the wide spreading lawns and under interlacing bows of tall poplars. At the rear, things were on even a more spacious scale than the front. There were great stables where a dozen grooms and boys held forth, rows of vine-clad servants' cottages, an endless and orderly array of outhouses, long grape arbors, green pastures, orchards, and berry patches. Then there was the plumping plant for the artisan well, and the big cement tank where Judge Miller's boys took their morning plunge and kept cool in the hot afternoon.
It's a hard G now. Puget.
And over this great demesne, Buck ruled. Here he was born, and he had lived the 4 years of his life. It was true, there were other dogs. There could not but be other dogs on so vast a place, but they did not count. They came and went, resided in the populous kennels, or lived obscurely in the recesses of the house, after the fashion of Toots, the Japanese pug, or Yasable, the Mexican hairless. Strange creatures that rarely put nose out of the doors or set foot on ground. On the other hand, there were the fox terriers, a score of them at least, who yelped fearful promises at Toots and Yasable, looking out of the windows at them, and protected by a legion of housemaids armed with brooms and mops. But Buck was neither house dog nor kennel dog. The whole realm was his. He plunged into the swimming tank, or went hunting with the judge's sons. He escorted Molly and Alice, the judge's daughters, on long twilight or early morning rambles. On wintry nights, he lay at the judge's feet before the roaring fire. He carried the judge's grandsons on his back, or rolled them in the grass, and guarded their footsteps through wild adventures down to the fountains in the stable yard, and even beyond, where the paddocks were, and the berry patches. Among the terriers he stalked imperiously, and Toots and Yesable he utterly ignored, for he was king, king all-over creeping, crawling, flying things of Judge Miller's place, humans included. His father, Elmo, a huge Saint Bernard, had been the judge's inseparable companion, and Buck bid fair to follow in the way of his father. He was not so large. He weighed only 140 pounds, for his mother, Shep, had been a Scottish shepherd dog. Nevertheless, 140 pounds, to which was added the dignity that comes of good living and universal respect, enabled him to carry himself in right royal fashion. During the 4 years since his puppyhood, he had lived the life of a sated aristocrat. He had a fine pride in himself, was even a trifle egotistical, as country gentlemen sometimes become because of their insular situation. But he had saved himself by not becoming a mere pampered house dog. Hunting and kindred outdoor delights had kept down the fat and hardened his muscles. And to him, as to the cold shrubbing races, the love of water had been a tonic and a health preserver. And this was the manner of dog Buck was in the fall of 1897, when the Klondike strike dragged men from all over the world into the frozen north. But Buck did not read the newspapers, and he did not know that Manuel, one of the garden's helpers, was an undesirable acquaintance. Manuel had one besetting sin. He loved to play Chinese lottery. Also, in his gambling, he had one besetting weakness: faith in a system, and this made his damnation certain. For to play a system requires money, while the wages of a gardener's helper do not lap over the needs of a wife and numerous progeny. The judge was at a meeting in the Raisin Growers Association, and the boys were busy organizing an athletic club on the memorable night of Manuel's treachery. No one saw him and Buck go back through the orchard on what Buck imagined was merely a stroll, and with the exception of a solitary man, no one saw them arrive at the little flag station known as College Park. This man talked with Manuel, and money chinked between them. "You might wrap up the goods before you deliver 'em," the stranger said gruffly, and Manuel doubled a piece of stout rope around Buck's neck under the collar. "Twist it and you'll choke 'em plenty," said Manuel, and the stranger grunted a ready affirmative. Buck had accepted the rope with quiet dignity. To be sure, it was an unwanted performance, but he had learned to trust in men he knew, and to give them credit for a wisdom that outreached his own. But when the ends of the rope were placed in the stranger's hands, he growled menacingly. He had merely intimidated his displeasure in his pride, believing that to intimidate was to command. But to his surprise, the rope tightened around his neck, shutting off his breath. In a quick rage, he sprang at the man, who met him halfway, grabbed him close by the throat, and with a deft twist, threw him over his back. Then the rope tightened mercilessly, while Buck struggled in a fury, his tongue loiling out of his mouth, and his great chest panting futilely. Never, in all of his life, had he ever been so vilely treated, and never in all of his life had he been so angry. But his strength ebbed, his eyes glazed, and he knew nothing when the train was flagged and the two men threw him into the baggage car. The next thing he knew, he was dimly aware that his tongue was hurting and that he was being jolted awake along some kind of conveyance. The hoarse shriek of a locomotive, whistling a crossing, told him where he was. He had traveled too often with the judge to not know the sensation of riding in a baggage car. He opened his eyes, and into them came an unbridled anger of a kidnapped king. The man sprang for his throat, but Buck was too quick for him. His jaws closed on the hand, nor did they relax till his senses were choked out of him once more. "Yep, has fists. The man has fits," the man said, hiding his mangled hand from the bagsman, who had been attracted to the sounds of a struggle. "I'm taking him up to the boss to Frisco. The crack dog doctor there thinks he can cure him." Concerning that night's ride, The man spoke most eloquently for himself, in a little shed at the back. Did I skip a page? No? A little shed back in the saloon on the San Francisco waterfront. All I get is 50 for it, he grumbled. I wouldn't even do for over 1,000 cold cash. His hand was wrapped in a bloody handkerchief, and his right trouser leg was ripped from knee to ankle. How much did the other mug get? The saloon keeper demanded. 100, was the reply. Wouldn't take so less, so help me. That makes 150, the saloon keeper calculated, and he's worth it, or I'm a squarehead. The kidnapper undid the bloody wrappings and looked at his lacerated hand. If I don't get the hydrophobia, it'll be because you were born to hang, laughed the saloon keeper. Here, lend me your hand before you pull your freight, he added. Dazed, suffering intolerable pain from the throat and tongue, with the life half throttled out of him, Buck attempted to face his tormentors, but he was thrown down and choked repeatedly till they succeeded in filling the heavy brass collar from off his neck. Then the rope was removed, and he was flung into a cage-like crate. There he lay for the remainder of the weary night, nursing his wrath and wounded pride. He could not understand what it all meant. What did they want with him, these strange men? Why were they keeping him pent up in this narrow crate? He did not know why, but he felt oppressed by the vague sense of impending calamity. Several times during the night, he sprang to his feet, when the shed door rattled open, expecting to see the judge, or the boys at least. But each time, it was the bulging face of the saloon keeper that peered at him by the sickly light of a tallow candle, and each time, the joyful bark that trembled in Buck's throat was twisted into a savage growl. But the saloon keeper let him alone, and in the morning 4 men entered and picked up the crate. More tormentors, Buck decided, for they were evil-looking creatures, ragged and unkempt, and he stormed and raged at them through the bars. They only laughed and poked sticks at him, which he promptly assailed with his teeth, till he realized that was what they wanted. Whereupon, he lay down sullenly and allowed the crate to be lifted into a wagon. Then he, and the crate in which he was imprisoned, began a passage through many hands. Clerks in the express office took charge of him, and he was chartered about in another wagon. A truck carried him, with assortment of boxes and parcels, upon a ferry steamer. He was tucked off the steamer onto a great railway depot, and finally he was deposited in an express car. For 2 days and nights, this express car was dragged along at the trail of shrieking locomotives, and for 2 days and nights, Buck neither ate nor drank. In his anger, he had met the first advances of the express's messengers with growls, and they had retaliated by teasing him. When he flung himself against the bars, quivering and frothing, they laughed at him and taunted him. They growled and barked like detestable dogs, mewed and flapped their arms and crowed. It was all very silly, he knew, but therefore, the more outrage to his dignity and his anger waxed and waned. He did not mind the hunger so much, but the lack of water caused him severe suffering and fanned his wrath to a fever pitch. For that matter, high-strung and finely sensitive, the ill treatment had flung him into a fever, which was fed by the inflammation of his parched and swollen throat and tongue. He was glad for one thing: the rope was off his neck. That had given them an unfair advantage, but now that it was off, he would show them. They would never get another rope around his neck. Upon that, he was resolved. For 2 days and nights, he neither ate nor drank. And during those 2 days and nights of torment, he accumulated a fund of wrath that boded ill for whoever first fell foul of him. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he was metamorphosized into a raging fiend. So charged he was that the judge himself would not have recognized him. And the express messengers, breathed with relief, when they bundled him off the train in Seattle. 4 men gingerly carried the crate from the wagon into a small, high-walled backyard. A stout man, with a red sweater that sagged generously at the neck, came out and signed the book for the driver. That was the man, Buck divined, the next tormentor, and he hurled himself savagely against the bars. The man smiled grimly and brought a hatchet and club. "You ain't gonna take him out now?" the driver asked. "Sure," the man replied, driving the hatchet into the crate for a pry. There was an instantaneous scattering of the 4 men who carried it in, and from safe perches on top of the wall, they prepared to watch the performance. Buck rushed at the splintering wood, sinking his teeth into it, surging and wrestling with it. Wherever the hatchet fell on the outside, there he was. He was there on the inside, snarling and growling, as ferociously anxious to get out as the man in the redder sweater was calmly intent on getting him out. "Now, you red-eyed devil," he said, when he made an opening sufficient enough for the passage of Buck's body. At the same time, he dropped the hatchet and shifted the club to his right hand. And Buck was truly a red-eyed devil, as he threw himself together for the spring, hair bristling, mouth foaming, a mad glitter in his bloodshot eyes. Straight at the man, he launched his 140 pounds of fury, surcharged with a pent passion of 2 days and nights. In midair, just as his jaws were about to close on the man, he received a shock that checked his body and brought his teeth together with an agonizing clip. He whirled around, fencing the ground on his back and side. He had never been struck by a club in his life, and did not understand. With a snarl that was part bark and more scream, he was again on his feet and launched into the air. And again, the shock came, and he was brought crushingly to the ground. This time, he was aware that it was the club, but his madness knew no caution. A dozen times he charged, and as often the club broke the charge and smashed him down. After a particularly fierce blow, he crawled to his feet, too dazed to rush. He staggered limply about, the blood flowing from his nose and mouth and ears, his beautifully coat sprayed and flecked with bloody slaver. Then the man advanced and deliberately dealt him a frightful blow on the nose. All the pain he had endured was as nothing compared to the exquisite agony of this. With a roar, it was almost lion-like in its ferocity. He then hurled himself at the man, but the man, shifting the club from right to left, coolly caught him by the underjaw, at the same time retching downward and backward. Buck described a complete circle in the air, and half of another, then crashed to the ground on his head and chest. For the last time he rushed, the man struck the shrewd blow he had purposefully withheld for so long, and Buck crumpled up and went down, knocked utterly senseless. "Ain't no slouch at downbreaking, is what I say," one of the men on the wall cried enthusiastically. "Draw the brakes, Kaisers, any day, and twice on a Sunday," was the reply of the driver as he climbed in his wagon and started the horses. Buck's senses came back to him, but not his strength. He lay where he had fallen, and from there he watched the man in the red sweater. "Answers to the name of Buck," the man soliloquized, quoting from the saloon keeper's letter, which had announced the consignment of the crate and contents. "Well, Buck, my boy," he went on in a genial voice, "we had our little ruction, and the best thing we can do is let it go at that. You learned your place, and I know mine. Be a good dog, and all go well, and the goose will hang high. Be a bad dog, and I'll whale the stuffing out of you. Understand?" As he spoke, he fearlessly patted the head he had so mercilessly pounded, and though Buck's hair involuntarily bristled at the touch of the hand, he endured it without protest. When the man brought him water, he drank eagerly, and later bolted a generous meal of raw meat, chunk by chunk, from the man's hand. He was beaten. He knew that. But he was not broken. He saw, once for all, that he stood no chance against a man with a club. He had learned the lesson, and in all his afterlife, he never forgot it. That club was a revelation. It was his introduction to the reign of primitive law, and he met the introduction halfway. The facts of life took on a fiercer aspect, and while he faced that aspect uncowed, he faced it with all the latent cunning of his nature aroused. As the days went by, other dogs came, in crates and at the ends of ropes, some docilely, and some raging and roaring as he had come. And, one and all, he watched them pass under the dominion of the man in the red sweater. Again and again, as he looked at each brutal performance, the lesson was driven home to Buck. The man with the club was a lawgiver, a master to be obeyed, though not necessarily consolated. Of this last, Buck was never guilty, though he did see beaten dogs that fawned upon the man and wagged their tails and licked his hand. He also saw one dog that would neither consolate nor obey, finally killed in the struggle for mastery. Now and again men came, strangers who talked excitedly, wieldingly, and in all kinds of fashions to the man in the red sweater, and at times that money passed between them, the strangers took one or more of the dogs away with them. Buck wondered where they went, for they never came back, but the fear of the future was strong upon him, and he was glad each time when he was not selected. Yet his time came, in the end, in the form of a little weazened man who spat broken English, and many strange and uncouth explanations which Buck could not understand. "Sakradam!" he called, when his eyes lit upon Buck. "That one damn bully doggy? How much?" 300, and a present at that, was the prompt reply of the man in the red sweater. "And seeing it's government money, you ain't got no kick coming, eh, Perlo?" Perlo grinned, considering the price of dogs had been boomed skyward by the unwanted demand. It was not an unfair sum for so fine an animal. The Canadian government would be no loser, nor would the dispatches travel the slower. Perlo knew dogs, and when he looked at Buck, he knew that he was 1 in 1,000. 1 in 10,000, he commented mentally. Buck saw money pass between them, and was not surprised when Curly, a good-natured Newfoundland, and he were led away by the little weazened man. That was the last he saw of the man in the red sweater, and as he looked at receding Seattle from the deck of the Narwhal, it was the last he saw of the warm Southland. Curly and he were taken below by Perlot, and turned over to a black-faced giant called Francois. Perlot was a French-Canadian and swarthy, but Francois was a half-Canadian breed, and twice as... Yes. But Francois was a French-Canadian half-breed, and twice as swarthy. They were a new kind of men to Buck, of which he was destined to see more, and while he developed no affection for them, he nonetheless grew honestly to respect them. He speedily learned that Perlot and Francois were fair men, calm and impartial in administering justice, and too wise in the ways of dogs to be fooled by dogs. It was 'tween decks of the Narwhal, Buck and Curly joined 2 other dogs, one of them a big, snow-white fellow from Spitzbergen, who had been brought away by a whaling captain, and who had later accompanied a geological survey into the Barrens. He was friendly, in a treacherous sort of way, smiling into one's face, the while he mediated some underhanded trick, as, for instance, when he stole from Buck's food at the first meal. As Buck sprang to punish him, the lash of Francois's whip swang through the air, reaching the culprit first, and nothing remained to Buck but to recover the bone. That was fair of Francois, he decided, and the half-breed began his rise in Buck's estimation. The other dog made no advances, nor received any. Also, he did not attempt to steal from the newcomers. He was a gloomy, morose fellow, and he showed Curly plainly that all he desired was to be left alone, and further, that there would be trouble if he were not left alone. Dave, he was called, and he ate and slept, or yawned between times, and took interest in nothing, not even when the narwhal crossed Queen Charlotte's Sound, and rolled and pitched and bucked like a thing possessed. When Buck and Curly grew excited, half wild with fear, he raised his head as though annoyed, favored them with an incurious glance, yawned, and went back to sleep again. Day and night the ship throbbed to the tireless pulse of the propeller, and though one day was very like another, it was apparent to Buck that the weather was steadily growing colder. At last, one morning, the propeller was quiet, and the narwhal was pervaded with an atmosphere of excitement. He felt it, as did the other dogs, and knew that a change was at hand. Francois leashed them and brought them on deck, and the first step upon the cold surface, Buck's feet sank into a white, mushy something, very much like mud. He sprang back with a snort. More of this white stuff was falling through the air. He shook himself, but more of it fell upon him. He sniffed it curiously, then licked some up on his tongue. It bit like fire, and the next instant was gone. This puzzled him. He tried it again, with the same result. The onlookers laughed uproariously, and he felt ashamed, for he did not know why. He knew not why, for this was his first snow. We are going to take a short pause here. I'm going to take a little drink. Oh my goodness. Okay. There will probably be an ad break coming in the next few moments. And by moments, I mean like the next 5 minutes. So I'm going to take a pause here. I'm also going to get a lozenge. Ah! Oh no. There's stuff happening. There's stuff happening. There's stuff happening. Okay. Okay, I'm good. I'm sorry. I dropped something in the background and then like a bunch of other stuff came down. But it's okay. I got my lozenge. So, got my lozenge, and until this break happens, I'm just gonna sit here and take a breath. Ugh. Thank you for the head pats. I know my head pat thing isn't on right now, but thank you to the head pats. I do apologize. I'm a little tired right now, but it's totally okay. I just need a little bit of a break. So we're gonna pause between this chapter and the next, and then once the ad is over, we will be back, which should be rather nice, you know? It's been a while since I've read anything that like isn't fanfiction aloud, and I must admit, I forgot that sometimes when you read aloud live, you can't Google how to pronounce words. So sometimes I'm like reading, I go, I know what this word means, but I don't know how it's pronounced. And then half the other time I go, I don't know if it's pronounced like this, but this is how I'm pronouncing it. That is the curse of, listen, it's Puget. P-U-G-E-T, Puget. If they wanted it to be Puget, they should have named it P-U-J-E-T. That's Puget. Or at least Puget. But like, it looks like Puget. It looks like Puget. But no, I find that sometimes when I'm reading aloud and it's live and I can't like go and Google things, I'm like, I don't know how to pronounce this word. Shout out to the fact that I think it's supposed to be the Rationomatic, but I've just started calling it I've been calling it the Rationomatic so far. I'm not changing it at that point. That would imply that the name was originally English when a lot of places in America... Listen, it would be Dr. Ratiomatic. Exactly! It's the Ratiomatic. I know that it would imply that the name was originally English, while most American settlements are not, but I'm putting this, I'm putting this out there that if I'm reading something live, I'm just going to do my best and pronounce it whatever. If I'm actually recording something, I'll Google it. But, and here's the thing, it's just kind of hard because I think a lot of the times when you read things aloud, you realize that you don't know how things are pronounced, but you understand the word and meaning of things, which I think is kind of funny. Learning how the name, is it Reggie? Reggie from Archie Comics is actually pronounced? Is it Reggie or is it like Reggie? It's Reggie? Okay. I think I've like seen people say the name Reggie before, so that's the only reason I know what that is. Child me was traumatized. Oh no, Betty. No. Don't be traumatized. I will say, for what it's worth, you wrote the name Reggie and my brain read it as reggae. Like reggae music. This is not how my head voice was saying it for like 10 years. No, I totally understand that. I feel like reggae would probably be like the second name's like Reggie. And again, I think I only say Reggie because I've heard that name before. You know what I mean? And there's shout out to my bun brain that saw it written right in front of me and went, why is Betty talking about reggae music? Is there reggae in the Archie comics? No, I just can't read. But I think we've discussed that. We've discussed that I'm very illiterate. I can't read very well, so you know. Alright, I'm going to take this ad break to use the bathroom, so I will be right back. If you haven't been to the restroom in a while, this is your reminder to drink water and go pee. Thank you guys for giving me a few more moments. I'm sorry, I know that ad break ended. Thank you guys for giving me a few more moments. I'm realizing that my body is hitting a little bit of an exhaustion point. It's okay, I just need to take a moment to check in and make sure I'm doing okay. Will admit that dropping my voice for the narrator it's tiring. People don't tell you how tiring this kind of thing is. It's been a while since I've recorded it's been a while since I recorded anything for my Podfic account, so I do apologize about that. But thank you all so much for your patience. I do appreciate it. We will get right back into it momentarily. As soon as I'm able to hold all the stuff over here. Alright. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Chapter 2. The Law of Club and Fang. Buck's first day on the Daya beach was like a nightmare. Every hour was filled with shock and surprise. He had been suddenly jerked from the heart of civilization and been flung into the heart of things primordial. No lazy, sun-kissed life was this, with nothing to do but loaf and be bored. Here was neither peace, nor rest, nor a moment's safety. All was confusion and action, and every moment life and limb were in peril. There was imperative need to be constantly alert, for these dogs and men were not town dogs and men. They were savages, all of them, who knew no law but the law of club and fang. He had never seen dogs fight as these wolfish creatures fought, and his first experience taught him an unforgettable lesson. It is true, it was a vicarious experience, else he would not have lived to profit by it. Curly was the victim. They were camped near the log store, where she, in her friendly way, made advances to a husky dog the size of a full-grown wolf. Though not half so large as she, there was no warning, only a leap and a flash, a metallic clip of teeth, a leap out equally swift, and Curly's face was ripped open from eye to jaw. It was the wolf manner of fighting, to strike and leap away, but there was more to it than this. 30 or 40 huskies ran to the spot and surrounded the combatants in an intent and silent circle. Buck did not comprehend that silent intensity, nor the eager way with which they were licking their chops. Curly rushed her antagonist, who struck again and leapt aside. He met her next rush with his chest, in a peculiar fashion, that tumbled her off her feet. She never regained them. This was what the onlookers had waited for. They closed upon her, snarling and yelping, and she was buried, screaming with agony, beneath a bristling mass of bodies. So sudden was it, and so unexpected, that Buck was taken aback. He saw splits run out his scarlet tongue, in a way he had of laughing. He saw Francois, swinging an axe, spring into the mess of dogs. 3 men with clubs were helping him to scatter them. It did not take long. 2 minutes from the time Curly went down, the last of her assailants were clubbed off, but she lay there, limp and lifeless, in the bloody, trampled snow, almost literally torn to pieces. The swart half-breed standing over her and cursing horribly. The scene often came back to Buck to trouble him within his sleep. So that was the way. No fair play. Once down, that was the end of you. Well, he would see to it that he never went down. Spirits ran out his tongue and laughed again, and from that moment Buck hated him with a bitter and deathless hatred. Before he had recovered from the shock caused by the tragic passing of Curly, he received another shock. Francois fastened upon him an arrangement of straps and buckles. It was a harness, such as he had seen the groomers put on their horses at home. And, as he had seen horses work, so he was set to work, hauling Francois on a sled to the forest that fringed the valley, and returning with a load of firewood. Though his dignity was sorely hurt by thus being made a draught animal, he was too wise to rebel. He buckled down, and with a will and did his best, though it was all new and strange. Francois was stern, demanding instant obedience, and by virtue of his whip, receiving instant obedience, while Dave, who was an inexperienced wheeler, nipped Buck's hindquarters whenever he was in error. Spritz was the leader, likewise experienced, and while he could not always get at Buck, he growled sharp reproof now and again, or cunningly threw his weight in the traces to jerk Buck into the way he should go. Buck learned easily, and under the combined tutelage of his two mates and Francois, made remarkable progress. Ere they returned to camp, he knew enough to stop at Ho and go ahead at Mush, to swing wide on the bends, and to keep clear of the wheeler when the loaded sled shot down at their heels. "They were the good dogs," Francois told Belot. "That Buck, him pull like hell. I did see him quicker than anything." By afternoon, Belot, who was in a hurry to be on the trail with his dispatches, returned with two more dogs, Billy and Joe, as he called them, two brothers, and true huskies both. Sons of one mother though they were different as day and night. Billy's one fault was his excessive good nature, while Joe was the very opposite, sour and introspective, with a perpetual snarl and malignant eye. Buck received them in camaraderie fashion. Dave ignored them, while Spritz proceeded to thrash first one and then the other. Billy wagged his tail appeasingly, turned to run when he saw that appeasement was of no avail, and cried, still appeasingly, when Spitz's sharp teeth scored his flank. But no matter how Spitz circled, Joe whirled around on his heels to face him, mane bristling, ears laid back, lips writhing and snarling, jaws clipping together as fast as he could snap, and eyes diabolically gleaming, the incarnation of belligerent fear. So terrible was his appearance that Spritz was forced to forego disciplining him. But to cover his own discomfiture, he turned upon the inoffensive and wailing Billy and drove him to the confines of the camp. By evening, Perlot secured another dog, an old husky, long and lean and gaunt, with a battle-scarred face and a single eye which flashed a warning of prowess that commanded respect. He was called Solex, which means the angry one. Like Dave, he asked nothing, gave nothing, expected nothing, and when he marched slowly and deliberately into their midst, even Spritz left him alone. He had one peculiarity, which Buck was unlucky enough to discover. He did not like to be approached on his blind side. Of this offense, Buck was unwittingly guilty, and the first knowledge he had of this indiscretion was when Solex whirled upon him, and slashed his shoulder to the bone for 3 inches up and down. Forever after, Buck avoided his blind side, and, to the last of their comradeship, had no trouble. His only apparent ambition, like Dave's, was to be left alone, though, as Buck was afterwards to learn, each of them possessed one other and even more vital ambition. That night, Buck faced the great problem of sleeping. The tent, illuminated by a candle, glowed warmly in the midst of the white plain, and when he, as a matter of course, entered it, both Perlot and Francois bombarded him with curses and cooking utensils, till he recovered from his consternation and fled ignominiously into the outer cold. A chill wind was blowing that nipped him sharply and bit with especial venom into his wounded shoulder. He lay down on the snow and attempted to sleep, but the frost soon drove him shivering to his feet. Miserable and disconsolate, he wandered about among the many tents, only to find that one place was as cold as another. Here and there, savage dogs rushed upon him, but he bristled his neck fur and snarled, for he was learning fast, and they let him go his way unmolested. Finally, an idea came to him. He would return and see how his own teammates were making out. To his astonishment, they had disappeared. Again, he wandered about through the great camp, looking for them, and again he returned. Were they in the tent? No, that could not be, else he would not have been driven out. Then, where could they possibly be? With drooping tail and shivering body, very forlorn indeed, he aimlessly circled the tent. Suddenly, the snow gave way beneath his forelegs, and he sank down. Something wriggled under his feet. He sprang back, bristling and snarling, fearful of the unseen and unknown. But a friendly little yelp reassured him, and he went back to investigate. A whiff of warm air descended into his nostrils, and there, curled up under the snow, in a snug ball, lay Billy. He whined placatingly, squirmed and wiggled to show his goodwill and intentions, and even ventured, as a bribe for peace, to lick Buck's face with his warm, wet tongue. Another lesson. So that was the way they did it, eh? Buck confidently selected a spot, and with much fuss and wasted effort, proceeded to dig a hole for himself. In a trice, the heat from his body filled the confined space, and he was asleep. The day had been long and arduous, and he slept soundly and comfortably, though he growled and barked and wrestled with bad dreams. Nor did he open his eyes till roused by the noises of the waking camp. At first, he did not know where he was. It had snowed during the night, and he was completely buried. The snow walls pressed him on every side, and a great surge of fear swept through him. A fear of the wild thing, for the trap. It was a token that he was harking back through his own life to the lives of his forebears, for he was a civilized dog, an unduly civilized dog, and in his experience knew no trap could not he of himself fear it. The muscles of his whole body contracted spasmodically and indistinctively, and the hair on his neck and shoulders stood on end, and with a ferocious snarl he bounded straight up into the blinding day, the snow flying about him in a flashing cloud. Ere he landed on his feet, he saw the white camp spread out before him, and he knew where he was, and remembered all that had passed from the time he went for a stroll with Manuel to a hole he had dug for himself the night before. A shout from Francois hailed his appearance. "What I say?" The dog driver cried to Perlon. "That Buck is sure learning quick as anything." Perlon nodded gravely. A courier for the Canadian government, bearing important dispatches, he was anxious to secure the best dogs, and he was particularly gladdened by the possession of Buck. 3 more huskies were added to the team inside an hour, making a total of 9, and before another quarter of the hour had passed, they were in harness and swinging up the trail towards Drea Canyon. Buck was glad to be gone, and though the work was hard, he found he did not particularly despise it. He was surprised at the eagerness which animated the whole team, and which was communicated to him. But still, more surprising was the change wrought in Dave and Solix. They were new dogs, utterly transformed by the harness. All passiveness and unconcern had dropped from them. They were alert and active, anxious that the work should go well, and fiercely irritable to whatever, by delay or confusion, retarded that work. The toil of the traces seemed the supreme expression of their being, and all that they lived for, and the only thing in which they took delight. Dave was wheeler, or sled dog. Pulling in front of him was Buck. Then came Solix, and the rest of the team was strung out ahead, single file, to the leader, which position was filled by Spitz. Buck had been purposefully placed between Dave and Solix, so that he might receive instruction. Apt scholar that he was, they were equally apt teachers, never allowing him to linger long in error. and enforcing their teachings with their sharp teeth. Day was fair and very wise. He never nipped Buck without cause, and he never failed to nip him when he stood in need of it. As Francois's whip backed him up, Buck found it to be cheaper to mend his ways than to retaliate. Once, during a brief halt, when he got tangled in the traces and delayed the start, both Dave and Solix flew at him, and administered a sound trouncing. The resulting tangle was even worse, but Buck took good care to keep the traces clear thereafter, and ere the day was done. So, well, he had mastered his work, his mates about ceased nagging him. Francois's whip snapped less frequently, and Perlot even honored Buck by lifting up his feet and carefully examining them. It was a hard day's run, up the canyon, through Sheep's Camp, past the scales and the timberline, across glaciers and slow drifts hundreds of feet deep, and over the great Chilkoot Divide, which stands between the salt water and the fresh, and guards forbiddingly the sad and lonely north. They made good time down the chains of lakes, which fills the crates of extinct volcanoes, and late that night pulled into the huge camp at the head of Lake Bennett, where thousands of gold seekers were building boats against the breakup of the ice in the spring. Buck made his hole in the snow and slept the sleep of the exhausted just, but all too early was routed out in the cold darkness and harassed with his mates to the sled. That day they made 40 miles, the trail being packed, but the next day, and for many days to follow, they broke their own trail, worked harder, and made poorer time. As a rule, Perlot traveled ahead of the team, packing the snow with webbed shoes to make it easier for them. Francois, guiding the sled at the gee pole, sometimes exchanged places with him, but not often. Perlot was in a hurry, and he prided himself on his knowledge of ice, which knowledge was indispensable, for the fall of ice was very thin, and where there was swift water, there was no ice at all. For days unending, Buck toiled in the traces. Always, they broke camp in the dark, and the first gray of dawn found them hitting the trail with fresh miles reeled off behind them. And always, they pitched camp after dark, eating their bit of fish and crawling to sleep into the snow. Buck was ravenous. The pound and a half of sun-dried salmon, which was his ration for each day, seemed to go nowhere. He never had enough. He suffered from perpetual hunger pains. Yet, the other dogs, because they laid wet and were born to life, received a pound of only the fish and managed to keep in good condition. He swiftly lost this fastidiousness which had characterized his old life. A dainty eater, he found that his mates, finishing first, robbed him of his unfinished ration. There was no defending it. While he was fighting off 2 or 3, it was disappearing down the throats of the others. To remedy this, he ate as fast as they. And so, greatly did hunger compel him. He was not above taking what did not belong to him. He watched and learned. When he saw Pike, one of the new dogs, a clever malingerer and thief, slyly steal a slice of bacon when Perlot's back was turned, he duplicated the performance the following day, getting away with the whole chunk. A great uproar was raised, but he was unsuspected, while Dub, an awkward blunderer who was always getting caught, was punished for Buck's misdeed. This first theft marked Buck as fit to survive in the hostile Northland environment. It marked his adaptability, his capacity to adjust himself to changing conditions, the lack of which would have meant swift and terrible death. It marked, further, the decay, or going to pieces, of his moral nature, a vain thing, and the handicap in the ruthless struggle for existence. It was all well enough in the Southland, under the law of love and fellowship, to respect private property and personal feelings, but in the Northland, under the law of club and fang, whoso took such things into account was a fool, and in so far as he had observed them, he would fail to prosper. Not that Buck reasoned it out. He was fit, that was all, and unconsciously, he accommodated himself to the new mode of life. All his days, no matter what the odds, he had never run from a fight, but the club of the man in the red sweater had beaten into him a more fundamental and primitive code. Civilized, he could have died for a moral consideration, say the defense of Judge Miller's riding whip, but the completeness of his decivilization was now evidenced from his ability to flee from the defense of a mortal consideration, and so save his hide. He did not steal for the joy of it, but because of the clamor of his stomach. He did not rob openly, but stole secretly and cunningly, out of respect for Club and Fang. In short, the things he did were done because it was easier to do them than not to do them. His development, or retrogression, was rapid. His muscles became hard as iron, and he grew callous to all ordinary pain. He achieved an internal as well as external economy. He could eat anything, no matter how loathsome or indigestible. And, once eaten, the juices of his stomach extracted the least particle of nutrient, and his blood carried it to the farthest reaches of his body, building it into the toughness and stoutest of tissues. Sight and scent became remarkably keen, while his hearing developed such acuteness that in his sleep he heard the faintest sounds and knew whether it heralded peace or peril. He learned to bite the ice out of his teeth when it collected between his toes, and, when he was thirsty, there was a thick serum of ice over the water hole. He would break it by rearing and striking it with stiff legs. His most conspicuous trait was an ability to scent the wind and forecast it a night in advance. No matter how breathless the air, when he tugged his nest by tree or bank, the wind that later blew inevitably found him no leeward, sheltered and snug. And not only did he learn by experience, but instincts long dead became alive again. The domesticated generations fell from him. In vague ways, he remembered back to the youth of the breed, to the time when the wild dogs ranged in packs through the primeval forests and killed their meats as they ran it down. It was no task for him to learn to fight, to cut and slash, and the quick wolf snap. In this manner, he had forgotten ancestors. They quickened the old life within him, and the old tricks which they had stamped out into the heredity of the breed were his tricks. They came to him without effort or discovery, as though they had always been his. And when, on the still cold nights, he pointed his nose at a star and howled long and wolf-like, it was his ancestors, dead in dust, pointing nose at star and howling down through the centuries and through him. And his cadences were their cadences, the cadences which voiced their woes, and what to them was the meaning of the stillness and the cold and dark. Thus, as token of what a puppet thing life is, the ancient song surged through him, and he came onto his own again. And he came because men had found a yellow metal in the north, and because Manuel was a gardener's helper whose wages did not lap over the needs of a wife and the driver's small copies of himself. We are going to take, hang on. Sorry, I had to bite through my lozenge. We are going to take another quick break here. Thank you for hanging on. We're going to take another quick break here. That is the end of the chapter. So I'm going to take a drink. I can't text. from here, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to just kind of give it a little rest, before we get into the next, chapter. I'll chat with you guys if you guys want to chat, but if not, I'm probably just going to kind of quietly rest here, and it should be good. Okay. Yes, 2.5 hours until Smasher Pass, give or take. Yeah. I don't have those toggled. Okay. How do I toggle it? How do I toggle? Okay. Deep breath. I don't know how to give you access. Oh, I got it. I think I've got it anyway. Let me try this. Alright. Yay! I think I did it! Okay, we're good. I got it toggled. Honest to God, and I'm putting this out here. Thank you guys for bringing this up. I'm putting this out here. If someone were to have redeemed something like that when I said that I have everything off, I would have slapped him with a timeout. I would have just slapped him with a timeout because read the room, you know? Alright. I do apologize. Bun is getting a little bit eepy physically. It's funny how just reading aloud can end in just, you know, it's you don't realize how tiring that kind of thing is. And I've like slowly hit the like crescendo crest. I don't think I can't remember if I have or not. Why are there boxes on everything? Hang on. That's weird. Sorry, I just noticed my desktop has like a bunch of boxes. And I don't know what I hit. To wake Bun up. The bun is not like tired, like sleepy. The bun is physically tired. Again, we joke about the fact that it's like all I'm doing is talking. All I'm doing is reading a book, but it takes a lot more effort, surprisingly, and I normally do 3-hour sessions. 3-hour maximum session with breaks. That's the most I normally do just for my own health. So this is a little bit longer than I normally do. So I am standing up periodically. I'm also making sure my legs are not always crossed, but it's okay. It's okay. It's also just it's been a while since I've well, not really, but it's been a while since I've like posted a podfic, so you know. But I'm kind of happy I get to share this
with you guys, you know what I mean? I'm very happy that I get to share this because I think it's rather nice, you know? Yeah, I only turned off the sound redeems, Thor. So things that are chat exclusive, like commands, should still work, but the things that are sound based that are not follows and raids and stuff like that. I do have follows and raids and, you know, normal stream stuff turned on. All of that should be muted, so that's okay. Yeah, I think I've turned off just the ones that create sound effects, so the ones that cue sounds. I don't want to nuke everything for you guys, because yeah, those commands are working. But I think I've toggled all the things that sound except for follows, raids, you know, that stuff. Okay. You know what I think is so funny is I find myself very tired, and I don't think I'm doing anything different than the last time I played Hundo, where Hundo was super long, but I guess I must have had more or took more breaks during the Hundo stream. That or I'm just a little tired too. That's probably it, but that's okay. I appreciate you guys. To be fair, Ato showing up does it really does. He's a cure for a lot of things, you know. He's a cure to humanity. He's a cure for the stupid stuff. much silly, much stupid. Okay, I am going to just give myself a few more moments. Probably gonna give myself a minute or two more, and then we'll get back into the reading. He does have right to size, but I really appreciate you guys hanging out with Soft Bun. Soft Bun is it's heartwarming to know you guys who I know we don't normally do this, but I'm very grateful that you guys came out to hang out with me today, because this is something that I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, and I know it's very different than what I normally do, but I must admit that I'm very excited and kind of happy to be sharing this with you. Please take a nap if you need to nap, Yuzu. Please nap if you need to nap. It's okay. Please nap. Please nap. But it's a little embarrassing, and it makes me very nervous. But you know, it's fine. I'm gonna have some moss to keep me going, so I'll crash and sleep well. Okay, we're gonna crash together then. We're gonna we're gonna crash together. We're both gonna crash and burn. It's gonna be great. Yeah, if you need to nap, Thor's here with me. Thor's got an eye on chat. Thor's here. It's okay. If you need to nap, Thor will keep an eye on chat, make sure everyone's behaving. But everyone's been very kind to me, and I'm very grateful. I'm a lot more physically drained, I think, today than I want to admit. Okay. As long as you know your limits, man, okay? If you need to break, please do. Welcome home, Kaede. I hope you had a good day. What are we talking about? Oh, here's a thought, and I'm just putting this out there. I don't pay attention to the numbers or anything, but if the numbers aren't showing up, either people are on normal accounts, like they're not logged into their Twitch and they're listening, or Twitch is funny and it's not counting whatever. But, you know, it was a nice little shopping trip with my mom and little Wait, is little asshole the youngest brother? Or is because there's asshole, and then is little asshole like the youngest, youngest? I saw asshole. I was like, oh, okay, she went with asshole, and then I saw little asshole. I was like, wait a minute, that's not asshole. You wouldn't call him little asshole. Yeah, okay. Oh, I hope you had a good time then. Did you guys get anything nice? He's the youngest and tall. Wait, what? He's the youngest and the tallest? How's that fair? Wait, how's that fair? Well, we know where all the height genes went. That's crazy, though. That's gotta be kind of fun. You'd point to little asshole and like, and this is my baby brother, and he's like towering over you. That's the kind of thing that I would pull off if I had that. I'm the oldest and shortest. Yeah. I feel that, Kaede. I feel that. I think we've both discussed that we're both around like ema. I think you're ema sized, right? You're like ema sized and I'm Kako sized. Girl, we're so cursed and it's the greatest thing ever. Okay. I don't know if I should take another lozenge. We got semi-matching sweaters for around the house and did some blind. I found the Sorrow keycap set on the wild and got coffee. That's bad, right? Is Daniel in set 1? Is Daniel in set 1? So getting Kafka is bad? Regardless, I'm so glad you found the Star Rail keycaps in the wild, but that's getting Kafka is bad, right? Because it's not Daniel. It's my assumption anyway. I'm not sure if that's right or not. Oh, yeah, IL and Jing Yuan. Kafka is okay. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure there's characters you would like more. Oh, let me tell you guys. So, one of my siblings, I think I mentioned it, they're away at a convention right now. And one of the things that they do when they go to conventions is, and I love them, but it's kind of stupid sometimes, is when we're at conventions, we'll usually send each other pictures of the merch. If my sibling and I are not attending the same convention, which we normally are, I have a tendency to call them, because if you've ever been to a convention, you know that the merch hall sells out fast, so you gotta basically make your decision fresh. My sibling doesn't call me, they at me at Discord, and it's like sometimes I'm not able to look at it for another hour because the way my notifs are set up, it's like it doesn't give me always a sound ping. I have to have it set for whatever. So I absolutely love it that like I got yesterday, good lord, they sent me a picture of Ratio Reen merch and they didn't ping me. They didn't even ping me. I got back an hour and a half. Yeah, an hour and a half later, I was like, wait a minute, how much are those? And they were like, too late, con's closed. I was like, you didn't even add me. I was like, didn't even add me, you bitch. Which was so sad. But the things that she sent were the Honkai Star Rail the train blind boxes. So the little train cars with the heads on top of them. She sent me those, and I was like, you didn't even at me to tell me that you found them, because she was at the official booths and was sending photos of stuff. Particularly, they had a lot of aventurine stuff, but I have all the aventurine stuff, so you know. Speaking of merch, Senpai confirmed they got the 3 Hundo plushies. Yay! I mean, as they should. Darumi is Senpai's best girl, and like, Eitaku. 42. If I get a plushie like that, I can recreate 42, can't I? I can do that. Read me to sleep, Pappy, honk shoe. I can read you to sleep. I can read you to sleep, Eve. It's gonna be a nightmare though. Are you ready for your nightmare? One day there was a boy named Argenti. He was beautiful and he had red hair. He never returned to the banner. The end. No. Oh, 7 Eve, she will be missed. I will say, earlier today I saw a video about the current character's longest time waiting for their banner rerun. And I was looking at poor Argenti. He was up there at the tippy top. I was like, oh, poor Argenti. And at the moment, Argenti has been waiting the longest for a rerun. Eve knows this, but Argenti has been waiting the longest for a rerun without being added to the collected, the cosmic shop, or you can lose your 50/50. And oh, hello, is it Convoy VT? Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Welcome. It's good to have you. But I believe he is the character who is most waiting for a banner who has not already been added to like the 50/50 loss pool or the shop. Because like the longest wait for a rerun banner, I believe, is like it's Fushuen, but she's technically on the 50. It's Fushuen and Sela. Oh, I guess Sela is technically waiting longer than him, but you know. I hope Streen is going well. It is. Thank you so much for stopping by, Convoy. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. ASMR singing. So actually today I wouldn't be opposed to singing. However, I'm not going to, not because I'm not going to for you guys, but health-wise, it's probably not the safest for me to be caterwauling in the state I'm at. I may sing a little bit if you guys want, but I have to be very careful because I'm kind of teetering on the edge of what is safe vocally. Oh, it's stuck in my head now. But it's good to see you, Bunny. I hope you're doing well as well. Okay, I love you, Arashi, but this is triggering my ASMR ick, so you're gonna go on mute. No, you're fine. I'll PM you. Thank you so much for stopping by, Eve. You have a wonderful day. Eve is... Okay, so this is kind of funny. Eve is doing me a favor in something else. And I think it's gonna be funny because Eve is doing me a favor and she's putting me together something else, not the 18+ thing. But I think it's funny that I don't think she'll be able to listen to the final product. She's putting together something for me. But now that I think about it, if this and me talking like this triggers her ASMR ick, she's not gonna be able to listen to the final product, which is I feel bad. I feel so bad. You did? Thank you so much. Oh, you meant the 18+ thing. Yeah, I know you did. Thank you so much, Eve. You did? A week ago? It is? Where? Oh. I did not see this. No, the other thing. Wait, when did you send this to me? Wait. Why didn't I would have saved this. Why is this the first time I'm seeing this? Wait, I'm genuinely so confused because if I
I had received this, I would have saved this. You sent this on the 14th. How did I miss this? I'm putting it out there though, Eve. If you don't like the way that I sound right now, you're not going to be able to listen to the final product. We'll have to timestamp all of your parts so you can only listen to your own part because because this is how I sound when I do it. I'm so sorry. Hang on, I have to check Kaede's DMs. Did I miss something from her too? I wouldn't be surprised. We sent each other a lot of memes. Might puke once. It's okay. Listen, if you puke, you have to promise you tell me. I want to be able to say that I got someone to puke. Yeah, I'm gonna be real, you should have poked me. You should have poked me. I'm putting this out here. I'm calling myself out. She sent this to me on the 14th. I did not see it. I did not respond. I don't know how I missed it. If I'd seen it, I would have saved it. The next time I texted her was on the 19th. It's almost a week. Almost a week. Thank you, Kaede. I appreciate it. Yeah, you both can send your stuff to me. I'll post stream today, Eve. I'll get back to you on this, but yeah, we get to watch Eve suffer because this is how I talk when I do this stuff. So she's just gonna have to deal with it. Not only is she gonna have to deal with it, but she's going to have to deal with, I'm all good, I'll be drunk so I won't remember. I'm gonna text you stuff, but no, Eve, I'm putting this out here. Not only will you have to deal with my ASMR voice, but I'm going to be ASMRing, and then I'll be switching to your favorite character. Hello, Laptop Thor! I'm just putting that out there. That's gonna be whiplash for Eve, where it's gonna be like, it's gonna be a double whammy. Not only is it Ariel ASMR voice, but then it's Ariel ASMR voice immediately into Eve's favorite character, voiced poorly, back into the ASMR voice. I live to make people suffer, you know? I got live to make people suffer. Good for modding, bad for Bioshock 2. That's a great statement. Good for modding, bad for Bioshock 2. I will say, I started doing Kaede's lines first, and I saw the highlighted yellow and was like, wait, Eve, I tried to be so good. I tried to be so good, Eve. I tried to be so good and highlight it all. I mean, I'm not supposed to do that technically, but I was like, you know what? I'll do that for you guys. Eve. I did tell you guys to look through it though, just in case I missed a line or two, but yeah, you know. But okay, now that I have both of your stuff, or, well, Kaede will send me hers as soon as she's done editing, but she's done too. Once you guys are done with that, I will edit it into a project, and it'll be really, really cool. I don't know if I have artwork done. I may have to make artwork for that, but it's okay. Doesn't meet the VRAM requirements. That makes sense. Thank you for the reminder to breathe, Monokuma. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well too. Alright. Well, with that said, I don't know if we're gonna get past chapter 4, so I'm going to get back to the ASMRing. You leave now, Eve. Please leave now, Eve, for your own sanity. We're going to get back into the next chapter, and then depending on how I'm feeling after this chapter, it will dictate how much of a break I take and when I break for the longer period to set up 18 plus Smasher Pass. But truly, thank you again everyone for being here, and we will be back in one moment. We just open the book back up again. More water for me, and actually, I wanted to do it, but okay, you know what I'm going to do? What I'm going to do is I am going to, before I get started on this, I'm going to run an ad early. So we're going to run an ad right now. And that way, when the actual ad runs, I can just go through. So that's what we're going to be doing. Thank you so much for your patience. And I'm going to use the restroom really quickly. And when we come back, we will get into the next chapter. Thank you so much for your patience. We are back. And we are back with the book. Thank you all again. Back to the book, and we'll see how much farther we... Oh my goodness. Why is it so loud outside? Chapter 3. The Dominant Primordial Beast. The dominant primordial beast was strong in buck, and under the fierce conditions of trail life, it grew and grew. Yet, it was a secret growth. His newborn cunning gave him poise and control. He was too busy adjusting himself to the new life to feel at ease, and not only did he not pick fights, but he avoided them whenever possible. A certain deliberateness characterized his attitude. He was not prone to rashness and precipitate action, and in the bitter hatred between him and Spitz, he betrayed no impatience, shunned all offensive acts. On the other hand, possibly because he divined in Buck a dangerous rival, Spitz never lost an opportunity of showing his teeth. He even went out of his way to bully Buck, striving constantly to start the fight, which could only end in the death of one or the other. Early in the trip, this might have taken place, had it not been for an unwanted accident. At the very end of the day, they made a bleak and miserable camp on the shores of Lake Labarge. Driving snow, a wind that cut like a white-hot knife, and darkness had forced them to grope for a camping place. They could hardly have fared worse. At their backs rose a perpendicular wall of rocks, and Perrault and Francois were compelled to make their fire and spread their sleeping robes on the ice of the lake itself. The tent they had discarded at Daye was in order to travel light. A few sticks of driftwood furnished them with a fire that thawed down through the ice and let them eat supper in the dark. Close in under the sheltering rock, Buck made his nest. So snug and warm it was that he was loath to leave it when Francois distributed the fish, which he had first thawed over the fire. But when Buck finished his ration and returned, he found his nest occupied. A warning snarl told him that the trespasser was Spitz. Till now, Buck had avoided trouble with his enemy, but this was too much. The beast in him roared. He sprang upon Spitz with a fury which surprised them both, and Spitz particularly, for his whole experience with Buck had gone to teach him that his rival was an unusually timid dog who managed to hold his own only because of his great weight and size. Francois was surprised too when they shot out in a tango from the disrupted nest, and he divined the cause of the trouble. He called to Buck. "Give it to him! I gotta give it to him, you dirty thief!" Spitz was equally willing. He was crying with sheer rage and eagerness as he circled back and forth for a chance to spring in. Buck was no less eager, and no less cautious, as he likewise circled back and forth for the advantage. But it was then that the unexpected happened, the thing which projected their struggle for supremacy far into the future, past many a weary mile or trail or toil. An oath from Perrault, a resounding impact of a club upon a bony frame, and a shrill yelp of pain heralded a breaking forth of pandemonium. The camp was suddenly discovered to be alive with skulking, furry forms, starving huskies, 4 or 5 score of them, who had scented the camp from some Indian village. They had crept in while Buck and Spitz were fighting, and when the 2 men sprang among them with stout clubs, they showed their teeth and fought back. They were crazed by the smell of the food. Perrault found one with head buried in the grub box, his club handedly on the gaunt ribs, and the grub box was capsized on the ground. On the instant, a score of famished brutes were scrambling for bread and bacon. The club fell upon them unheeded. They yelped and howled under the rain of blows, but struggled none the less madly till the last crumb had been devoured. In the meantime, the astonished team dogs had burst out of their nests, only to be set upon by the fierce invaders. Never had Buck seen such dogs. It seemed as though their bones would burst through their skin. They were mere skeletons, draped loosely in dangled hides, with blazing eyes and slavered fangs. But the hunger badness made them terrifying, irresistible. There was no opposing them. The team dogs were swept back against the cliff at the first onset. Buck was beset by 3 huskies, and in a trice his head and shoulders were ripped and slashed. The din was frightful. Billet was crying as usual. Dave and Solex, dripping blood from a score of wounds, were fighting bravely side by side. Joe was snapping like a demon. Once his teeth closed on the foreleg of a husky, and he crunched down through the bone. Pike, the malingler, leapt upon the crippled animal, breaking its neck with a quick flash of teeth and a jerk. Buck got a frothing adversary by the throat and was sprayed with blood when his teeth sank through the jugular. The warm taste of it in his mouth goaded him to greater fierceness. He flung himself upon another, and at the same time felt teeth sink into his own throat. It was Spitch, treacherously attacking from the side. Perlot and Francois, having cleared out their part of the camp, hurried to save their sled dogs. The wild wave of famished beasts rolled back before them, and Buck shook himself free. But it was only for a moment. The two men were compelled to run back to save the grub, upon which the Huskies returned to the attack on the team. Billet, terrified into bravery, sprang through the savage circle and fled away over the ice. Pike and Dub followed their heels, with the rest of the team behind. As Buck drew himself together to spring after them, out of the tail of his eye, he saw Spitz rush upon him, with an evident intention of overthrowing him. Once on his feet, and under the mass of Huskies, there was no hope for him, but he braced himself to the shock of Spitz's charge, then joined the flight out on the lake. Later, the 9 team dogs gathered together and sought shelter in the forest. Though unpursued, they were a sorry plight. There was not one who was not wounded in 4 or 5 places, while some were wounded grievously. Dub was badly injured in a hind leg. Dolly, the last husky added to the team, at Daye, had a badly torn throat. Joe had lost an eye, while Billet, the good-natured, with an ear chewed and rent to ribbons, cried and whimpered throughout the night. At daybreak, they limped warily back to camp, to find the marauders gone, and the 2 men in bad tempers. Fully half of their grub supply was gone. The Huskies had chewed through the sled lashings and canvas coverings. In fact, no matter how remotely edible, nothing, no matter how remotely edible, had escaped them. They had eaten a pair of Perlot's moose-hide moccasins, chunks out of the leather traces, and even 2 feet of lash from the end of Francois's whip. He broke from a mournful contemplation of it all to look over his wounded dogs. "Ah, my friends," he said softly, "maybe it make you a mad dog. Those many bites. Maybe all mad dogs, sacre dame. What do you think, Perlot?" The courier shook his head dubiously. With 400 miles of trail still between him and Dawson, he could ill afford to have madness break out among his dogs. 2 hours of cursing and exertion got the harness into shape, and the wound-stiffened team was underway, struggling painfully over the hardest part of the trail they had yet encountered, and, for that matter, the hardest between them and Dawson. The 30-mile river was wide open. Its wild water defied the frost, and it was in the eddies only, in that quiet place, that the ice held at all. 6 days of exhausting toil were required to cover those 30 terrible miles, and terrible they were, for every foot of them was accomplished at the risk of life to dog and man. A dozen times, Perlot, nosing the way, broke through the ice bridges, being saved by the long pole he carried, which he so held that it fell each time across the hole made by his body. But a cold snap was on, the thermometer registering 50 below zero, and each time he broke through, he was compelled for very life to build a fire and dry his garments. Nothing daunted him. It was because nothing daunted him that he had been chosen for government courier. He took all manner of risks, resolutely thrusting his little weazened face into the frost, and struggling on from dim dawn to dusk. He skirted the frowning shores of rim ice that bent and crackled underfoot, and upon which they dared not halt. Once the sled broke, though, with Dave and Buck, and they were half frozen and all but drowned by the time they were dragged out. The usual fire was necessary to save them. They were coated solidly with ice, and the 2 men kept them on the run around the fire, sweating and thawing, and close as they were, singed by the flames, so close that they were singed by the flames. At another time, Spitz went through, dragging the whole team after him. To Buck, who strained backwards with all strength, his forepaws on the slippery edge, and ice quivering and snapping all around. But behind him was Dave, likewise straining backwards, and behind the sled was Francois, pulling till his tendons cracked. Again, the rim ice broke away before and behind, and there was no escape except up the cliff. Perlot scaled it by a miracle, while Francois prayed for just that miracle, and with every thong and sled lashing and the last bit of harnesses rove into a long rope, the dogs were hoisted, one by one, to the cliff's crest. Francois came up last, after the sled and load. Then came the search for a place to descend, which descent was ultimately made by the aid of the rope, and night found them back on the river with a quarter of the mile to the day's credit. By the time they made it to Hutalquana and good ice, Buck was played out. The rest of the dogs were in like conditions, but Perlot, to make up for lost time, pushed them late and early. The first day, they covered 35 miles to Big Salmon. The next, 35 more to Little Salmon. The third day, 40 miles, which brought them well upwards to towards the Five Fingers. Buck's feet were not so compact and hard as the feet of the huskies. He had softened during the many generations since the day his last wild ancestor was tamed by a cave dweller or riverman. All day long he limped in agony, and camp once made, lay down like a dead dog. Hungry as he was, he would not move to receive his ration of fish, which Francois had to bring to him. Also, the dog diver rubbed Buck's feet for half an hour each night after supper, and sacrificed the top of his own moccasins to make 4 moccasins for Buck. It was a great relief, and Buck caused even the weazened face of Perlot to twist itself into a grin one morning, when Francois forgot the moccasins, and Buck lay on his back, his 4 feet waving appealingly in the air, and refused to budge without them. Later, his feet grew hard to the trail, and the worn-out footgear was thrown away. At the Pelly one morning, as they were harnessing up, Dolly, who had never been conspicuous for anything, suddenly went mound. She announced her condition by a long, heartbreaking wolf howl that sent every dog bristling with fear, then sprang straight for Buck. He had never seen a dog go mad, nor did he have any reason to fear madness. Yet, he knew that here was horror, and fled away from it in a panic. Straight away he raced, with Dolly panting and frothing, 1 leap behind. Nor could she gain on him, so great was his terror, nor could he leave her, so great was her madness. He plunged through the wooden breast of the island, flew down to the lower end, crossed a back channel filled with rough ice to another island, gained a third island, curved back to the main river, and in desperation started to cross it, and all the time, though he did not look, he could hear her snarling just 1 leap behind. Francois called to him a quarter of a mile away, and he doubled back, still 1 leap ahead, gasping painfully for air, and putting all his faith in that Francois would save him. The dog driver had an axe poised in his hand, and as Buck shot past him, the axe crashed down upon Mad Dolly's head. Buck staggered over against the sled, exhausted, sobbing for breath, helpless. This was Spitz's opportunity. He sprang upon Buck, and twice his teeth sank into his unresisting foe, and ripped and tore flesh to the bone. Then Francois's lash descended, and Buck had the satisfaction of watching Spitz receive the worst whipping as yet administered to any of the teams. "One devil that Spitz," remarked Perlot. "Some damn day him kill that Buck. That Buck 2 devils," was Francois's reconjoiner. "All the time I watched that Buck, I know for sure. Listen, some damn fine day he'll get mad and kill the hell right shoot that Spitz up and spit him back out in the snow. Sure I know." From then on, it was a war between them. Spitz, as lead dog, and acknowledged master of the team, felt his supremacy threatened by this strange Southland dog, and strange Buck was to him, for, of the many Southland dogs he had known, not one had later journeyers. And further, the police had arranged in 2 or 3 place deposits of grub for dog and man, and he was traveling light. They made 60-mile, which is a 50-mile run, on the first day, and the second day saw them blooming up the Yukon, well on their way to Pelly. But such splendid running was not achieved without great trouble and vexation on the part of Francois. The insidious revolt, led by Buck, had destroyed solidarity of the team. It no longer was one dog leaping in the traces. The encouragement Buck gave the rebels led them into all kinds of petty misdemeanors. Nor more was Spitz a leader greatly to be feared. The old awe departed, and they grew equally to challenging his authority. Pike robbed him of half a fish one night, and gulped it down under the protection of Buck. Another night, Dub and Joe fought Spitz, and made him forego the punishment they deserved. And even Billy, the good-natured, was less good-natured, and whined not half so placatingly in the former days. Buck never came near Spitz without snarling and bristling menacingly. In fact, his conduct approached that of a bully, and he was given to swaggering up and down before Spitz's very nose. The breaking down of discipline, likewise, affected the dogs in their relations with one another. They quarreled and bickered, more so ever among themselves, till, at times, the camp was a howling bedlam. Dave and Sullox alone were unaltered, though they were made irritable by the unending squabbling. Francois swore strange barbarous oaths, and stamped the snow in futile rage, and tore his hair. His lash was always singing among the dogs, but it was of small avail. Directly his back was turned, they were at it again. He backed up Spitz with his whip, while Buck backed up the remainder of the team. Francois knew he was behind all the trouble, and Buck knew he knew, but Buck was too clever ever again to be caught red-handed. He worked faithfully in the harness, for the toil had become a delight to him. Yet it was a greater delight slyly to precipitate a fight amongst his mates and tangle the traces. At the mouth of the Tahkeena, one night after supper, Dub turned up a snowshoe rabbit, blundered it, and missed. In a second, the whole team was in full cry. 100 yards away was a camp at the Northwest Police, with 50 dogs, all huskies, who joined the chase. The rabbit sped down the river, turned off into a small creek, up the frozen bed which it held steady. It ran lightly on the surface of the snow, while the dogs plowed through by main strength. Buck led a pack, 60 strong, around the bend after bend, but he could not gain. He lay down low to the race, whining eagerly, and splendid body lashing forward, leap by leap, in the wan white moonlight, and leap by leap, like some pale frost wraith, the snowshoe rabbit flashed on ahead. All the stinging of old instincts, at which stated periods drives men out from their surrounding cities to forests and plains to kill things by chemically propelled laden pellets, the bloodlust, the joy to kill, all of this was Buck's, only it was infinitely more intimate. He was raging at the head of the pack, running the wild thing down, the living meat, to kill with his own teeth and wash his muzzle to the eyes in warm blood. There is an ecstasy that marks the summit of life, and beyond which life cannot rise, and such is the paradox of living. This ecstasy comes when one is most alive, and it comes as a complete forgetfulness that one is alive. This ecstasy, this forgetfulness of living, comes to the artist, caught up and out of himself, in a sheet of flame. It comes to the soldier, war-mad on a stricken field, and refusing quarter. It came to Buck, leading the pack, sounding the old wolf cry, straining after the food that was alive, and that swiftly fled before him through the moonlight. He was sounding the depths of his nature, and of the parts of his nature that were deeper than he, going back into the womb of time. He was mastered by the sheer surging of life, the tidal wave of being, the perfect joy of each separate muscle, joint, and sinew. In that it was everything that was not death. It was aglow and rampant, expressing itself in momentum, flying expectantly, under the stars and over the face of dead matter that did not move. But Spitz, cold and calculating, even in his supreme moods, left the pack and cut across the narrow neck of land where the creek made a long bend around. Buck did not know of this, and as he rounded the bend, the frost wraiths of the rabbits still flinging before him, he saw another larger frost wraith leap from the overhang bank onto the immediate path of the rabbit. It was Spitz. The rabbit could not turn, and as the white teeth broke its back in midair, it shrieked loudly, as a stricken man may shriek. At the sound of this, the cry of life plunging down from life's apex in the grip of death, the full pack at Buck's heels raised a hell's chorus of delight. Buck did not cry out. He did not check himself. He drove down upon Spitz, shoulder to shoulder, so hard that he missed the throat. They rolled over and over in the powdery snow. Spitz gained his feet almost as though he had not been overthrown, slashing Buck down the shoulder and leaping clear. Twice his teeth clipped together, like the steel jaws of a trap, as he backed away for better footing, with lean and lifting steps that writhed and snarled. In a flash, Buck knew it. The time had come. It was to the death. As they circled about snarling, ears laid back, keenly watchful for the advantage, the scene came to Buck with a sense of familiarity. He seemed to remember it all, the white woods and earth and moonlight, and the thrill of battle. Over the whiteness and silence brooded a ghostly calm. There was not the faintest whisper of air. Nothing moved, not a leaf quivered, the visible breaths of the dogs rising slowly and lingering in the frosty air. They made short work of the snowshoe rabbit, these dogs that were ill-tamed wolves, and they were all now drawn up in an expectant circle. They, too, were silent, their eyes only gleaming, and their breaths drifting slowly upward. To Buck, it was nothing new or strange, this sense of old time. It was as though it had always been the wonted way of things. Spitz was a practiced fighter. From Spitsbergen and through the Arctic and across Canada and the Barrens, he had held his own with all manner of dogs and achieved true mastery over them. Bitter rage was his, but never blind rage. In passion to rend and destroy, he never forgot that his enemy was in like passion to rend and destroy. He never rushed till he was prepared to receive a rush, never attacked till he had the first defended that attack. In vain, Buck strove to sink his teeth into the neck of the big white dog. Wherever his fangs struck for the softer flesh, they were countered by the fangs of Spitz. Fang clashed fang, and lips were cut and bleeding, but Buck could not penetrate his enemy's guard. Then he warmed up and enveloped Spitz in a whirlwind of rushes. Time and time again he tried for the snow-white throat, where life bubbled near to the surface, and every time Spitz slashed him away, and got away. Then Buck took to rushing, as though for the throat, when suddenly, drawing back his head, and curving in front of the side, he would drive his shoulder at the shoulder of Spitz, as a ram by which to overthrow him. But instead, Buck's shoulder was slashed down each time, as Spitz leaped lightly away. Spitz was untouched, while Buck was streaming with blood and panting hard. The fight was growing desperate, and all the while the silent, wolfish circle waited to finish off whichever dog went down. As Buck grew winded, Spitz took to rushing, and he kept him staggering for footing. Once Buck went over, the whole circle of 60 dogs stared up, but he recovered himself, almost in midair, and the circle sank down again and waited. But Buck possessed a quality that made for greatness: imagination. He fought by instinct, but he could fight by head as well. He rushed, as though attempting the old shoulder trick, but at the last instant swept low to the snow and in. His teeth closed on Spitz's left foreleg. There was a crunch of breaking bone, and the white dog faced him on 3 legs. Thrice he tried to knock him down, then repeated that trick and broke the right foreleg. Despite the pain and helplessness, Spitz struggled madly to keep up. He saw the silent circle, with gleaming eyes, lolling tongues, and silvery breaths drifting upward, closing in upon him, as he had seen similar circles close in upon beaten antagonists in the past. Only this time, he was the one who was beaten. There was no hope for him. Buck was inexorable. Mercy was a thing reserved for gentler climates. He maneuvered for the final rush. The circle had tightened till he could feel the breaths of the huskies on his flanks. He could see them, beyond Spitz, and to either side, half crouching for the spring, their eyes fixed upon him. A pause seemed to fall. Every animal was motionless, as though turned to stone. Only Spitz quivered and bristled as he staggered back and forth, snarling with a horrible menace, as though to frighten off impending death. Then Buck sprang in and out, but while he was in, shoulder had the last squarely met shoulder. The dark circle became a dot on the moon-floor snow as Spitz disappeared from view. Buck stood and looked on, the successful champion of the dominant primordial beast who had made his kill and found it good.
And that would be the end of chapter 3. Hi Shiny, how was your anime session? I hope you've been doing well. Yes, indeed, new book. Alright, we are going to take another short break right now just to give me a little bit of breathing. Alright, finished off that bottle of water. From here, I think we'll only be able to get one more chapter done and read. And then we'll be transitioning over into the Smasher Pass. It's not bad at all. I'm pretty sure there's 5 chapters. Which is pretty good. But I'm definitely getting a little eepy, which is so silly. Just a little eepsies. Just a little eepsies. You know how it is. Alright, with that said, I'm gonna eat my snack. I had my snack. So I'm going to eat a little bit of my snack and just kind of breathe. And I hope you guys are all doing well. Sorry, I know that was loud. If you guys aren't, I'm so sorry. I hope that hopefully your week will be good. Even I've got a biscuit. Just got a little biscuit here, a little biscuit and some jam. And so that's what we're snacking on right now. And probably not the best thing because it's kind of dry, but oh well. But it's tasty and good for the soul, you know? Tasty and good for the soul. Oh, and this is biscuit, like American biscuit, not British biscuit. Just organize the Tupperware cabinet. Heck yeah, Thor! That's what we're talking about. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm gonna take this time to breathe. And just breathe. Yeah. I've been multitasking all stream. Heck yeah, that's what we're talking about. The stream is very soft vibe, so it makes me happy that you've been using me as background noise to get stuff done, because that was the goal of this stream. I wanted to just be your little background noise, you know?
If you guys are hearing clicking, I do apologize. I'm so sorry about that. All right. No, I understand what you mean, Thor. I understand. This is a very low-key part of the stream, but I appreciate you guys being here. Okay, I'm going to finish my biscuit, and then we will get into the next chapter, and we will see where that leaves me and how much time we have left. And from there, we will choose if we continue or not. Mostly because I need time to set up the next part of the stream, but for what it's worth, I'm going to be so sleep deprived going into Kaede's stream. That's gonna be so fun. I'm going to be just as ruined as the rest of them. Same, me too, girl. Me too. We are so screwed. I have reached a very peak tired, so it's gonna be fun. By the time we get to Kaede's stream for the end of the night, because that's what we're doing, it's gonna be, well, I'm gonna put it this way. I'm very glad that I'm only going to be the voice of Eito Aotsuki and Kako, who, is Kako. So, she can be unhinged, but I'm so glad I'm only the voice of Eito and he's going into his little cage for now. I don't know, maybe she could get there. Thankfully, my laptop is stitch and safe. It's got water vents. Wait, what? You can dump a gallon on the keyboard without damage? That is crazy. I did not know something like that existed. That's crazy. Alright. With that said, we are going to move on to the next chapter. Chapter 4. Who has won to mastership? What I say? I speak true when I say the buck two devils. This was Francois' speech next morning, when he discovered Spitz missing and Buck covered with wounds. He drew him by the fire, into the fire, and by its light, pointed them out. That Spitz fight like hell, says Perlot, and he surveyed the gaping rips and cuts. And that Buck fight like two hells, was Francois' answer. And now we have make good time. No more Spitz, no more trouble, sure. While Perlot camped the outfit and loaded the sled, the dog driver proceeded to harness the dogs. Buck trotted up to the place Spitz would have occupied as leader, but Francois, not noticing him, brought Solix to the covered position. In his judgment, Solix was the best lead dog left. Buck sprang upon Solix in a fury, driving him back and standing in his place. Eh? Francois cried, slapping his thighs gleefully. Look at that Buck! Him kill that Spitz, him think he got to take the job? Why the go, Chuck? He cried, but Buck refused to go. Go away, Chuck! He cried, but Buck refused to budge. He took Buck by the scruff of his neck, and though the dog growled threateningly, dragged him to one side and replaced Solix. The old dog did not like it, and showed plainly that he was afraid of Buck. Francois was obdurate, and when he turned his back, Buck again displaced Solix, who was not at all unwilling to go. Francois was angry. Now, by God, I feed you! He cried, coming back with a heavy club in his hand. Buck remembered the man in the red sweater, and retreated slowly, nor did he attempt to charge in when Solix was once more brought forward, but he circled just beyond the range of the club, snarling with bitterness and rage. And while he circled, he watched the club so as to dodge it if thrown by Francois, for he was becoming wise to the way of clubs. The driver went about his work, and he called Buck when he was ready to put him in his old place in front of Dave. Buck retreated 2 or 3 steps. Francois followed him up, whereupon he retreated again. After some time, Francois threw down the club, thinking that Buck feared a thrashing. But Buck was in open revolt. He wanted not to escape clubbing, but to have the leadership. It was his by right. He had earned it, and he would not be content with less. Perlot took a hand. Between them, they ran him about for the better part of an hour. They threw clubs at him. He dodged. They cursed him, and his fathers and mothers before him, and all his steed to come after him down to the remotest generation, to every hair on his body and drop of blood in his veins. And he answered curse with snarl, and kept out of their reach. He did not try to run away, but retreated around and around the camp, advertising plainly that when his desire was met, he would come in and be good. Francois sat down and scratched his head. Perlot looked at his watch and swore. Time was flying. They should have been on the trail an hour gone. Francois scratched his head again. He shook it and grinned sheepishly at the courier, who shrugged his shoulders in sign that they were beaten. And Francois went up to where Solek stood and called to Buck. Buck laughed, as dogs laugh, yet kept his distance. Francois unfastened Solek's traces and put him back in his old place. The team stood harnessed to the sled in an unbroken line, ready for the trail, but there was no place for Buck, save at the front. Once more Francois called, and once more Buck laughed and kept away. "Throw down the club," Perlot commanded. Francois complied, whereupon Buck trotted in, laughing triumphantly, and swung around into position at the head of the team. His traces were fastened, the sled broken out, and with both men running, they dashed out on the river trail. Highly, as the dog driver had forevalued Buck with his two devils, he found, while the day was yet young, that he had undervalued. At a bound, Buck took up the duties of leadership, and where judgment was required, and quick thinking and quick acting, he showed himself the superior even of Spitz, of whom Francois had never seen an equal. But it was in giving the law and making his mates live up to it that Buck excelled. Dave and Solex did not mind the change in leadership. It was none of their business. Their business was to toil, and toil mightily, in the traces. So long as they were not interfered with, they did not care what happened. Billet, the good-natured, could lead for all they care, so long as he kept order. The rest of the team, however, had grown unruly during the last days of Spitz, and their surprise was great now that Buck proceeded to lick them back to shape. Pike, who pulled at Buck's heels, and who never put an ounce more of his weight against the breastband than he was compelled to do, was swiftly and repeatedly shaken for loafing, and ere the first day was done, he was pulling more than ever before in his life. The first night in camp, Joe, the sour one, was punished roundedly, a thing that Spitz had never succeeded in doing. Buck simply smothered him by virtue of superior weight, and cut him up till he ceased snapping and began to whine for mercy. The general tone of the team picked up immediately. It recovered its old-time solidarity, and once more the dogs leapt as one dog in the traces. At the Rink Rapids, 2 native huskies, Teek and Ancuna, were added, and a celebrity with which Buck broke them in took Francois' breath away. "Never such a dog as that Buck," he cried. "No, never worth $1,000 by care. What you say, Parrot?" And Parrot nodded. He was ahead in a record time, and gaining day by day. The trail was in excellent condition, well packed and hard, and there were no new fallen snow with which to contend. It was not too cold. The temperatures dropped to 50 below zero, and remained there the whole trip. The men rode and ran by turn, and the dogs were kept on the jump, but with infrequent stoppages. The 30-mile river was completely coated in ice, and they covered in one day what had taken them 10 days coming in. In one run, they made a 60-mile dash from the foot of Lake Labage to the White Horse Rapids, across Marsh, Tagish, and Bennett, 70 miles of lakes. They flew so fast that the man whose turn it was to run towed behind the sled at the end of a rope. And, on the last night of the second week, they toppled White Pass and dropped down the sea slope with the lights of Skygray and the shipping on their feet. It was a record run, for each day of the 14 days they had averaged 40 miles. For 3 days, Perlot and Francois threw chests up and down the main street of Chacouet and were deluged with invitations to drink, while the team was the constant center of the worshipful crowd of dog-busters and mushers. Then, 3 or 4 Western badmen aspired to clean out the town, were riddled like paper boxes for their plans, and public interest turned to other idols. Next came official orders. Francois called Buck to him, threw his arms around him, and leapt and wept over him. And that was the last of Francois and Perlot. Like other men, they passed out in Buck's life for good. A Scotch half-breed took charge of him and his mates, and in company with a dozen other dog teams, he started back over the weary trail to Dawson. It was no light running now, nor record time, but heavy toil each day, with a heavy load behind, for this was the mail train, carrying word from the world to the men who sought gold under the shadow of the pole. Buck did not like it, but he bore up well to the work, taking pride in it after the manner of Dade and Solex, and seeing that his mates, whether they prided in it or not, did their fair share. It was a monotonous life, operating with machinery-like regularity. One day was very like another. At certain times, each morning the cooks turned out, fires were built, and breakfast was eaten. Then, while some broke camp, others harnessed the dogs, and they were under way an hour or so before the darkness fell, which gave warning the dawn. At night, camp was made. Some pitched the fires, some pitched the flies, others cut firewood and pines brought for the beds, and still others carried water or ice for the cooks. Also, the dogs were fed. To them, this was the one feature of the day, though it was good to loaf around, after the fish was eaten, for an hour or so with the other dogs, of which there were 50 and odd. There were fierce fighters among them, but 3 battles with the fiercest brought Buck to mastery, so that when he bristled and showed his teeth, they all got out of the way. But of all, perhaps, he loved to lie near the fire, hind legs crouched under him, forelegs stretched out in front, head raised, and eyes blinking dreamily at the flames. Sometimes he thought of Judge Miller's big house in the sun-kissed Santa Clara Valley, and of the cement swimming tank, and Isabel the Mexican hairless, and Toots the Japanese pug. And oftener he remembered the man in the red sweater, the death of Curly, the great fight with Spitz, and the good things he had eaten, or would like to eat. He was not homesick. The sunland was very dim and distant, and such memories had no power over him. Far more potent were the memories of his heredity, that gave him things he had never seen before, a seeming familiarity. The instincts, which were but the memories of his ancestors, become habits, which had lapsed in later days, and still later in him, quickened to become alive again. Sometimes, as he crouched there, blinking dreamily at the flames, it seemed that the flames were another fire, and that, as he crouched by this other fire, he saw another and different man from the half-breed cook before him. The other man was shorter of leg and longer of arm, with muscles that were stringy and knotty rather than rounded and swelling. The hair of this man was matted and long, and his head slanted back under it from the eyes. He uttered strange sounds, and seemed very much afraid of the darkness, into which he peered continually, clutching into his hand, which hung midway between knee and foot, a stick with a heavy stone made fast to the end. He was all but naked, a ragged and fire-scorched skin hanging part-way down his back, but on his body there was much hair, in some places across the chest and shoulders, and down the outside of the arms and thighs. It was matted into almost thick fur. He did not stand erect, but with trunk inclined forward from the hip, on legs that bent at the knees. About his body there was a peculiar springiness, or resiliency, almost cat-like, and a quick alertness, as if one who lived in perpetual fear of things seen and unseen. At other times, This hairy man squatted by the fire, with head hanging between his legs, and slept. On such occasions, his elbows were on his knees, his hands clasped above his head, and he ought to shed rain by the hairy arms. And beyond that fire, in the circling darkness, Buck could see many gleaming coals, 2 by 2, always 2 by 2, which he knew to be the eyes of great beasts of prey, and he could hear the clashing of their bodies through the undergrowth, and the noises they made in the night. And dreaming there, by the Yukon bank, with lazy eyes blinking at the fire, these sounds and sights of another world would make the hair to rise along his back, and stand on the end of his shoulders, and up his neck, till he whimpered low and suppressedly, or growled softly, and the half-breed cook shouted at him, "Hey, you Buck, wake up!" Whereupon the other world would vanish, and the real world would come into his eyes, and he would get up and yawn and stretch as though he had been asleep. It was a hard trip, with the mail behind him, and the heavy work wore them down. They were short of weight, and in poor condition when they made Dawson, and should have had a 10 days or a week's rest at least. But in 2 days' time, they dropped down the Yukon bank from the barracks, loaded with letters for the outside. The dogs were tired, the drivers grumbling, and to make matters worse, it snowed every day. This meant a soft trail, greater friction on the runners, and heavier pulling for the dogs. Yet the drivers were fair through it all, and did their best for the animals. Each night, the dogs were attended to first. They ate before the drivers ate, and no man sought his sleeping robe till he had seen to the feet of the dogs he drove. Still, their strength went down. Since the beginning of winter, they had traveled 1,800 miles, dragging sleds the whole weary distance, and 1,800 miles will tell upon the life of the toughest. Buck stood it, keeping his mates up to their work and maintaining discipline, though he, too, was very tired. Billy cried and whimpered regularly in his sleep each night. Joe was sourer than ever, and Solix was unapproachable, blind side or other side. But it was Dave who suffered the most of all. Something had gone wrong with him. He became more morose and irritable, and when camp was pitched at once, made his nest, where his driver fed him, out of the harness and down. He did not get up on his feet again till harness time in the morning. Sometimes in the traces, he jerked, when jerked by sudden stoppage of the sled, or by straining it to start, he would cry out in pain. The drivers examined him, but could find nothing. All the drivers became interested in his case. They talked about it over mealtime, and over their last pipes before going to bed. And one night, they held a consultation. He was brought from his nest to the fire, and was pressed and prodded till he cried out many times. Something was wrong inside, but they could locate no broken bones. Could not make it out. By the time Cassier Bar was reached, he was so weak that he was falling repeatedly in the traces. The Scottish half-breed called a halt, and took him out to the team, making the next dog, Solix, fast to the sled. His intention was to rest Dave, letting him run free behind the sled. Sick as he was, Dave resented being taken out, grunting and growling while the traces were unfastened, and whimpering broken-heartedly when he saw Solix in the position he had held and served for so long. For the pride of trace and trail was his, and, sick unto death, he could not bear that another dog should do his work. When the sled started, he floundered in the soft snow alongside the beaten trail, attacking Solix with his teeth, rushing against him, and trying to thrust him off the soft snow on the other side, striving to leap inside his traces, and get between him and the sled, and all the while whining and yelping, and crying with grief and pain. The half-breed tried to drive him away with the whip, but he paid no heed to the stinging lash, and the man had not the heart to strike harder. Dave refused to run quietly on the trail behind the sled, where the going was easy, but continued to flounder alongside in the soft snow, where the going was most difficult, till exhausted. Then he fell, and lay where he fell, uproariously as the long train of sleds churned by. With the last remnant of his strength, he managed to stagger along behind till the train made another stop, when he floundered past the sleds to his own, where he stood alongside Solix. His driver lingered for a moment to get a light for his pipe for the man behind. Then he returned and started his dogs. They swung out on the trail with remarkable lack of exertion, turned their heads uneasily, and stopped in surprise. The driver was surprised too. The sled had not moved. He called his comrades to witness the sight. Dave had bitten through both of Solix's traces and was standing directly in the front of the sled, in his proper place. He pleaded with his eyes to remain there. The driver was perplexed. His comrades talked of how a dog could break its heart through being denied the work that killed it. He recalled instances that they had known, where dogs, too old for the toil, or injured, had died because they were cut out of the traces. Also, they had it a mercy, since Dave was to die anyway, that he should die in the traces. Heart easy and content, heart easy and content. So he was harnessed in again, and proudly he pulled, as of old, though more than once he cried out involuntarily from the bite of his inward hurt. Several times he fell down and was dragged in the traces, and once the sled ran upon him, so that he limped thereafter on one of his hind legs. But he held out until camp was reached, when his driver made a place for him by the fire. Morning found him too weak to travel. At harness-up time, he tried to crawl to his driver, but convulsive efforts got him on his feet, staggered, and fell. Then he wormed his way forward slowly, towards where the harness were being put on his mates. He would advance his forelegs, and drag up his body with a sort of hitching movement. Then he would advance his forelegs and hitch ahead again for a few more inches. His strength left him, and the last his mates saw of him, he lay gasping in the snow and yearning towards them. But they could not hear him mournfully howling till they passed out the sight behind the river. But they could hear him mournfully howling until they passed out of sight behind a belt of river timber. Here the train was halted. The Scotch half-breed slowly retraced his steps to the camp they had left. The man ceased talking. A revolver shot rang out. The man came back hurriedly. The whip snapped. The bells tinkled merrily. The sleds churned along the trails. But Buck knew, every dog knew, what had taken place behind the belt of river trees.
Okay, with that said, I am just gonna breathe for a moment. Oh my goodness. Okay, give me one moment to just... Indeed, breathing is good. Okay. I do apologize. I'm a little bit worse for wear, so please forgive me. How long is the next chapter? Okay, yeah, this is definitely longer. Okay. So, what I may do is I may call the book here. The next chapter looks to be quite long, and I would like to make sure I have 30 minutes to prep collab stuff. It shouldn't take more than 30 minutes, but I would like just to, while I'm on stream chatting with you guys, give it a little time. So I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to call the book reading here. Thank you all so much for being here for this portion of the stream, the audiobook portion where Ariel reads you a book. And thank you all so much for supporting my subathon, because that is the reason why this is happening. I don't know if we will continue this. If you guys would really like me to continue this, I will find some time within the coming weeks maybe to finish the book.
if you guys aren't interested in that, I completely understand. I know that Call of the Wild specifically it's really, really good. Rereading it has made me genuinely appreciate it even the more. It is definitely, it's definitely darker than what we normally talk about here, but I really, rereading it is making me really re-enjoy it, which I think is great. Thank you guys all so much for your kindness. I do appreciate it. Since we have an hour to about Smash or Pass, what I'm probably going to do is, at the top of the hour, or in a few moments, I'll probably play an ad for you guys. And actually no, I should play the ad I should play the ad during when I'm setting up, that way it won't cut into the Smasher Pass as much. Okay, yeah, that's what I'll do. But I am going to just kind of sit here and chat with you guys and just kind of relax and shoot the breeze. I'm a bit physically drained, so I do think I do need, as much as I would love to finish that chapter, I think I'm gonna need like at least 15 minutes to just kind of like sort myself out. But I do appreciate you guys all being here. Thank you you guys so much. So I am going to change my title and channel. So let me okay, there we go. I have changed the title, so that should be good. Let me see here. Okay, we'll probably have to be in the just chatting section. We'll probably be in the just chatting section for the rest of the stream, so that's good for me. Other than that, no, take your time, guys. Take your time. So I'm a little tired, but is it Chaos Bun time? It is not Chaos Bun time. I'm going to be honest, you guys. Physically, I am kind of struggling. So I genuinely do need probably 15-20 minutes to just kind of rest. Isn't it always that time? I mean, sometimes it is. I say unhinged things even when I'm like this. But we will be prepping our next segment, which is 18 plus Smasher Pass. My friends and I are going to be doing it with me, and they'll be bringing a lot of the energy that I will have had drained out of me. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys coming by and hanging out. I'll be chatting with you guys a little bit until we get into it, but I do apologize that what I think I'm going to do right now is I'm going to run an ad. I'm going to use this time to use the restroom, to get a refill of water, stuff like that. And when we get back, I'll chat with you guys. I'll chat with you guys a little bit until it's time to do 18 plus Smasher. Oh, that was, I didn't even plan that. Wait, I didn't even plan that. That's so convenient. Okay. That is convenient as heck. Look at that. Conveniency, we love her. Alright. So once this ad plays, I'll be taking a short break. I'm going to get water and prep myself, and it should be good after that. And I hope that you guys will like the Smasher Pass segment to come.
But yeah, I'm really appreciative of you guys hanging out with me. I know that Smash or Pass is not Smash or Pass. A audiobook is not everyone's thing, but yeah, thank you. I'm hitting the wrong button, Thor. I can manually trigger tits, Thor. I'm hitting the wrong button. That's what you're hearing. I'm trying to get things reset up. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm trying to get things reset up for this. So please give me one moment and we will be back momentarily.